Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was in Winx Club. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Winx dorm, Alfie Magics. The midterm exams have ended and with it, the semester. And every one of the students had left the campus and headed back home to their home realms to go and relax, rest their bodies and minds, or simply spend time with their loved ones. Well, almost everyone. There was one female student who remained at Alfie, and that was Musa, in her PJs as she was currently in her dorm room, reading one of her novels and trying to relax. Now, why was she the only one left at Alfie while everyone else, including some of the staff and her friends, had left for their vacation? Well, to answer that, I'll have to take you all back in time and let the story take over. Flashback. Date: the 18th of November, Friday. Time: 8:32 p.m., evening. Location: Winx dorm, Alfie Magics. So, who's ready to go back home for the vacation? Stella yells, standing up from her seat. She and the other girls were in their lounge area, discussing the upcoming break. Why are you so excited about this, Stella? It's just a week break. Bloom asks. Stella just turns to the Earth Fairy. Yeah, but a week of no school is a paradise to me. No waking up early, no homework or assignments or particles. And finally, no witches. It's just fun from here on out. Stella says, falling back to the couch where Bloom and Techna sat. Flora sat on one of the other chairs in the room while Musa was on the floor, legs crossed. So, what are you guys going to do this break? Bloom asks. Well, I'm heading back home. It's that time when they start to bloom and I'm planning on being there to capture the moment. Flora says. I'm heading back home on Zenith. It's that time for the open cards of Evo are open. And I'm planning on entering them this year. What about you, Bloom? Techna asks, turning to the red hair. I'm going back to my parents. It's almost time for Thanksgiving on Earth and I want to spend it with my family. Bloom says, feeling really excited to see her parents after not seeing them for nearly 5 months. Ah, that's really sweet, Bloom. Flora says, smiling at Bloom, making her smile as well. Thanks, Flora. Bloom says. She then turns to Stella. So, what are your plans for the break, Stella? She asks as Stella gains a smirk and flashes out her card. I'm heading home and doing tons of shopping. It's that time of year when the new fashion season is about to start and I need to seriously change my style to that season to stay in trend. Stella says. The girls knew that this was so Stella, so it wasn't really surprising to hear that. Bloom turns to the last one, being Musa. And you, Musa, what are you going to do at your home realm? Bloom asks. Musa just shakes her head. Oh, I'm not going home. Musa says, surprising the others. Huh, why? Flora asks. Knowing my dad, he'll probably won't be at home since some music concert or festival is happening in another realm. So, my house would be empty and I really don't want to have to deal with things back home. So, I'm just going to stay here and relax during the break. Musa says. Are you sure you want to stay here, Musa? It could get boring here being all alone. Stella says. Better than going to an empty house. Musa says. She sees the girls were looking at her with worried looks and she gets up. Look, I'll be fine, girls. Trust me, I've got my books with me to keep me occupied. I'll be fine, really, she says, reassuring them. Are you really sure okay with this? Techna asks. Musa just smiles and waves their concern. Yep, I'll be fine. You girls just go back home and enjoy your vacations. You all need it, me too. I'm just doing things differently, that's all. Musa says. The girls look at her and saw that she was serious about this and felt that it could be okay for her to stay. Okay. But just promise us that you'll be okay. Bloom says. Musa nods and smiles. Promise. Musa says. The girl then got together and gave each other a big group hug. End flashback. That was a few days ago and Musa was utterly bored out of her mind right now. She was on her bed, reading one of her novels with it levitating in the air with the use of her magic. She was on the last page of the novel and was reading it at a surprising rate, which of course didn't take her that long to finish the page in the book. She sighs and makes the book float toward her bookshelf where all of her other novels, the ones she also read, were stationed and placed the book in its correct place. Musa flops backward on her bed and stares at the ceiling. Great. I am now officially bored. I did everything imaginable in the span of just 3 days. I went to Magic's, while avoiding that part of the city in case of any witch was there, and did my things there, including watching the latest movie. I then tuned my bass and guitar and read all my novels. I even did all the assignments we were given before the break started yesterday. Musa thought, grabbing her untied hair as she was getting frustrated at the fact she did everything too quickly. She sighs and lets go of her hair and looks back to the ceiling. Man, there's nothing to do here. All the professors are gone except Farragonda and Griselda. I could go back home, but what's the point? I mean, Dad's not even there since there's a festival somewhere in the universe that must have his attention. Plus, I really don't want to deal with them again. What am I going to do? Musa thought, about to accept the dread that is boredom when she remembers something. Wait, a festival. Isn't the Rising Sun Festival this week back home? Musa thought. She sits up and turns to her bedside where her phone rested. She grabs it and starts to scroll through posters she had on it for future use. Most of them were music related, others were just others, and let's leave it at that. Musa scrolls through the posters for what she was looking for and soon finds the poster and sees its dates and saw that the festival was starting tomorrow. It is. Maybe, I could go there. I mean, it's just a 2-day festival and it could be fun. There'll be food, games, stands and of course, music. But, there'll be loads of couples there, and the chances of me getting hit on by desperate guys are high. Great, she thought. Sighing once more, Musa flops back onto her bed and closes her eyes, ready to call it quits, when she realizes there was someone who could go with her. Someone she hasn't heard from these last couple of days. Naruto. Maybe he could come along with me. Maybe he'll agree in coming along with me. Musa thought. She looks back to her phone for the time and saw it was 10:06. Okay, it's still early, meaning he could either be here in his room or at work in the city. I just hope he'll be in his room so I can talk to him about this. She thought. Making her decision, Musa gets up from her bed and headed to the bathroom to go get cleaned up before heading towards the tunnels and Naruto's room. She turns on the hot water in the shower, letting the water heat up as steam was filling the room. Musa looks at the mirror and thought about Naruto and his choice of the plan. I just hope he agrees with this. I could really need his company for this, and, to spend some time with him. Musa thought, with her last thought causing her to have a small blush. Once she felt the shower had reached the right level of hot and cool water, she grabs her powder blue sweatshirt and starts to remove it as the steam fills the room completely, making her disappear in it. Time: 10:38 a.m. Location: Naruto's cave, Alfie Magic's. Naruto wasn't at work as he got the week off but instead was in his room in the garage bay, busy working on something he has been actually working on for a while now. It was nowhere near complete but it was getting there. He was covered in oil and stains as he backs away from his project and looks at it and smiles at how it was coming along. A few more months of this and then some fine-tuning and she'll be ready. Man, I can't wait to show you off to Frank, Granny, Auntie, and the girls when you're done, tested, and ready since I don't wanna blow up. Naruto says, feeling quite proud at what he was looking at as he grabs a cloth and wipes his hands clean of the oil on them. Suddenly, there was a knock at his door, making him turn to it. Who is it? Naruto asks, thinking it could be one of the staff. It's me, Naruto, Musa. Musa's voice rang on the other side of the door, surprising him since he assumed that all the girls had left for the break. Oh, coming. Jay, just give me a minute. Naruto says, dropping the cloth, he heads over to the project and covers it with a big piece of cloth. Once it was concealed, Naruto heads over to the door and opens it, seeing Musa there, in her casual wear. Hey Musa, what are you doing here? Didn't you leave with the others? Naruto asks. Musa shakes her head. No, I didn't. I decided to stay behind and relax. Musa says. Naruto nods. Oh, okay. Naruto says, seeing the logic in that. So, what's with the whole oil on you? Musa asks, taking note of the oil on him currently. Oh, I was busy working on my bike. It needed some maintenance. Naruto says, lying of course to protect his project. Oh, okay. Musa says. Sure, what's up? Naruto says and Musa starts rubbing her arm. Well, I came down here and wanted to ask you, if you want to come with me to Melody. Musa asks, making Naruto look at her with a surprised expression. To Melody, the musical realm. Your home realm? Naruto asks and Musa nods. Why? He asks. Well, I kinda got bored here quickly and I remembered that's gonna be a big festival there that starts tomorrow night. And I wanted to go there but I need someone to go with. So, I figured that maybe I could ask you. Musa says. Naruto leans on his doorframe and thinks about it. A festival. I've never been to a festival that's in another realm before. Naruto says, thinking about it with his eyes squinted. He looks back at Musa. What's gonna be there? He asks. Oh, there's going to be games, food stands, stands where you can buy various things, and a big stage where music performances are going to be. Musa says. Naruto nods but he starts to rub the back of his head, nervously. I see. Well, I don't think I can go with you to Melody. Naruto says, making Musa look at him. What? Why? Musa asks. I don't know if Granny will let me go, since I'm still a secret to the world. Naruto says. Musa's eyes widen at the memory of the night she and the others learned about Naruto and his conditions. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, Musa says, looking downcast at the realization, which Naruto instantly notices. But I could go and ask her if I can. Naruto says, making Musa look at him with hope. Really? Musa asks. I could try and convince her if I can go. If she says yes, we'll definitely go. Promise, Naruto says. Oh okay. If she does say yes, you can call me and we'll go. Musa says. Alright, Naruto says. Musa nods and processes to leave the tunnel. Naruto closes his door and sighs as he walks back to the garage bay and looks at the concealed project of his. Melody. The realm of music. Maybe it'll be a good idea for me to get out of here. I have been in my room for the last 3 days working on my little side project. Maybe this could be good for me, plus heading to a whole different realm could change the pace I've been going in for a while now. Naruto thought. He thinks about the possible outcomes of asking Farragonda if he could go and the most possible outcome he saw was her saying no. He sighs again. I just hope she agrees. That was his last thought as he goes to his bathroom to go and get cleaned up. Time. 11:05 a.m. Location. Farragonda's office, Alfie Magics. Farragonda was in her office, looking at an old-looking book while drinking some tea. The book was a book about the different origins and history of all the known realms in the Magic's universe. And the realm she was busy looking at was the now barren planet, Domino. Why would Bloom be so interested in Domino? Is there a connection between her and Domino? Farragonda thought, looking at the book. She had heard for Bloom's midterm exam, she picked a simulation of Domino which piqued her intrigue. Seeing that Bloom was an Earth fairy, so why would she be interested in a planet as barren as Domino? Her thoughts were put to a halt when she hears a knock. Come in, Farragonda says, thinking it was the door when actually, it was the bookshelf opening and Naruto walks in his casual clothes. Oh, Naruto. Hello. She greets her adoptive grandson. Hi, Granny. Naruto greets back. What brings you here? Farragonda says as she closes the book while Naruto came up to her desk and sat down on one of the chairs. Well, Granny. I came here to ask you something. Naruto says. Oh, and what is it? Farragonda says. Well, see Musa came to my room a little while ago. Naruto says, surprising Farragonda a bit. Musa, she's still here. Farragonda asks as Naruto nods. What did she ask you? She asks. She asked if I could go with her to Melody for the remainder of the break since there's going to be a festival there. Naruto. She came and asked if you wanted to go with her to Melody for the rest of the break. Farragonda asks, and Naruto nods. Yep. So, can I go? Naruto asks, hoping that she would agree but Farragonda had another thought. I'm sorry Naruto, but I don't you should go. Farragonda says, catching Naruto off guard as he looks at her with wide eyes. But why Granny? Naruto asks. It's dangerous for you to go to another realm. You're something that Magix has never seen before, a complete mystery, and it would be dangerous if anyone were to discover you know. You still don't have any of your memories, and if anyone were to figure out just what and who you are, it could lead to disasters. Farragonda says. Naruto stands up and places his hands on her desk. But Granny, I can protect myself. You know I can. Naruto says, holding out his left arm with his rune glowing. But still I think you shouldn't. Farragonda was trying to say something but Naruto cut her off. Please, I can't stay here. Please, I promised Musa I'd go with her. Please, please let me go. Naruto says, holding his hands together and giving her a pleading look. Farragonda sees the look and knew that Naruto wasn't going to let this go or give up. So, she sighs. Alright, you can go. Farragonda says, and just as Naruto was about to cheer, she stops him. But on a few conditions. Farragonda says. Okay, what are they? Naruto asks, sitting back down in his seat and listening to what Farragonda had to say. First, look after yourself and Musa. Farragonda says. Naruto nods. Okay. Naruto says. Second, don't do anything that'll attract attention toward yourself. Keep a low profile. Farragonda says. Alright. Naruto says. And third and lastly, enjoy yourselves. Farragonda says. Naruto flashes a grin. Okay, Granny. Naruto says. He gets up from his seat and heads over to Farragonda, and gives her a big hug. Oh, you're the best ever. I promise I'll be safe. He says. Farragonda just smiles and returns the hug. I'm sure you will. Have fun over there, Naruto. Farragonda says. I will. Naruto says. He then lets go of her and heads over to the bookshelf and opens it. Bye, I'll see you on Sunday. Naruto says, waving Farragonda with her waving back to him. Bye, Naruto. Farragonda says. The blonde walks into the bookshelf as it closes, leaving her in the office. She sighs and looks toward the ceiling. She knew that Naruto could take care of himself, but she was understandingly worried about him. I hope I've made the right choice in this, Farragonda thought. Sighing once more, she turns back to the old book and opens the book again to the page of Domino and the Great Dragon, looking for any information that could help the puzzle that was Bloom. Time: 11:58 a.m. Location: Naruto's Cave Alfie, Magics. Naruto and Musa were in his garage bay right beside his bike, as they were busy packing their bags and placing them into Naruto's rune seal for storage as they were discussing. I can't believe Miss Farragonda really let you go with me. Musa says. She was surprised when Naruto came to her and said he could go with her and explained the conditions he received. Naruto couldn't happy but nod. I know, right? I really thought she wasn't going to, but after convincing her that it'll be fine, she let me go. Naruto says, putting on his Letterman jacket while handing Musa a hoodie. Man, this is going to be awesome. We'll have a great time over there and at the festival. I promise that you'll have a great time. Musa says, smiling brightly at Naruto, which he unknowingly found to be cute. He couldn't help but crack a smile too. I look forward to that, Musa. Naruto says. Once they had finished their preparations, Naruto hops onto his bike and starts it up, making it roar to life. Musa hops onto it shortly after and wraps her arms around Naruto's midsection. He looks over his shoulder at her. You ready? Naruto asks and Musa nods. Yup, Musa says. Okay then, let's go. Naruto says. He sets off, and the two exit the tunnel via the secret entrance. They travel down the road to Magic City at a fair pace, not too fast and not too slow as they were taking in the scenery around them. They drive into the city as Naruto stops at a light. He turns to Musa and asks a question that's been in his mind since they left Alfie. So, how do we get to Melody? I mean, I can't exactly drive all the way there since I have no idea how to get there. Naruto asks. Musa giggles. Oh, there's easy. Just go up. Musa says, causing Naruto to get confused. Up? Naruto asks. Yes, up. Look up. Musa says, pointing up to the sky. Naruto looks up and sees several flying magic cars in the air as they fly straight into the sky and just disappear into thin air after they fly into a bunch of clouds. See what just happened? She asks and Naruto nods. Yeah, what happening to the cars? Naruto asks. There are something called the Interdimensional Neural Teleportation Network or INTN, aka an interdimensional portal highway. We use those to trip across realms to our destination. Musa says. How do we use them? 'Cause I don't see any signs telling us where to go. Naruto says. Oh, just think on where you want to go and it'll take us there. If there's more than one person in a vehicle, the driver has to be the one who thinks about the destination. Musa says. Then we have a problem. I have no idea where Melody is. Naruto says. Relax, I'll do the thinking while you just drive and don't think. That shouldn't be too hard for you. Musa says, cracking a smirk. Okay, hey. Naruto says, but he registers what Musa said and turns to her with a glare, making her laugh. Kidding. I'm kidding. Just don't think about any place and we'll be fine. Musa says. Naruto stops glaring but pouts. He nods. Okay. Naruto says. The light turns green and they set off, going down the street. Naruto looks up again and spots a car flying, assuming to one of these portals. Well, this does give me the opportunity to finally test the other feature out. I just hope it'll finally work this time and not throw me off like last time. I was stuck in Auntie's office for a week because of it. Naruto thought. He looks down at the bike's handlebar and sees a flickering button. He presses the button and the bottom of Akira started to glow blue as it was hovering higher than usual. He leans back, lifting the front of the bike up while twisting the throttle, adding more power from the engine, and the bike starts to fly into the air, heading to the clouds where the car was heading toward one of the clouds. They follow the car into the cloud and see something up ahead. It was a glowing portal in the shape of a hexagon. The car ahead of them flies straight into the portal and disappears in a flash. Is that it? Naruto asks. Musa nods. Looks like it. Remember what I said, don't think about any other place or else we'll be teleported somewhere else and we won't know how to get back. It's either that way or no way. Musa says. Naruto gains a serious expression and nods. Yeah, got it. Naruto says. He steadies Akira and lines up with the portal as he takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and starts to clear his mind of anything. They fly into the portal and disappear from magics. Naruto could feel the bike shaking while hearing various sounds around him. He slowly opens his eyes as they widen and he sees they were traveling at a high speed, passing by multiple realms and stars as they were teleporting. He looks back and sees Musa had her eyes closed and was holding onto him tight. He turns around and sees a light up ahead, which makes him close his eyes again as the shaking start to grow more violent, and then, nothing. Naruto just started to feel the wind blow by, making him open his eyes once more and sees they were in the sky again. Hey, are we there? Naruto asks. Musa opens her eyes and looks around, seeing they were in flying through clouds. Once they exit the clouds, she looks down and smiles. Yup, look down, Musa says. Naruto looks down and his eyes widen in a shocking surprise. Whoa, Naruto utters, captured by the beauty of the scenery below them. The area was filled with mountains that were surrounded by large, dense forests with reddish leaf trees. There was an ocean near a large city with structures built with wood. Musa looks at Naruto and sees he was shocked. She snickers. I know, Musa says. She looks back down to the city. Naruto, welcome to Melody. She says. Time, 12:15 p.m. Location, Magic's Universe Realm, M895, Melody. This is beautiful, Naruto says. Yeah, it is, Musa says. They continue to fly through the air, passing many buildings as they fly through the city. Musa looks around and smiles, happy to be back home after all these months. She looks at the ocean and sees houses along the coastline. She turns to Naruto. Take us toward those houses near the beach, Musa says, pointing toward the houses. Naruto sees the houses and nods. Okay, Naruto says. He steers toward the coastline. Once they reach the coast, they flew over the many houses. Musa looks over Naruto's shoulder and looks at the houses in the area for one until she found it. See that house with the music notes on the roof? Musa asks. She points and Naruto follows where she was pointing and sees a house near the end of the coast. It did have musical notes on the roof. Yeah, Naruto says. Land us over there, Musa says. Okay. Naruto nods and flies toward the house. He passes the houses along the way and once they reach the house, he descends to the ground and lands Akira on the ground. The two look at the house as Musa steps forward. Welcome to my house, Musa says. Naruto looks at the house and saw it was like the other houses and buildings in the city, but it had palm trees instead of the trees that were around the realm. Looks good, Naruto says. The two walk toward the house as Musa pulls out a key from her pocket. She puts the key into the door and opens it as she walks into the house and looks around for anyone. Dad, you here? Musa calls out, waiting for a response. Once she doesn't receive, she smiles. Good, he isn't here. We can come in, she says, letting Naruto in as he pulls their luggage from his room and carries them inside the house. You still sure for us to do this? Should you at least call your dad and let him know that you have a guest with you, a guest who's a boy? Naruto asks, feeling a bit unsure about entering someone else's house. Musa waves his concern off. Nah, it's fine, really. As I said, he isn't here at this time since he's probably at another music festival in another realm far from here. So, it'll be fine for you to stay here for the break. Musa says. Naruto nods, remembering the discussion they had earlier. Yeah, I remember. Naruto says, placing the luggage down on the floor and starts looking around the house as he sees many pictures on the walls. Most of them were Musa and a woman who looked a lot like her. Musa walks into the kitchen, toward the fridge, and opens it to find it stocked to the brim with various food items. Good, the fridge is stocked. Just need to remember what to restock what we eat before leaving. Musa says, closing the fridge and starts looking into the cupboards of anything else in them. Naruto was in the living room with Musa walking into it. So, what time is this festival gonna start tomorrow? Naruto asks. Musa shrugs her shoulders and pulls out her phone to see the poster again and see what the time on it says. At around 17:30. Musa says. Naruto nods. Cool. Just we have loads of time to kill. Naruto says as he sits on the floor and lays on it. Musa shakes her head and heads over to him. Nope, you're not. We have something to do. Musa says, making him look up at her. What do we have to do? Naruto asks. You seriously think you can go in that? Musa asks, pointing to his current outfit. What's wrong with my clothes? Naruto asks, looking at them. Nothing is wrong with them. It's just, you really can't go to the festival in them. You have to wear a certain outfit for it. A yukata, Musa says, making Naruto sit up and look at her with a raised eyebrow. A what now? Naruto asks. Musa doesn't say anything else and just walks out of the room and up the stairs. He waits a bit before he hears footsteps again and Musa enters the room again, and this time she had a pink box with her. She places the box on the floor and opens it with something inside it. She takes the item from the box and holds it out to Naruto. He was looking at garment that had flower patterns. It looked to be hand-sewn into a T shape. It was red in color with a flower pattern on the garment. This is a yukata. It's worn in celebration or for a special event. Every year when the Rising Sun Festival comes here, everyone wears this for tradition. Everyone who is gonna go to the festival has to wear one or you're not going in. Musa says as she carefully places the yukata back into the box. But I don't have a yukata of my own. Naruto says. Duh, I know that. Which is why we're going into town and getting one for you. Musa says, making Naruto look at her. Huh, Naruto says. We're going into town and we're going shopping for your own yukata, plus we need to buy other things with us before we head to the festival. Musa says. Naruto just lets out a long sigh. Why now? Can't this wait till tomorrow? Naruto whines, not wanting to get up, but Musa just shakes her head. Sorry, but due to the festival, most of the stores will be closed with everyone going to the festival. If you need something in town, now's the time to get it. Musa says. Naruto lets out another sigh upon hearing that and knew that this had to be done sooner than later. Fine, Naruto says. He stands up as they exit the house. Naruto heads over to Akira and was about to hop onto it when Musa grabs him by his arm and stops him from doing so. Nah, we're not using your bike this time. We're walking into town, Musa says, making Naruto turn to her. What? Why? Riding Akira will get us to wherever we're going faster. Naruto says. Naruto, I want to take in as much of Melody while I'm here. Please, do this for me. Musa says. Naruto was about to say something when Musa starts to give him an adorable pleading look, making him freeze from what he was about to say. While he tries to not break from her look, it wasn't enough and he is defeated. He looks down and sighs. "Okay, we can walk," Naruto says as Musa smiles and hugs him. "Oh, thank you." Musa yells, "Trust me, this will be nice," she says as she lets go of Naruto. "Okay," Naruto says as he presses a button on Akira. The button acts as a defense against those foolish enough to try and steal her. What it does, only Naruto and Hank know, as they were the ones who installed the defense into the bike. With the bike secured, the pair head off into the town for their shopping. Along the way, Musa has a pep to her step, looking around the beach and scenery around them and taking it in as she smiles brightly from this. Naruto looks at her and sees just how happy Musa was and couldn't help but smile as well. Man, she looks so happy. Guess being back home really brings that out of her, Naruto thought. He looks back to the road ahead and thinks about I wonder how I'd be if I was back home, in my original realm. He thought, losing his smile and gaining a sad expression, remembering that he has no memories of his past. Musa turns to him and sees the expression that was currently on his face and that worried her. "Naruto. Naruto." Musa class out to him, causing him to snap out of his thoughts and turns to her. Huh? Naruto utters. "Are you okay? You looked a bit out of it," Musa says, looking worried. Naruto shakes his head and flashes a grin at her. "Why yeah, I was just thinking about something. No biggie," Naruto says, reassuring her he was okay. Musa looks at him for a bit before slowly nodding. "Okay," Musa says. She wasn't convinced as the grin Naruto flashed looked fake. She should know, since she did the same in her past. Insert music, Sad for What by Eric Doa. Eventually, the two make it into town and stop at a store that was selling various clothing, even yukatas of different versions and sizes. The two walk into the store and see the large amount of clothing that was displayed and in stock. They start to look around the store for a yukata that was right for Naruto to wear, and while they were looking around, Naruto spots something and grins as he heads over to this item. Musa was looking at some jeans, thinking about maybe getting them for herself, not Naruto sneaking up behind her with a grin while holding something in his hands. He places a large hat over her head, startling her since she didn't know what was on her head, but she hears Naruto start laughing. She turns around and sees him leaning on a wall and laughing his ass off. She looks up and sees something blocking the view. She takes the hat off and sees it was a large brown cowboy hat. She looks at him with a pout as he continues to laugh, but she loses the pout and starts laughing too. Soon after that, they started to try on different clothes and outfits, which sparks into an impromptu fashion show. They tried on various clothes and tried out different combinations. Most worked while the rest, not so much. But they didn't care, they were having fun. One particular outfit Musa tried out and showed off to Naruto was a two-piece red and white swimsuit, which fit her body rather nicely. Naruto blushes and turns away from her for manners' sake while a bit of blood was dripping from his nose. Eventually, the fun had to end and the two dressed back into their normal attire as they finally found a yukata that seemed right for the blonde while also finding two other things for it as well. They purchase the yukata and exit the store after a job well done. Unaware of either two of them, someone had seen them exiting the store and recognized Musa. And this person had started following the pair. End music. The two teens were walking back to Musa's house, with their things in a bag. Naruto opens his bag and takes a look at the item in it. "Man, this looks really good," Naruto says and Musa nods. "Glad you like it. I can't wait to see how it looks on you," Musa says. "Alright, we got the yukata. Now, all that's left is to eat, rest and get ready for the festival tomorrow," Naruto says and Musa nods. "Yup," Musa says. They walk a bit more until she stops as she realizes something. "Oh crap. Sorry Naruto, but I'm gonna have to leave you," she says, making Naruto stop and turn to her. "Huh, why?" Naruto asks. "I've got something to get and it's on the other side of the city. It's really important that I get this," Musa says. "Okay, but are you sure you can go by yourself?" Naruto asks and Musa nods. "Relax, I got this," Musa says, taking a step back. Magic's winx. She yells and transforms into her fairy form. You're going to use your fairy form? Naruto asks with Musa nodding. Hey, it's on the other side of the city, plus taking a bus or walking will be slower than flying. Musa says with Naruto thinking about it. Fair point. Naruto says, finding it to make sense. Musa starts floating off the ground. Are you really sure you want to go alone? I could come along with you. Naruto says. Musa smiles at this as she thought it was sweet for him, but she can take care of herself, so he had nothing to worry about. Really, Naruto? I'm fine. I'll be fine and be back in no time. You can just head home and wait for me there. Musa says. Okay. I'll wait. Naruto says. BRB. No biggie. Musa says before flying away, disappearing into the horizon. Naruto stood there for a bit before turning around and walking again. Yes, I can start making dinner. I wonder what's in the fridge I can work with. Naruto though. Unaware to him that Musa hadn't left exactly, she was in the air in the cloud and was watching him leave. Okay, now I can go, and see Mom. Musa thought. She turns around and flies in a different direction, to a hill nearby. Back on the ground, the person who had been following the pair had just listened to what they just said. They pull out a phone and quickly dial a number. They wait for the phone a bit as the line was busy until the call was picked. What do you want? A voice spoke from the phone. Hey, boss. Yeah, listen, I've got something to tell you. This person says. What is it? The voice asks, with an annoyed tone. It's Musa. She's back in town. This person says. They hear a gasp from the other line of the call as a few moments pass until the person on the other line started speaking again. Musa, she's back, the voice says. Yeah, she's back but, she's with someone, the person says. Who? The voice asks. Some blonde kid got just shit on his face, looks like whiskers. A kid with blonde hair, I see, the voice says with a hum as if the owner of the voice was thinking. What do you want me to do, boss? This person asks. The voice on the other side doesn't say anything for a bit until. Keep watching them from a distance. And keep me updated. I want to know everything they do. And I mean everything, the voice says, with the person nodding. You got it, this person says as they drop the call and start to follow Musa where she flew off to. Somewhere else, someone places their phone onto their desk and stares at the wall as they think about someone they thought would never return back here again. Musa, my love, you've returned to me, this person says as they look from the wall ad to a framed painting on their desk. It was a painting of Musa, although, it looked like the painting version of her was a bit younger than her current age. This person stares at the framed painting and traces their finger across the glass, where Musa's face was. Soon we will be together. Such it should have been from the beginning. This person whispers, traces their finger on the painting's lips, staring at it. Musa's house, Melody Magics. It was another bright and loving day in the realm of Melody. The sun was rising and we see Musa's house in the scene in it. We see Naruto sleeping on the living room floor in a futon, a traditional bed in Musa's realm. He was moving around frantically, and his facial expression displayed panic, fear, and pain. He was sweating prominently. His eyes suddenly open wide and he shoots up from the ground, panting as he grabs his chest, exactly where his scar was. He does this for a bit before starting to calm down from the panting and sweating. He looks around and sees he was in an unfamiliar place. Where am I? Naruto thought. He was starting to panic, thinking he got abducted during the night by someone when he sees a photo framed onto the wall near him. He looks at the photo and sees a young girl with dark blue hair in short high pigtails. She was with a man and a woman. The girl looked a lot like the woman in the photo. They all had smiles. He realizes just where he was. Oh yeah, I'm in Melody at Musa's house. I'm vacationing with her at her home realm. He thought as he lays back down on the futon. Naruto then starts to think about what he dreamt. It was something that felt, really, just like the last few dreams he's had for the past month or so. This one, he dreamt that he was tied to a tree, in a way that he could not break out of his restraints. He was used as a target by people he didn't know. They used an assortment of things, knives, small handheld blades, throwing stars, and even at one point, he got set on fire when someone shot fire at him from their mouth. He could feel his body burn as his skin was melting away. He felt that it was real. It was only when he blacked out in the dream was when he woke up in the real world. He sighs and places his hands on his face, that was when he felt dampness. He lifts his hands from his face and sees the remaining sweat running down his hands. Naruto sighs once again. I need to wash my face, Naruto thought. He gets up from the floor and starts heading toward the bathroom, located in the hallway. He yawns and scratches his chest as he arrives at the bathroom door. He opens it as steam courses out of the room, and just as he was about to enter it, he stops and sees that someone was already in there. He sees a girl with her back turned from him, bending down as she was wiping her legs with a towel. The thing was, she was butt naked and her bare ass was on full display to Naruto. The girl must have heard the door open as she turns her head and looks at Naruto, who he sees it, Musa, with her hair down and wet. Musa utters. Once she sees Naruto standing completely still by the door, she realizes he was looking at her nude body. She was about to say something when Naruto stops her as his eyes were closed. Musa. Hold on. I'm not going to pretend that I didn't see what I just saw. So, how about I do this? Naruto says. He had a bit of bleed drip from his nose as he goes for the bottom of his black t-shirt and grabs it before pulling it off his body, showing his bare chest to Musa. I'll get naked too. And we can call it even. He yells. Naruto opens his eyes, hoping that he'd get some kind of reaction from Musa to his suggestion. What he wasn't expecting was for her to have a massive blush, covering herself with her arms as she looks at him. Musa utters. She then lifts her hand from her body and high in the air. No. She shouts, just as she brings her hand down and smack. Fox Among Fairies. Chapter 14. A Melodic Trip and a Festival to Remember. Part 2. Time. 10:35 a.m. Day. 35 minutes after that whole fiasco, we find our young teens in the living room, next opposite of each other as they were having their breakfast. Both weren't looking like their usual selves. Musa had a rather angry expression with a mild blush as her left eyebrow twitched on occasion, while Naruto had a nervous, embarrassed look as he had a large red handprint on his right cheek while some toilet paper was in one of his nostrils, where the bleed was dripping from earlier. Understandably, both weren't really looking at one another due to the incident that had occurred still being fresh in their minds. After several more moments of silence, Naruto decides to say something. He looks up at her, seeing her pouring some tea. Sorry about bargaining on you while you were out of the shower, Naruto says, nervous about Musa's response. Musa looks at him with narrow eyes. It's fine, really, it's my fault for not locking the door while I was in there, but you could have knocked on the door to see if the bathroom was empty, Musa says. Naruto just flinches and looks back down. Why yeah, sorry, Naruto says. Musa looks at him and saw his expression and body language. She feels bad about how she was treating him. So, she exhales a sigh before looking at him with an apological look. Sighs. Look Naruto, I'm sorry that I got mad and slapped you hard. I overreacted and chose the wrong option in dealing with the situation and you suffered from it. I'm sorry for that. Musa says. She bows her head to Naruto, who sees this and was taken aback by this. He starts to wave his hands to her. No, I deserved it. I was the one who didn't think about knocking first, and suggesting I'd strip to be even. That was pretty stupid of me when I really think about it. Naruto says. He mentally berates himself for even thinking such a thing. Man, if Granny and Auntie were to hear about this, he wouldn't survive the lecture he was sure he'd get. No, it's fine, you were just trying to defuse the situation really. Musa says, smiling a little bit. However, she soon turns to the side. Although, there was nothing I could complain about really. Man, those abs, seeing them again. She murmurs to herself, her blush deepening in a different shade of red as she remembers Naruto pulling his t-shirt off on the day of the rose when he changed and recently at the bathroom. Naruto looks at her with a raised eyebrow as he sees her having a rather weird expression. What was that? Naruto asks. His question snaps Musa out of her thoughts. Nothing. Musa says, her blush visible with Naruto noticing she was acting weirdly. Why is she all red and nervous? Naruto thought, raising one eyebrow. He just decides to put those thoughts behind him for now. Okay then, Naruto says. He starts eating his breakfast. So, today's the festival, he says. Musa nods as she looks out the window that viewed the ocean. Yup. The start of the Rising Sun Festival, Musa says. And you said that it starts at 16:30. Naruto asks, before taking a bite of his cereal. Yup, Musa says. So, what are we going to do until then? Naruto asks. This makes Musa actually stop eating as she just sits there, nothing moving or doing anything for a bit while she finally speaks. I have no idea, Musa says, now realizing that they had no plans for the day except the festival. What are we going to do? She asks. Naruto just shrugs. I don't know. I mean, what can we do besides waiting for the festival? Naruto says. The two sat there in silence for a bit, trying to think of what they could do to speed things up. It was then that Musa thought of something they could do. Wait, I know what we could walk on the beach for a bit before heading over into town to a place. Musa says, catching Naruto's curiosity. What place? Naruto asks. Musa just looks at him and smiles. Somewhere that I know you'll love, Musa says. Naruto thought about it and saw no harm in her idea. He shrugs. All right then, Naruto says. The two then went back to their breakfast. And after finishing up and cleaning the living room up, the two left Musa's house with Musa leading Naruto down a trail just by the house that leads to a boardwalk of melody that was next to the ocean. The ocean was crystal clear, so clear that you could see the ocean's bed and all the lifeforms in the ocean swimming by. The two rolled the leg of their jeans up to where their knees were, allowing their legs to enjoy the air, and started walking on the boardwalk, taking in the sight before them and feeling the wind blow by them. Musa looks at the horizon and takes in a deep breath of the sea air, loving the smell of her home. Ah! Musa lets out a long sigh, making Naruto turn and look at her. What's up? Naruto asks, with Musa just shaking her head. Nothing, just taking in the fresh sea air. I don't think I'd miss it, Musa says. Naruto just chuckles a bit. I can only imagine, Naruto says, with a sly smirk. Musa just pouts at him and playfully punches his arm. Shut up, you know what I mean, Musa says. Naruto's smirk suddenly drops as his eyes gain a depressed light to them. Not really, Naruto says, sadness in his voice. Musa looks at him when she heard that and notices his new expression. It took a bit for her to realize what was wrong, and when she did, she remembers something. Right, your amnesia, Musa says with Naruto slowly nodding. Yeah, I don't even remember what my old home looks like, or what it even has. And that's just the small things. What if I have a family over there? Friends, all worried for me and waiting to see if I'll come back, or to know if I'm dead. I just wonder sometimes, will I ever get my memories back? Naruto asks. He looks at the ocean with an expression that held sadness. Musa sees this and couldn't help but feel awful for him. It looked like this was really eating away at Naruto. She places her hand on his shoulder, making him turn to her as she looks at him. Naruto, you don't have to worry. Me and the girls promised we'd help you recover your memories. You're not alone in this, you've got us, and the professors and headmistress. You've got people on your side, Musa says, with conviction in her tone. Naruto looks at her and sees she was serious with what she said. He couldn't help by feeling warmth in knowing that he has people on his back that will be there for him, for the best and worse. Thanks Musa, Naruto says, cracking a small yet visible smile. Musa sees it and smiles as well. It's not a problem. Happy to help, Musa says. The two continue to walk down the boardwalk for a little while, soaking up the sunlight while taking in the magnificent view of the ocean. Eventually, they stop by a pier and rest there. They look at the ocean, seeing the sun glazing on its surface. They just stood there, in silence, and let the surroundings fill the area with sound. After a while of just standing there, Naruto starts thinking about something and decides to ask Musa about it. Hey, Musa, Naruto calls to Musa, making the girl turn to him. Yeah, what's up? Musa says. How was your mom, growing up and getting to know her I mean? Naruto asks. His question took Musa off guard, not once thinking he'd ask that. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. How was my mom? Musa repeats the question, actually taking her time in thinking over it. After some time passes, she finds her answer as she looks at the ocean. She was everything really. She was someone that comes once in a lifetime. She was sweet and kind to everyone in her life, but stern and honest when she needed to be. She was someone that most people loved and wanted me. Especially me, I want to be just like her one day. Someone who loves those around them and loves what she loves. Music, she says, smiling fondly as she remembers all the times she had spent with her mom. Her answer surprises Naruto a bit. Sure, he was expecting something heartfelt from Musa but wasn't expecting that. Wow, that's amazing, Musa. Your mom sounded like she was an incredible person. Naruto says. Musa leans her head onto the pier's wooden rails and nods. Yeah, she's my inspiration. The real reason why I love music and singing. It's my way of feeling that we're connected still and that she's here with me. Musa says, her eyes losing a bit of their light as it was replaced with something else, a look of longing. Naruto saw the change and flinches a bit, thinking that he might have upset Musa. Musa, I'm sorry if I brought out thoughts that you don't like. Naruto says. This snaps Musa out of her thoughts and back to reality. No, it's fine. You were curious and wanted to know. It was bound to happen eventually since you know my story. No harm done. Musa says, smiling at him. Naruto looks at her and couldn't help but see something wrong with her smile. Why is she faking her smile? Naruto thought. He couldn't pinpoint how he knew this, but he felt like he had seen this before. But how? As he was thinking, his stomach suddenly growls, altering the two. Guess the breakfast wasn't really filling, Naruto says as he looks down at his stomach and holds it, feeling the vibrations it was making. Musa's eyes brighten at this as she sees this as the perfect chance. Which gives me the perfect opportunity to take you to the other place I mentioned earlier. Musa says. She grabs Naruto's hands and starts to drag him as they start leaving the pier. Come on. I'll lead us the way there. She yells. Oh okay. Naruto says, following Musa against his will. Unaware of them, someone was spying on them not too far away and was seeing them leave the boardwalk. This person pulls out a phone and quickly dials a number on the phone. It rings a bit before the call was picked up. What is it? A voice asks from the other line. Boss, Musa just left the pier and she's with that guy the first mentioned yesterday. They heading somewhere else now. The person says. There was a brief moment of silence until the voice started speaking again. Follow her, keep a close on her and that guy she's with, but keep a distance so they can't spot you. The voice says. The person nods. You got it. The person says as they drop the call. This person places their phone back into their pocket before they started following the two from a distance. Time, 11:45 a.m. Location, somewhere in Melody. Okay, just how much further do we have to walk, Musa? Naruto asks, still being dragged by Musa. They had walked from the boardwalk at Musa's house and made all the way to the other side of the town. Naruto's stomach growled louder with each passing minute. Musa giggles. Relax, we're nearly there. Just past this tree, Musa says. She leads him to a corner where a large tree was by it. They round the corner and stop as Naruto looks at something in front of them. Where are we? Naruto asks, looking at the store in front of him. It looked to be an old restaurant that had no door. It had 5 stools there by a bar. Just think of any ramen restaurant in any anime or cartoon format. I tried but I couldn't think of any other way to describe one without going back to Naruto. Also note, I've never eaten ramen with chopsticks since 1. I've never been to any Japanese or even Chinese restaurant in my life, but I'm changing that sometime this year. And 2. The only ramen I've ever eaten is instant noodles, which has nothing except the noodles and the flavor pack included. Don't believe me? Look up Maggi instant noodles South Africa and see for yourselves. Okay, back to the story. This is Kobayashi's Noodles, the best noodle restaurant in Melody. Musa yells lively, looking at the restaurant with a happy expression at seeing the building. Naruto looks at the building with a raised eyebrow. Noodle what now? Naruto asks, confused by what Musa just said. Musa looks at him with a shocked look. He hasn't heard of a noodle restaurant before. It's a restaurant that sells all dishes involved with noodles. Include traditional dishes found across the known Magic's universe, including here. This is my favorite place to come and eat while living here. It was pretty much the only restaurant my family could afford while growing up. Due to, you know. Musa says, rubbing her neck. Naruto instantly knew what she was saying, how she grew up, and how her financial situation was before. Ah, I see, Naruto says as he nods, understanding. Musa grabs his wrist again and leads him into the restaurant. Upon entering the building, the 2 sees an older gentleman, who was veiled, had a white beard, was in a traditional chef's wear, busy stirring a pot filled with some sort of brew. Konnichiwa, Kobayashi-san. Musa loudly greets the old man whose head moves up upon hearing her. Translation, Konnichiwa means hello in Japanese. The man, now known to be Kobayashi, turns around and sees the two. He looks at Musa especially for a bit before blinking. Musa, is that you? He asks, causing Musa to smirk and place her hands on her hips. Who else could it be? I mean, I am your favorite customer. Musa says. The older man looks at her for a bit before he cracks a smile and leaps over the counter and scoops her up into a big hug. Oh, my little girl is back in town. Kobayashi yells, spinning Musa around with surprising strength displayed by a man his age. He sets her down. Sorry, I was busy settling back in. But I decided to stop by and eat your delirious food. Musa says, this causes Kobayashi to shake his head and chuckle. Oh, stop. You're gonna make the old man feel older than I am. Kobayashi says. He then notices Naruto who was just silently standing there. Who's this fellow? He asks, gesturing to Naruto. Oh, this is my friend from Magix. I brought him with me. Musa says. Naruto took this as the chance to introduce himself as he steps forward. Hello, I'm Naruto. Naruto introduces himself, sticking his hand out to Kobayashi who takes the hand and shakes it. Naruto. Interesting name you've got there, kid. I'm Oma Kobayashi, nice to meet you. Kobayashi says. Once he lets go of Naruto's hand, he turns around facing the counter, and leaps over it to land on the other side facing the kitchen. What can I do for you two kids today? He asks. The two took their seat on the stools and looked at the menu. Well, Naruto did. Musa knew exactly what she wanted. Oh, you already know what to give me. The usual please. Musa says. She was already thinking of her meal. Oh, she could taste it already. She turns and looks at Naruto and sees he was frowning while reading the large menu, not knowing what to pick. She decides to help him out. She takes the menu from his hands and sets it down on the counter before looking at Oma. And give my friend here one of your best dishes. It's his first time eating here. She says. Oma knew just what she was talking about and nods. You got it. Oma says as he starts preparing the dishes. While he works, Musa looks around the restaurant and notices something missing in the store. So, where are Mika and Yui? Musa asks. Oh, they're out by the festival grounds. They're busy setting up a stand there for the place. Their boyfriends are there helping them. Oma says. Oh, okay. Guess we'll see them there later. Musa says. This surprises Oma as he briefly turns to Musa. Oh, you're going to the festival later. Oma says and sees Musa nodding. Yep, it's pretty much the whole reason why I came back to spend my break. And I didn't want to come alone, which is why I invited him along. Musa says. Now Oma understood as he nods. Well, that's good. You can show him around and see just what this realm has to show. How did you two meet? Oma asks. His question catches the two off guard since they never really thought about anyone who Musa would ask. The two look at one another, thinking of something they could use to lie to Oma about how they really met. Oh, we met at Magic City. We ran into each other and we sort of just clicked and hung out with each other ever since. He's sort of one of my best friends. Musa says, telling half the truth and telling half a lie as well to protect Naruto as she was nervously chuckling while rubbing the back of her head with Naruto also nervously laughing while scratching his whisker marks on his right cheek. Oma looks at them with slightly narrow eyes, as if he could tell that they were lying to him about how they met as they saw and were getting nervous about being called out on it. But their worries were suddenly dashed away when he just shrugs his shoulders. Okay, Oma says as he returns to the food. The two teens let out a silent sigh of relief. Soon after, Oma turns back to them, this time holding two bowls in his hands. Here you go. One order of Shio ramen and one bowl of Kobayashi special. Oma yells. He presents the bowls to the two and sets them down in front of them. Musa looks at her bowls and grins. She grabs a pair of chopsticks from a bunch and breaks them before clapping her hands. Shokuji o arigato. Musa yells before she starts to eat her meal. Translation: Shokuji o arigato means, thanks for the meal. While Naruto was looking at his dish in front of him and stares at it with fascination. It had the noodles in it, with some broth, cut boiled eggs that were browned, perhaps marinated in something, chopped green onions, some meat, and something else that had a swirl in it. He raises his eyebrow, not really thinking he should eat this. He feels a tap on his head and looks up to see Oma looking at him. "Well, aren't you going to try it?" Oma asks. "Okay," Naruto says. He takes a pair of chopsticks from the stack and breaks them apart. He uses the chopstick to pick up a large portion of the noodles, with most of it falling back into the bowl, splashing the broth. Naruto looks at the noodles a bit more before slowly placing them into his mouth. Upon doing this, Naruto's eyes widen as a sharp flash went through his mind and he starts to see something that was unclear to him. Naruto's vision, first-person perspective. I warn you all now, I'm not a pro at doing first-person perspectives, so just deal with me on this. Heavy rain was pouring from the heavens and onto some rural village, with me seeing most of the inhabitants seeking shelter from it. I saw that some who were running past me glaring at me with hatred. Something that I didn't understand. But that wasn't something I was interested in right now. I was standing just outside an old building. It looked like a restaurant of some sort. I was staring at this guy who was busy looking down at a pot in front of him as he stirred whatever was inside it. This old man wore a chief uniform and had dark gray hair just under his hat since I could see it. His skin was light brown, and his eyes are always seen closed for some reason. I was spying on him since I passed this place on walks. The place smelled good. Just what was he making? I was staring at him so much that I barely noticed him looking up from his pot and seeing me standing at his door. "Hey, kid," the old man says to me, startling me as I flinch. "Eep," I yelp. I turn the other way and start running away from the restaurant. Great, now he won't let me be near his place. "Wait, kid, hold on," I heard this guy yelling at me. Did he want me to stop? I turn around and slowly walk back to the building and peek through the door and saw the old man waving to me, gesturing to me to come in. "Come on in here, kid, it's cold out there and you're soaked. You're going to catch a cold if you stay," the man says. He looked worried about me being in the rain. "Why?" Okay, I said. I slowly make my way into the building and was in. "Have a seat, kid, you must be feeling cold. Aren't ya?" the man asks. I was feeling cold thanks to the rain soaking my clothes. I slowly nod, not trusting my voice as I climbed onto one of the stools in front of him. "Don't worry, we'll get you nice and warm in a hurry. Ayame, can you come down here for a second?" the man shouts to the back of the building. "Okay," a voice yells from the back. I could hear someone running toward us from the back and a girl a bit older than me runs in. She had long, dark brown hair and large black eyes with fair skin I'd ever seen. She wore a white robe with the sleeves folded up to her lower forearms with a sort of dark blue apron with ribbon ties at the top, and she had on a bright white bandana on her head. The girl looks at the man while I was looking at her with intrigue. "Can you go and get a dry towel and then a hot towel for our guest? He's wet to the bone from standing in the rain," I hear the man say. The girl turns to me and me looking away from her, not wanting her to know I was staring at her. "Oh, okay," the girl, Ayame, says as she runs back to the back of the building to get the things the old man asked for. While she was away, the man turns back to me. "What's your name, kid?" he asks. I was shyly looking down to the floor, not wanting him to see me like this. "Naruto," I said. I could hear him hum to himself upon hearing my name. "Naruto. That's an interesting name you've got. Never heard of anyone with it before, pretty unique if you ask me." "I'm Tyuki," I see the man, whom I now know to be Tyuki, say with a smile. Nice to meet you," I quietly said. Just then, Ayame comes back with 2 towels along, but one of them was in a bucket with hot water. "Here you go, Dad," Ayame says, handing the items to Tyuki, who nods and takes them. "Thank you, sweetie," Tyuki says. He then turns back to me. "Here you go, Naruto. This should help you dry up quickly, he says, handing me the dry towel. Thank you, I said as I take the dry towel and start wiping my head off the water and place the towel around my neck. Just as I was about to grab the hot towel from the bucket, I see the girl looking at me, with an earnest smile. Hi, I'm Ayame. Ayame says, this causes me to blush and look away. Nice to meet you, I stutter. Suddenly, I hear a loud growl from my stomach, causing me to hold it. I then hear giggling and chuckling, coming from. You must be hungry. Probably why you were standing out there all that time and staring at me cook. Mr. Chuki says. He was right, I felt that I haven't eaten all day and I was dying for something to eat. Why yes, I said, nodding. Want me to dish you up some of what I was cooking? Mr. Chuki asks. I look up at him. I don't know, I don't have any money to pay you with, I said, but I see Mr. Chuki just shake his head at me. No, I insist. I can't let a growing boy like you not eat something. It's bad if you don't eat anything. Mr. Chuki says. I just sit there and silently thank him as I watch him start preparing this dish he mentioned. I watch him as makes this dish. He places noodles into a large bowl before pouring some kind of soup into it. He then places cut pieces of meat, green things, and 2 pieces of white things with a pink swirl on them. Once he finishes making the meal, he holds it out to me with a smile. Here you go, 1 piping hot bowl of Ichiraku ramen. On the house, Mr. Chuki says as he places the bowl down on the counter in front of me. I look at the bowl, seeing the steam coursing off it. Are you sure that it's okay for me to eat this? I asked and I saw him nod. Sure, go ahead, try it, Mr. Chuki says. He had this look that was ensuring me that I had nothing to worry about. I look back down at the bowl. Oh okay, I stammered. I quickly grab a pair of chopsticks from the pack and break them apart. I use them to grab some of the noodles and pick them up from the bowl. I scooped up the noodles from the chopsticks and started chewing them as I tasted the flavors and, what is this? It's melting into my mouth. This is delicious, I yelled. After I did, I started to really eat this heavenly dish. I started hearing Mr. Chuki laugh. Ha 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 ha, I see that you're liking the ramen. I hear Mr. Chuki say and I nod, not taking my head away from this food, ramen. Yes, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. I yelled while eating. It didn't take long for me to finish the ramen. It was good, but I want more. Want seconds? Mr. Chuki asks. I peek at that and look at him with puppy eyes. Yes please, I yell, holding out the bowl to him. He laughs a bit more before taking the bowl. Ha ha ha, sure thing, Mr. Chuki says as he starts making me a second portion. I sit there, watching him do it while drooling. I couldn't wait to eat the ramen again. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. I suddenly hear someone call out to me. I look around and see Musa sitting. End vision, end first person perspective. Huh, Naruto utters as he blinks and sees he was back in the ramen stand. What the, Naruto thought. Naruto, are you okay? He turns and sees Musa and Oma were looking at him with concerned and worried looks. Why yeah, what's up? Naruto asks, slowly regaining his bearings. Are you feeling okay kid? Oma asks as Naruto looks at him. Yeah, why are you asking? Naruto asks. You're crying, Musa says. This catches Naruto's attention as he turns to her. Huh, Naruto utters. He wipes his eyes and felt water from them. He looks down and sees there was tears in his eyes. I'm crying, why? Naruto thought. You just froze in your seat after you took a bite from your ramen and started to cry. We were calling out to you for a bit but you didn't respond to anything. We were thinking that something was wrong with ya. Oma says. Musa looks at him. Are you really feeling alright Naruto? Musa asks. Naruto doesn't say anything, instead looks at his bowl of ramen and slowly nods. Why yeah, Naruto says. You sure? Musa asks. Naruto looks at the ramen bowl and he starts to smile. Yeah, I feel fine. No, I actually feel great. I don't know why, but I feel happy. Naruto says. He starts to eat the ramen again. Musa and Oma look at him for a bit before they turn to each other. Time, 2:20 p.m. A few hours later. Thanks for the meal. Both Musa and Naruto yell, clapping their hands together as they felt satisfied with their meals. Oma was washing their empty bowls with a smile. I'm glad you two enjoyed the food. Means I still got it. Oma says. Musa looks at him. What are you talking about? You've always had it, Kobayashi. Musa says. Oma just smiles and shakes his head. Thank you, Musa, that means a lot to me. But I have to face reality. I'm nearing that age where things as simple as getting up in the morning is a task on its own. I can't keep doing this forever, even I know this. Oma says. This catches Musa off guard. Really? Musa says, feeling concerned by what he said. Yep, in about a year or two. I'll pass the store to one of my girls. To continue the family tradition, of course. Oma says. This makes Musa frown. So, does that mean I'll never see you here again by the time I graduate? Musa asks. She looks sad. This was something she don't expect. She looks down and Naruto and Oma see this. The two move to her with Naruto holding her shoulder while the old man just places his hand on her head. This action causes Musa to look up and see Oma just look at her with a sincere expression. Don't be sad, Musa. You'll still see me around here whenever you visit. I'm maybe old, but I'm not senile yet. I've still got to watch you blossom into the beautiful woman you're becoming. No matter what, I will be here. Always. Oma says, patting Musa on the head. Said girl just nods slowly. Okay. Musa says. Oma lets go and looks at the clock and saw just what time it was. Oh, look at the time. I think it's time for you two to run along and head home. It's nearly time for the festival and I've got to close up and head over there to help the girls. Oma says. The two look at the clock and see that it was nearly time for the festival to start. Oh, you're right, Musa says. The two get up from their seats with Musa pulling out some cash and placing it on the counter. Here you go, thank you for the food, Kobayashi. No problem, kids. Now you go and have fun at the festival. I'll see you there, Oma yells, waving at the two as they were exiting the restaurant. We will. Bye. See you, old man. The two yell and leaves the stand. As they walk down a trail, Naruto spoke. So, we head back to your place and get ready for the festival? Naruto asks. Musa nods. Yep, that's the plan. Musa says. Suddenly she stops walking as she realizes something she had to do. Naruto notices that she stopped walking and he stops as well and looks at her. Musa, something wrong? Naruto asks. Actually, you can go and head back to the house and get ready. I have something to do really quick. Musa says. What, again? Naruto says. He remembers she did this yesterday after getting him a kimono for the festival. Musa holds her hands up in an apology gesture. I know, and I'm sorry for doing this to you, but I really have to go. It's really important to me to go and do it. I don't get too many moments to do it. Especially with how our timetable is at Alfie. Musa says. Naruto looks at her for a bit before he just lets out a sigh. Okay, fine. You can go and do your thing. I can find my way back. Naruto says. Musa smiles. Sweet, thank you for understanding, Naruto. It means a lot. Musa says. You can go ahead to the festival. You can ask people around to guide you to where it is, so don't wait for me. I'll catch up. I'll see you later, she says as she quickly transforms into her fairy form and takes off into the sky, leaving Naruto on the ground, who just sees her disappear into the clouds. Later, Naruto just mutters as he sighs and resumes walking, this time with his hands in his pockets, looking a bit upset. Man, just what is she doing that's so important for her to ditch me 2 times in a row? Naruto thought, walking along the trail. Just behind him, hiding by a building, was the person who was following them the whole day. They had seen and heard everything. They took out their phone once more and dialed the number to their boss, who picks the call up. Boss, it's me. Musa just left that guy. The person says. Where is she now? This unknown boss asks. No, she transformed into a fairy and took off. This person says. This makes the other person on the other line hum in interest. Oh, so she really did go and become a fairy. That's good, we could the extra power into our group. Do you know where she is heading? I actually don't know where she flew off to. But I overheard them and heard that they'll meet each other at the festival. The person says. Good work. Come back and we can get ready for it. We'll discuss what we'll do further once you got it. See you soon. The person says as they drop the call and start to head to where their boss and the others were to get things rolling. 2 hours later. Time, 4:25 p.m. Location, MT. Hayashi, Melody, Magix, A.N. I dare anyone to guess who Hayashi is and what he's famous for. People from the city were entering the festival as it was starting to come to life. Many were there for the food, games, culture, and of course, the music performance, while the rest were there to just spend quality time with their family or significant other. Some were waiting at the entrance to the festival for their partners, and among them was Naruto, who was adjusting his yukata while having an expression of embarrassment at how he felt right now. Man, this is making me feel a bit naked since I'm only in my boxers under this, Naruto mutters, adjusting the obi belt to the yukata. His yukata was gray in color with red swirls at the bottom of the outfit forming waves. His obi was light burnt orange in color and he had a dark forest green headband on his forehead. And he wore wooden sandals. He sighs as he leans against the chain link fence for the entrance as he was waiting for Musa. What's taking Musa so long? I've been waiting for the past 30 minutes now. I waited for her at her house just in case, but she didn't come back, so I had no other choice but to do what she said and come here after asking around for directions to this place. Where is she? Naruto thought. He was about to go and look for her when Naruto. He hears Musa's voice call out to him. He looks up and sees her jogging toward and his eyes widen. Insert music. Nandemo Naya by Rapwimps movie edit. From your name. She was wearing the yukata she showed him earlier with her obi tied a bit higher than where Naruto tied his. She wore different sandals than him and had on white socks with them. She also wore a little makeup, light lip gloss, and lavender eye shadow and had changed her hairstyle slightly. She still had her high pigtails, but she had tied purple robes with them while her bangs were free. She reaches him. If you want to see the fan art, it was done by Hanami. They are an incredible artist for doing this. Hey. Naruto stammers. Hey yourself. Musa says, giggling a bit. She looks down at herself before looking up too. So, what do you think? Beautiful, Naruto utters. His words cause Musa to feel funny as she looks away from him and plays with her bangs with a small blush. Thank you, Musa says. Naruto shakes off his start and clears his throat as he holds his hand out. So, shall we head inside? Naruto asks. Musa sees this and couldn't help but giggle at the gesture. It was sweet and a bit goofy but sweet. She grabs his hand and smiles. Let's, Musa says. The two enter the festival grounds and start looking and scrolling through the festival. They pass by stands that had many things that were on sale, various items like clothes, trinkets, and other things. They walked around a bit before stopping at the stage to listen to the live music performances, which were excellent to listen to. They then went off some food, just simple food that Musa recommended to Naruto, and while it looked a bit strange to him since he has never seen or heard of the dishes but eats them, only to find that he enjoyed them. They even found Oma at his stand and Naruto got to meet his daughters, Mika and Yui. The girls started to tease Musa about being with Naruto, which Musa quickly dismissed. The two then walked about a bit more until they spot a bench in a slightly open, clear field. They head toward the bench and sit on it as they look up to the star-lit sky and stargaze. They were unaware that someone had spotted them and went away to get his buddies to head over to them. End music. 1 hour later. They sat on the bench, watching the sky in silence, letting the surrounding sounds and music in the background just fill the atmosphere, which they didn't mind. This is really nice, Musa suddenly says. Naruto just sheepishly rubs the back of his head as he agrees. Why yeah, it just feels right ya, no. Naruto says. Yeah, I know. Musa says. She leans onto Naruto and places her head on his shoulder, taking him by surprise. I'm glad I got to come back here and spend time here, and with you Naruto. I'm happy you're here with me. She says. Me too. Naruto says. Their hands were close on the bench and start to inch closer toward one another, just as they were about to lock with each other. Musa, is that you? A voice spoke behind them, interrupting their little silence as the two turn around and see 6 guys their age. Most of them were normal look in terms of looks, but one of them was tall and thin compared to the others as he had spiked up, bleached colored hair and a tattoo on his face. He, along with the others, were wearing the same kimono, a black and purple kimono with purple dragons on the bottom of the outfit and leather jackets. Musa instantly recognizes the tallest one. "Oh no," Musa utters as she starts to shake slightly. "Sup babe, you came back home and didn't tell me. I'm hurt by that," the tall one says, as Musa just lets out an irritated sigh as she looks up at the tall one and glares at him. "What are you doing here, Sanji?" Musa asks. "What does it look like? I'm here at the Rising Sun FEs with my buds but not my girl, especially since I found out from one of my boys saying he saw you in town with another man. Babe, if you needed some love, you could have come to me for some strong loving." The tall one, now known as Sanji, says, with a smug look. "How did you even I was here?" Musa asks. Sanji just places his hand on one of his friend's shoulders and pats it. "You can thank my little friend for keeping a close eye on you. He's been watching ya since you came into town yesterday," Sanji says, grinning. Musa's eyes widen in shock but that quickly turns into anger as she furiously glares at the group. "You had someone spy on me and my friend," Musa growls at Sanji, who just ignores the glare he was getting. "Oh come on babe, you should remember that I've got eyes and ears all over this place. After all, it's my tough," Sanji says, with a smug tone. This was when Naruto had enough of this guy as he stands up and looks at them. "Hey, Musa, who's this?" Naruto asks. Musa stands up and stands next to Naruto. "This dipshit is Sanji. He used to be a friend of mine in my past but I cut ties with him after I found out he did some pretty messed up stuff," Musa says. Sanji just makes a mock hurt expression. "Oh, come on baby, I know you missed me since I missed you. Let's get out of here and catch up a bit at my place with the guys," Sanji says. He looks at Musa and trails down her body as he smirks and licks his lips a bit. "No, I'm here with my friend here and I'd rather not." Musa says she was about to walk away with Naruto when a hand roughly grabs onto her wrist and pulls her away from the blonde, as it was Sanji the one who grabbed her. Musa's shaking worsened when she saw it was him. "I'm not asking. I'm saying we're going and you're coming along with us," Sanji says. "No, I'm not," Musa says as she tries to pull away from Sanji but the boy's grip was just too strong. "I said let's go," Sanji says, starting to drag Musa along. But before he could even take a step, someone grabs his wrist. "She said no," Naruto says. Sanji just looks at him. "And who the hell are you?" Sanji asks. "Someone who you really don't want to make angry if you continue to hurt Musa. Now, I'm not going to say this again. So listen closely. Let her go," Naruto says. "No," threatens Sanji, who just scoffs. "Oh yeah?" Sanji asks, smirking. Suddenly, he throws a fast right hook, striking Naruto in the face, which sends him to the floor. "Naruto!" Musa yells, fearing that Naruto was hurt. "How do you like that, tough guy?" Sanji yells. He turns around and was about to leave with his friends and Musa, still holding her wrist, when he starts to hear laughing. He turns back around and sees Naruto, getting back on his feet, and laughing his ass off, which confuses and infuriates him. "The hell you laughin' about?" Sanji asks. Naruto continues to laugh a bit more before calming down, turning around, and looks at him as a bit of blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth with a big grin on his face. Naruto just continues laughing as he just shakes his head. "You know, my granny taught me a few things about life and how to live it right. And one of those things was that, manners," Naruto says. He starts moving close to the gang, with his grin still there as he wipes his mouth off the blood. "Maketh," he says, now standing in front of the gang and Musa watching him. He turns around and stares at them. "Man," he says, dropping his grin and gaining a serious expression, one that Musa quickly recognized from the time he fought Riven in that alley. "You know what that means, boys?" Naruto asks. He got no responses from them and just shakes his head before looking up again at them. "Then let me teach you a lesson," he says. He was about to do something when Sanji lets go of Musa's wrist and walks up to Naruto's face. "You know what? Why don't you just shut the fuck up and," Sanji was saying, but was rudely cut off by Naruto when he suddenly performs a perfect roundhouse kick right on Sanji, right on the side of his jaw, sending him back and putting him to the ground. His gang looks in shock at what just happened while Naruto stands perfectly straight again and cracks his neck. The gang turn their heads to Naruto, who had a smile on his face. "So, are we going to stand here all night or are we going to fight?" Naruto asks. One of his buddies rushes at Naruto with a big right hook, something that the blonde sees coming, and swats the attack away from him using his hands and directs the attack to land on one of his opponents, right in his face, as the punch knocking out a tooth in the process as the receiver of the punch is sent to the ground and is out cold. The others then rush toward Naruto, with the one holding Musa remaining behind to watch the now 3v1 fight. Naruto kicks one of them in the chest, sending him back, and starts evading the other two who pulled out knives from their kimonos. He swats and parries their attacks with ease before grabbing one of them by their wrists and twisting their hand, breaking it and causing them to scream. Seeing one of them go down, the remaining two charge to Naruto, who just shifts back into his fighting stance. When one of them tries to punch him, Naruto ducks from the punch and sends a couple of jabs and shots onto the midsection of the attacker, but he gets hit across the face by the other one, stumbling back. Naruto quickly regains his bearing in time to see the one who punched him, charging in with his fist raised as he swats the fist and elbow jabs the attacker in his face, and sends him down. Naruto breathes a little before hearing commotion behind him and sees the one he was fighting. The remaining one was back on his feet and had a knife in his hand. The last attack roars as he changes at Naruto, wildly swatting the blade at the blonde, forcing him to dodge them. Naruto ducks from the swat and quickly strikes the knife wielder, performing precise spinning elbow jabs onto his attacker, the first jab hitting the ribs, the second to the kidney, the third to the kneecap, and the final jab lands on the calf, rendering the attacker to his knees and letting go of the knife. But before he could get up, he gets a heavy hit across his chin by Naruto's spin kick, knocking him out. Naruto spins on his heels to a stop and lets out a sigh of relief. He looks around and sees the laid-out bodies of the group on the floor, groaning or code from their injuries. Seeing a job well done, Naruto wipes his hands off the dirt and turns to where Musa was, but didn't see her where she was, instead a crowd that had gathered around them. This confuses him about where could she be, maybe in the crowd. As he was looking for Musa, he doesn't notice one of the fallen gang members was getting up and was behind him, holding a blaster in his hand. It was Sanji with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Sanji lifts the blaster and takes aim at Naruto. "You're so fucking dead, ma ga," Sanji could only say before letting out a pained yelp as he falls face first onto the dirt ground. Naruto hears this and turns around and sees Sanji on the floor again and sees Musa standing there, holding a stick. Naruto spots the blaster on the floor near Sanji and quickly realizes what was about to happen. "Musa," Naruto just says. Musa drops the stick and heads to Naruto. "Naruto, are you okay?" Musa asks. She looks around him and sees a small bruise on his cheek, but it was fading rapidly. "Yeah, I'm good," Naruto says. "You saved my life," he says as he looks at the fallen blaster. "It was no problem," Musa says as she hugs him, with Naruto returning the hug. "What is going on here?" The two flinch at the screaming of someone. They turn around and see a man approaching them with 10 guards following them. The man approaching them was tall and chubby, with gray eyes, brown hair and fair skin, and high cheekbones and wrinkles on his face. He wore a crown similar to a harp while wearing blue, red, and pale green robes similar to a hanfu. "Well, can explain what has happened here?" the man asks, looking rather cross. Naruto turns to Musa. "Who is this guy?" Naruto whispers. He looks at her and sees she had a shocked expression. That's King Garomui's, King of Melody," Musa says. This causes Naruto's eyes to widen in shock. A member of the royal family was standing in front of them, and there were bodies on the ground and a blaster. "Well, are you two going to explain what has happened?" the man, King Garomui's, asks again. The two began trying to find a way to say what had happened, but Sanji, who regains consciousness, slowly stands up and looks at the king. "Your Highness, I can explain," Sanji says, making everyone look at him, Musa and Naruto surprised in seeing him still awake and standing. "You see, me and my friends were simply enjoying our time here at the festival when we spotted our old friend here. This lovely female and this brute here, and we were about to try and see if she would come with us and perhaps catch up when this brute started to attack us one by one. We tried to fight him off but he took us out and pulled out a knife and a blaster as you can see on the floor and used it on us. He says. Musa and Naruto look at him in disbelief. What? The two yell. That was no way this was happening. King Garomuiz looks at him with slightly narrow eyes. Is that what really happened? King Garomuiz asks as Sanji nods and lowers his head in a bow. Yes, your highness, Sanji says. He smirks a bit. King Garomuiz looked at him a bit before turning to Naruto and Musa, still in shock at what Sanji was trying to pull. I'd like to hear what the blonde boy has to say about what happened. Seeing as he was involved in this. Well, your highness, what really happened was that me and my friend here were simply enjoying the festival since we're on vacation. We were sitting on that bench and taking in the night sky when this guy and his crew came up to us and started to say indecent things to us. He wanted my friend here to come with him but she refused and he didn't like that. He grabbed her wrist and started to aggressively drag her with him but before he could even take a step, I intervened and told him to let her go and back off from us. He didn't like that and he threw the first punch, striking me on the side of the face. I then retaliated and he and his friends attacked me but I held my ground and took them out even after some of them pulled out weapons as such the knife and the blaster. And before you ask, no I didn't pull out any weapon and took them out with only my hands and combat skill. Naruto explains. Is that so boy? King Garomuiz asks. Naruto just looks at him and nods. Yes, your highness, Naruto says. He was really nervous and worried that the king didn't believe him. King Garomuiz just looks at Naruto and Sanji and knew something was fishy, but with who? He looks at the still bodies of Sanji's friends and thought of a way to. High guard. King Garomuiz yells with one of his guards stepping up in front of him. Yes, my lord. The guard yells, awaiting for his king. Check one of the fallen bodies and see if there are any indications of any injuries and see what were the cause of it. King Garomuiz says. He looks at Musa and thinks of something else, and check the girl as well. See if there's anything on her as well. He says with the guard nodding. The guard goes and starts looking over the bodies of the unconscious boys for a bit before he turns and looks over Musa, spotting something on her. Once he sees this, he returns to his king and stands in front of him. My lord, there are indications of hand-to-hand combat as most of them have gushes, bruises that could only be caused by an attack of a limb. And I noticed that the girl has slight redness on her left wrist, showing that physical action was used against her. The guard says. King Garomuiz just listens and nods, now knowing new evidence. I see. Well then, all I need to hear to confirm my suspicions. King Garomuiz says, guards, take away this boy and his friends and escort them to the nearest jail cell. I don't want them out until I reach a ruling toward them. He says, pointing to Sanji who gets shocked at this. Yes, my lord. 9 of the 10 guards yell, before they move toward the group, taking the unconscious ones and picking them up with some taking Sanji and hold him as they start dragging him out. Sanji snaps out of his shocked state and starts thrashing around, trying to get out of the guard's hold. What? You can't do this. Do you know who I am? I'm Sanji Awase, son of Iroh Awase, leader of the legendary Purple Dragons. He'll have your head for this. Sanji yells. King Garomuiz just looks at him and smiles a little. And thank you for revealing who is the leader of the Purple Dragon, young man. They have been running amok on this land for years and I've had enough of them. I'll tell your father personally how he was outed. King Garomuiz says. Sanji looks at him for a bit before he turns to Naruto and furiously glares at him. This is all your fault. When I see you next time, I'll fucking kill you and take Musa. You hear me? I will have my revenge. Sanji shouts, thrashing around still to get out of his. Sigh, that boy, does he realize that he could be exiled for that? The shame he has brought onto his family, King Garomuiz says, shaking his head in disappointment at Sanji's behavior. He then turns to Musa and Naruto. Are you two alright? He asks them. They shake their thoughts. Why yes, your highness. We're alright, Musa says, with Naruto nods along. Why yes, we are, Naruto says. King Garomuiz nods with a somber expression. Good. I am sorry that you two had to endure that. King Garomuiz says. It's fine my lord, you didn't know they would be here, it's not your fault. Naruto says. But still, I should have dealt with that gang a long time ago. They've been causing trouble to my land and people for some time now and I just let it happen. But not for much longer, it is time that I did something to rectify this. King Goromuis says, gaining a determined expression. He looks back to the two, rest assured that you will never see any of those delinquents again. King Goromuis says, looking at them with an encouraging smile. As if to tell them that he will make with his word. Thank you, my king. The two says. It is my pleasure. Now, we leave you two leave to enjoy the rest of your evening. King Goromuis says. He turns around and aces his remaining guards. Men, we leave at once. He says. Yes, my lord. The guards yell and they all leave to escort the purple dragons to their jail cells. Back with Naruto and Musa, the two just stand there try to process what just happened. They soon sat back down on the bench they previously sat on it. After a while of neither one speaking, one decides to break the awkward silence. So, what was that about? How did those guys know you? Naruto asks. Musa dreaded hearing him ask that but knew she couldn't avoid it. Sai, do you remember when I told you of my past and what I said happened to me? When I mentioned I was with bad people. Musa says. Naruto cocks one of his eyebrows up, remembering the time she told him of some of her past. Yeah, Naruto says. Well, during that time, I was in the Purple Dragons as a member. Musa says. Naruto was caught completely off guard by this. What? Naruto utters. Yep, I was friends with Sanji when he was younger and he was a nice kid back then, but something happened to him and he started to work with his dad. When I was going through my rough stage with dealing with my dad and his crap and how mom died, Sanji was there for me and was there for me. He took me in when I needed a place from my dad and I hung out with him. Soon, he introduced me to his crew and we got along. I felt free with I was with them, but that freedom came with a heavy price. Not long after, I started noticing Sanji was changing, something that I didn't recognize. The person you saw just now. And not long. What do you mean? Naruto asks. I was getting into trouble with everyone in town. I stole from stores, broke people's things, I even fought others as well. I was becoming someone I didn't even know. It got to the point where I started to feel nothing, no happiness, no sadness, no anger, nothing. So, I resorted in taking something I thought would help me feel anything. I started to abuse meds, Musa says. Naruto's eyes widen, he remembers she spoke about this but didn't know the true reason why she did it. Now he knew. I started taking them and I felt happy and light from them, so, I continued, and continued, and continued taking them until I got addicted to them. I couldn't go a day without taking some to go by. Sanji saw me in my high sense and wanted to, he wanted to, she was trying to speak but she was choking on her words. Naruto looks at her and sees she started to shake violently as tears were beginning to form in the corners of her eyes. His eyes widen further in shock as he thinks of something. Don't tell me, Naruto utters, seeing Musa nod. He wanted to take advantage of me, I only came to when he was about to pull my pants down. I reacted and kicked him off me, ran out of his home, and just ran. I just ran in the rain until I collapsed in the woods surrounding the town. I just felt scared and alone. I blacked out after that and woke up at the hospital. My aunt from my mom's side was there sitting next to my bed and she was the first who saw me wake up. She pulled me in for a hug and started to apologize. She was the one who found me in the woods in the rain and got me to the hospital. Not long after, my dad showed up and he started crying when he saw him. He rushed over to my bed and hugged me like I was going to disappear. He was worried when I left. I broke down after that and I told them what I did after I left and what happened to me. I was so ashamed of myself and scared that they'd abandoned me there but they didn't. They just hugged me again and told me everything was going to be okay, and that they were going to be there for me while I recovered and after that. We sat there, hugging and crying for a bit. Soon after, I got out of the hospital and started rehab. It took a while and there were moments when I thought I was going back but I survived and got clean. I was finally happy with being myself again. I've been clean for the past 2.5 years now but I still have these dreams, these nightmares for what could have happened if I didn't wake up in time. I'm just scared for that happening. I don't know what to do about it, Musa says as she started to cry slightly. Naruto just sat there, listening to Musa as she sobs, not really knowing what to do or what to say to her about this. He was enraged by Sanji's past actions against Musa and wished he did a lot more damage before had he known this. But that wasn't important now, he had to help his friend. So, biting the bullet, Naruto moves closer to Musa and pulls her in for a tight yet gentle hug. Musa, I'm sorry that you had to endure that. I'm sorry that you were pushed into that darkness. No one should ever go through what you did. But you don't have to be scared anymore. You've got people who care and love you. You have your family to love and you have us, the winx, to support us. We will be by your side through everything. We all will be, including me. I'll be there and I'll never leave you at your darkest moments. Never, Naruto says softly. Mus turns her head toward him, eyes watery. Naruto, Musa utters, but Naruto just holds her and rubs her back. Shish, it's okay. Let it out. All of it, what you've been holding in. You helped me when I was holding it in, now I'm helping you. Let it out, Naruto says. That was all was needed as Musa's watery eyes finally let go of the tears again, but this time, she breaks down. Ah! Musa cries out, grabbing onto Naruto and crying into his yukata, making it slightly wet from the tears being soaked into it. Naruto wasn't bothered by it as he just rubs Musa on her back, soothing the pain she was feeling. After some time, Musa's sobs quiet down until she was completely silent. Musa, are you feeling okay? Naruto asks, but he received no response. He looks down and sees Musa fast asleep, tear stains on her cheeks. She fell asleep, Naruto thought, realizing she had cried herself to sleep. Guess she's emotionally exhausted from the encounter with that bastard and his crew and dumping everything to me. He thought. Naruto sighs as he knew that he couldn't let Musa sleep at the festival, so he gently picks her up in a bridal style and starts making his way toward the exit. While he walks, he thought back to Sanji and angrily frowned at remembering his smug face. He threatens my friend and tries to drag her with him. Next time I see that guy, that will be no body to bury when I'm finished with him. Naruto darkly thought, not aware that his eyes flashed ruby red for a moment before shifting back to his blue eyes. He continues to walk down the path toward the gate and then starts the journey back to Musa's house. Time skip. Several hours later. Date: the 23rd of November, Wednesday. Time: 2:25 a.m. It was the middle of the night and Naruto was seen in the living room, sleeping on the futon. A door could be heard sliding open. A figure quietly walks over to the futon before stopping near Naruto. This figure bends down to their knees and looks at him as the moonlight shines into the room and shines over this figure, revealing them to be Musa in her PJs and her hair down. She was looking at Naruto as he slept, peacefully this time. Naruto, Musa thought. She slowly began to trace her hand on his hand before it moves from it to his face, gently cupping onto his cheek with Musa rubbing his whisker marks. Naruto smiles and makes a small noise before turning to the side. Musa moves her hand back and looks at Naruto a bit more before making her decision. She moves the bedsheet off Naruto and lays next to him before putting the sheet over them. She looks at his face, sleeping as she leans forward and kisses him on his cheek. Good night, Naruto, Musa whispers before she starts to drift away to sleep. And the two teens sleep together as the ocean gently hit the coastline. A cafe, Magic's City Magics. Nearly a week has passed after the events of the last chapter and we find ourselves once again, back at Magic's central dimension, but not in the usual setting that Alfie. No, instead we find ourselves over it in Magic's City where we find the Winx Club eating at a cafe within the city, chatting about what had happened during their holiday. I still can't believe you two went on a little vacation of your own. Stella says, looking at Musa and Naruto cross from here after they told her and the others what they did during their vacation, and you got into a brawl with these dudes who were trying to take Musa away with them. And you even met the King of Melody. Lucky, she says, feeling. Yeah, it was something. Spending some time with one of my best friends, being in a new place, and kicking some ass during it. Now that's what I call a vacation. Naruto says, grinning at the memory of kicking the purple dragon's asses, even if he got hit a few times in the brawl. Yeah, it was good to be home for once. Plus, I thought Naruto could use a change in scenery, which was why I brought him along. Musa says. Stella nods, understanding that, knowing Naruto was stuck at Alfie for most of his time there. So, did anything else happen while you two were alone? Anything exciting you want to share with us? Stella asks, smirking at the two who looked rather bashfully. They had remembered Naruto seeing Musa's nude body in the morning when Naruto discovered Musa was sleeping on top of him in a pose and freaked out respectfully. They looked rather shy in remembering those instances. And nothing happened, Musa says, averting her eyes from Stella. Why yeah, nothing, Naruto says, taking a sip of his energy drink. Stella see their reactions and knew something was up. Oh, something did happen. I can tell just from seeing your faces. Stella says, leaning forward and smirking, so, what happened? She asks. Stella, if they don't want to say what happened, then they shouldn't. You don't have to try and pressure them into saying. Flora says. Boo, what's the fun in not asking them? I wanna know, Stella says. Stella, Flora says in a stern tone, while giving the princess a look. Fine, I won't push them in saying. Killjoy, Stella says, crossing her arms and pouting. The two gave their friend a silent thank you for that. So, what happened during your vacations, guys? Naruto asks, changing the focus to them. Oh, I got to spend a lot of time with my family and see some of the flowers back home blossom. It was a sight to see. Flora says, smiling as she takes a bite of her cinnamon bun. Mine was satisfactory. I enjoyed spending time with my family and developing games in my spare time. Although, they did ask a lot about my studies and lifestyle here. Techna says, looking content, eating her vanilla cake. My mom and dad weren't fighting this time, so I called it a win in my book. Plus, I did get to do some shopping here and there. Stella says before she takes a bite of her cheesecake. I'm not a fan of cheesecake. Never could get into it. Now, chocolate cake, that hits differently. That's great to hear, Naruto says, smiling at her. He then realizes one person hadn't spoken in a bit and turns to them. He sees Bloom just staring at her sundae. Bloom. He calls to her, making the earth fairy snap out of it. Huh. Bloom utters, blinking a bit as she looks around and sees that everyone was looking at her. Oh, yeah. What's up? She asks. You looked like you were spacing out a bit there. Are you feeling okay, dear? Flora asks. Bloom just shakes her head and waves at her. Why yeah, I'm fine. Really? Bloom says, forcing out a smile. But two could quickly see through it. You were thinking about your parents telling you that you're adopted? Musa asks. Why yeah, Bloom says, looking down. On the day they returned back from their vacations, they found Bloom in her room crying her eyes out, which made them concerned as to what was the reason. She explained that during her vacation, she had discovered a new ability called Aura Reading, an ability that allows her to see and hear other people's souls and know exactly what their true intentions and thoughts were. This came in handy after two men tried to scam Bloom's mom out of her flower shop for their own selfish reasons. And when Bloom's mother refused, they tried different ways in sabotaging her business to make her sell it, but thanks to Bloom, most of the sabotages failed. That was until Saturday night when the flower shop was set on fire, when Bloom and her father went into the blaze to investigate what was the case of the fire, and they discovered a man was trapped in it. They rescued him and Bloom ciphering the fire. They discovered the man they rescued was an employee of the two men who was trying to get the store, and he was sent by them to start the fire. Bloom and her family were commended by the city for stopping the fire and getting the two men arrested, but after that, Bloom confronted her parents about something regarding the fire. While she and her dad were in it, she had a sort of vision, one that showed her dad as a firefighter saving a newborn baby from a fire in an apartment building. When she confronted them, they revealed that she was the newborn who was in that fire where her father saved her. He explained that when he found her, the flames were actually protecting her in a bubble from the falling debris. They explained that they adopted her after seeing that she was truly alone and raised her as their own daughter. This shocked Bloom to her core, seeing as everything she thought before was a lie, and made her question everything about herself, who she was really and where did she come from. And you haven't really found any clue about your past or who this Daphne chick really is? Naruto asks with Bloom nodding. Yes, I went to the library to see if I can find anything about me or Daphne, but I found nothing. All the books that were there the last time I looked had vanished. And it's really starting to bother me. We can see that. Techna says, but remember, we're here for you and here to help you in this. She says, grabbing Bloom's hand, comforting her. I know, but I still have so many questions. Like, where did I come from? Why do I possess all these powers? I'm just so insecure about everything and I'm unsure about it all. The only thing I am sure of is you guys. Bloom says, looking at them. This is tough. What are we going to do? Stella asks. The group starts thinking about ways in finding out information that could help Bloom in her situation. Naruto thought of one. What about the Cloud Tower archives? Naruto says, making the girls turn to him. Huh, the girls say. Remember when we were there? The archives had every recorded book about every fairy and witch that has ever been and ever will be there. If we need an answer about you, there's the best place to look for one. Naruto says. The girls thought about it and found that the archives there was the best option on the table at the moment. Yeah, maybe there is something there that could answer my questions. Bloom says. Yeah, but remember the last time we were there? We nearly got roasted. Plus, I doubt we could sneak back in through the tunnels leading there. They probably sealed them off now. Musa says, knowing what happened the last time they were there. But there's got to be another way to sneak into Cloud Tower. Bloom says. Naruto thinks a bit before coming to an idea that could get them to the school. I think I have an idea of how to get there. Naruto says. Really? What is it? Techna asks. Akira. Naruto says, turning to where his bike was parked. The girls look at where he was looking and see his bike. Your bike? Flora says. Yep, if I ride it just above the campus, we should be able to get to the building without triggering any of the alarms. Naruto says. But that's a big risk. You're talking about flying at all altitudes here and an accident could occur. And when that happens, you could be faced with a 3,000-foot freefall. Techna says. Naruto looks at her. I know, but this is probably our best shot at helping Bloom here. Naruto says, looking at Techna with resolve. She sees this and realizes that he won't drop this, so, with a resigned sigh, she looks back at him and nods. Okay, if I can find some blueprints of the Cloud Tower building. I could help by drawing up a route you could take that'll safely bring you to the campus. Techna says. Really? You'd do that? Bloom asks, looking at Techna with hope as the tech-savvy nods. Yes, I really don't want to see that you two got hurt and I didn't do anything to prevent it while I had the chance. Techna says. The rest look at her and smiles as she cared about their well-being. Thanks, Techna. Boom says. So, what's the plan for sneaking out? Stella, all of the girls look focused on this plan. Well, first we could. Naruto starts discussing the plan with them. Unbeknownst to any of them, someone was there, near, and was listening in on their conversation. Someone they were familiar with. Well, isn't this something interesting in hearing? Riven says, hiding behind a banner of the cafe. He was in the city, looking for something to do when he spotted Akira. Knowing well that if the bike was there, its owners were near. He soon spotted Naruto and the girls and quickly hid away from them before they spotted him and was listening to their chat. Realizing what they were planning, he soon formed a plan in his mind. And I know someone will be very pleased in hearing about this. He whispers. He closes his eyes and focused, trying to build a connection with his sweetheart, Darcy. Darcy. I have something to share with you. Riven thought. Not long after, he got a response. Yes, Riven. What is it? He hears Darcy in his mind speaking. It's about Bloom and her little friend, the mechanic. Riven thought. Some time passes and Darcy responds. You have my attention. Darcy says. Timeskip. Evening. Location. Winx's dorm, Alfie Magics. Time. 10:05 p.m. It was nighttime and we find ourselves back at Alfie at the Winx's dorm. Bloom lying on her bed, in her PJs but wasn't sleeping, unlike her roommate, Flora. She was just lying there, watching the ceiling deep in thought. Thinking about her family, her real parents, and where she really comes from. There were so many questions playing around in her mind that she just couldn't sleep. As she turns to her side, Bloom hears a knock on the balcony door, altering her. She gets up from her bed and walks over to the glass door, Upon opening it, she sees that no one was on the balcony but was soon greeted by Naruto, who floats up on his bike. "Good evening. Fancy seeing you out and about." Naruto greets her with a smile, while holding a helmet under his arm. "I could say the same to you," Bloom says, smiling as she crosses her arm. "So, you ready?" Naruto asks, gaining a serious expression as Bloom nods, also looking serious. "Yeah," Bloom says. "Okay, hop on. We've got a lot of sky ahead of us," Naruto says, but Bloom holds up her hand. "Wait, just give me a couple of minutes to get ready," Bloom says, causing Naruto to raise his brow. "Why?" Naruto asks. "I'm still in my jammies," Bloom says, showing him that she was in her PJs. "What, you like seeing me in this?" she asks, as a joke. "Yeah, but less could be a lot better if you ask me," Naruto says, grinning as he sees Bloom's eyes widen in size while a bright blush was forming. "WWW what?" Bloom yelps, taken by surprise by his remark as he just chuckles. "I was just joking, Bloomy Bloom. Nothing to overthink about," Naruto says. After hearing that, Bloom realizes he was only kidding and starts to calm down. "Alright," Bloom says after slightly calming herself. Let me just go and get ready," she says. "Okay," Naruto says. He waits as Bloom returns back into her room to get changed. Location: Murda's and Lucis' dorm room, Cloud Tower Magics. Roughly the same time. "What, you don't want to go with me to the cafeteria to get something to eat?" Murda asks, standing in front of Lucy in their dorm room. "What, no way," Lucy says, shaking her head. "After what happened at the Miss Magic's pageant, I refuse to show my face in public." "You go, Murda. I just want to be left alone," she says, looking down at the floor with a depressed and defeated expression. She had been depressed and embarrassed ever since the Miss Magic's pageant after she got exposed, so much so that she couldn't even leave her room since everyone at school had heard what happened and made fun of her for it, along with how she looked. Murda sighs, knowing why Lucy was acting like this. "You're being too hard on yourself over this, Lucy. It wasn't your fault. Icy, Darcy, and Stormy were the ones who played a cruel trick on you. I tried to warn you that you shouldn't have gone to them for help with Miss Magic's," Murda says. This, of course, makes Lucy roll her eyes and look at the red hair. "Oh, here we go again with this," Lucy says. "Why are you so against me looking up to the tricks?" she asks. "Because I'm trying to stop you from making a big mistake that'll ruin your life. I'm trying to say to you that you should avoid them. They're just so cruel to others and sadistic. They're just plain evil, even by witches' standards," Murda says. She had this eerie feeling from the tricks ever since she first met them, and that, "You've changed, Lucy, for the worse. You've changed so much that I can't even recognize you anymore. You've turned into someone else," Murda says, trying to reason with her longtime friend about this before she went and did something that could ruin her life. Lucy clenches her hands tightly. "Don't you understand, Murda? I want to be like them. I want to be a part of their gang, the Tricks. I want to be someone. Not be a loser like you," Lucy says, looking up at Murda and glares at her. What?" Lucy utters, her eyes widen in shock upon hearing that from her best friend, and was taken back by the glare she was receiving. "You heard me. Everyone here just makes fun of you, ignoring or putting you down, since you don't have the drive to be a witch all we do. But, it makes a lot of sense considering your bloodline, faker," Lucy says, but hissing the faker part in that sentence. Murda flinches at hearing the hiss as tears begin to form in her eyes. She was now getting scared about her family. "Why, you promised you won't bring that up," Murda whispers, barely audible as her tears were now falling from her eyes, trailing down her freckled cheeks. Lucy just scoffs. "Oh, and why shouldn't I? What's stopping me from telling everyone who you are really?" Lucy says, her glare intensifying as Murda starts to shake. "Lucy, please, don't do this," Murda was saying, no begging Lucy to not do this, but the girl just gives her a look of annoyance and disgust as she stands up from her bed. "No, stop telling me what I should do. I'm sick and tired of being a nobody like you, so, do me a favor and never talk to me again, and stop pretending to be something you're not or ever will be, fairy." Lucy shouts at Murda, who was so scared, that she falls down to the floor and walks away. Right as she was by the door, she looks over at Murda one last more and scoffs, "You're pathetic, sometimes I wonder why I bothered in being your friend," she says and leaves the room. Murda just lying on the floor, crying, now seeing that her friend was long gone. But that feeling for betrayal soon turned into rage, against 3 individuals. Those fucking bitches. Murda furiously thought, her eyes red from crying but also with rage projecting through them. Ever since Lucy started hanging around them, she's changed into a complete bitch. "I've had it with those bitches," she thought, angrily clenching her fists. She gets up from the floor and stomps out of her room and makes it out to a part outside of campus as the wind and rain rage on. "I've waited long enough. There's got to be a way to turn things back around at them," Murda says. She clenches her right hand as purple magic started to form. "Lucy has been my friend since I could remember. I can't let those witches lead her down the wrong path anymore. Illusion, mirror to my enemies." She yells her spell but nothing happened. Realizing that the spell wasn't working due to her emotions, Murda takes a deep breath. Focus on the spell and on the tricks, nothing else. "You can do it," Murda says to herself. She closes her eyes and clears her mind of all lingering negative thoughts as she focuses just on the spell. "Illusion, mirror to my enemies." She yells once more and this time, the spell worked as a projection forming and she sees the tricks on it. They were laughing sinisterly as they were discussing something. "Sisters, this is my new plan. We'll tell Bloom a lie that will strike her soul with terror. And then we'll go and comfort her and rip the power out of her heart," Icy says in the projection, crudely laughing. "But what about that blonde she and those fairies hang around with? Didn't Riven say he was coming too?" Stormy asks. Darcy just smirks and rubs her gloved-cladded hands together. "Leave him to me. I'll make quick work for him," Darcy says as they all laugh. The spell dissipates as Murda was horrified by what she just learned. "Oh no. This is not good. I've got to find this Bloom girl and this blonde before the tricks get to them," Mitra says, as she closes her eyes. "The tricks may have turned Lucy against me and changed her, but if I can warn those 2 about their plan, I can pervert them from their goal and get back at them," she says, with tears reforming upon remembering what Lucy said. Shaking that out of her mind, Mitra focuses and starts conjuring another spell. Emo location spell, locate the fairy known as Bloom. Murda yells. The spells conjure up a map of magics as a red dot appears on the map, but it was moving at rapid speed, toward Cloud Tower, altering her. What? She's coming here. If she's coming here, then maybe that blonde is with her as well. I've got to go and find them before the tricks do, she says, canceling the spell and making her way back into the building so she could start looking for Bloom and her friend when they arrived. With our heroes. Moments later. Akira roars over the waters near Cloud Tower. Naruto driving the bike with his passenger, Bloom, holding onto his chest. Naruto looks up and sees the gloomy building that was Cloud Tower. "Alright Bloom, we're almost there. We're gonna start our climb. So hang on, this could get shaky," Naruto shouts. "Okay," Bloom shouts, holding onto him. Naruto revs Akira as it starts to fly into the sky toward the campus. They maneuver past some of the structures of the building, continuing their climb up in the sky until they reach the peak of the campus. The bike hovers in the air as they take off their helmets. Bloom looks down and sees just how high up they were. Always wear your safety gear. Whoa, Bloom utters. Yeah, Naruto says, looking down as well. Suddenly, dark purple lighting surges from the building and hits Akira, causing it to shake uncontrollably. Bloom grabs hold of Naruto as he tries in regaining control, which he does before the bike could throw them off. What was that? Bloom asks. If I had to guess, that was Cloud Tower's aerial defenses, Naruto says. The two look down and more of the purple lighting surges off the building as fog began to form around the building, covering it. They don't need much, except try to destabilize us and make us fall off, but they don't know who's driving. Hold on, Naruto yells. He nosedives toward the building as he narrowly avoids the sutures and wall rides toward a balcony but crashes into it, knocking them both off Akira. Not my best landing. Naruto groans as he stands up. You alright Bloom? He asks, shaking his head clear from the dizziness. Yeah, Bloom groans out, shaking her head from the cobwebs. Surprisingly, she wasn't fazed by the fact that she landed near the edge of the balcony or the fall. Alright, come on, we gotta get a move to the archives before someone notices us. Naruto says as Bloom nods. They get up and discreetly enter the building. Once they had entered, they scanned the halls for anyone in them, only to see that the coast was clear. The two start traversing through the hallways of Cloud Tower in search of their target room. Do you remember where it was? Bloom asks and sees Naruto nod. Yeah, I do. It's quite easy to remember the patterns on the walls from last time. Naruto says, looking at the walls. The two walk for a bit down the halls, passing room after room after room until they stop at a large door, one they were familiar with. Here we are. The archives. Naruto says, looking at the door but looking conflicted while Bloom looked ready. Okay, let's head inside. Bloom says. She was about to go to the door when Naruto grabs her by her wrist, stopping her. Bloom, before you go in there, you have to be sure that you want to do this. Remember, there are some things that are never meant to be known since they could be important for the future. Are you sure you want to go in there? Naruto asks, having second thoughts about this whole thing. Bloom looks down a bit. I know, but this could be my only chance in knowing who I am. I have to do this, Naruto. Bloom says as she looks up and stares into Naruto's eyes were determined. Seeing this, Naruto knew that there was no way that he could convince Bloom otherwise. So, with a heavy sigh, he looks at her. Okay, I understand. Let's go in, Naruto says as he lets go of Bloom. The two enter the archive and start looking around, but Bloom notices something with the room. Is it just me, or has the room changed from the last time we were here? Bloom asks. Naruto looks around and noticed there were more artifices in the room than the last time they were there. Yeah, you're right. There's more stuff here. Probably the stuff that was saved after we burned down that other room to escape. Naruto says, thinking that could be the reason. Yeah, Bloom says. The two walk around a bit, looking for anything that was related to Bloom or could be of assistance when Bloom spots something in the back of the room. Hey, what's that? She says, pointing at the item. Naruto turns from a bookshelf and looks at the area Bloom was pointing at and sees an open glowing book on a desk. The two walk over to the book as Naruto takes a closer look at the book. Hey, I think here of this book. Naruto says. He inspects the book a bit more until he realizes that he did know what this book was. Yeah, I know what this is. This is one of the lost books of magics. Legend says that it has an answer to any possible question. From what I know, there were 12 original books but most were lost through time. Guess one of them was found and brought here to Cloud Tower. He says, flipping through the pages. Do you think it could help me with my problem? Bloom asks, her intrigue peaking at hearing this as Naruto just shrugs. Maybe, legend says it can answer possibly question you can ask. So, it might have your answer. Naruto says. He steps aside and lets Bloom walk up to the book and look at it. So, what should I do? Bloom asks, not having a clue about how to use the book. Ask it your question and it should do something that'll show you the answer. Naruto says with Bloom nodding, understanding what to do. Okay. Bloom says as she turns back to the book. She takes a deep breath and exhales before, I want to who I really am. She asks her question. The book flashes as Bloom sees a vision. Bloom's vision. She sees three gloomy witches sinisterly laughing as the image changes to a frozen barren wasteland. Soon the baby version of herself appears as the three witches laugh while the fire was burning around Bloom as a loud roar. End vision. No, Bloom utters, stepping back from the book with a horrified expression. Bloom, what's wrong? What did you see? Naruto asks, noticing the look on Bloom's face. She turns to him with tears pooling in her eyes. I'm the incarnation of the original three evil witches, Bloom utters, tears beginning to fall down her face. Naruto's eyes widen in shock in hearing that. What? Naruto utters. I saw them, laughing and watching me when I was a baby. I felt them. As soon as I become a full fairy, they'll take possession of me and use my body to wreak havoc across the magic's universe, as they had before. Bloom says, her world was crashing down on her. Naruto shakes his head and looks at the book. No, that can't be possible. There has to be an explanation here. Naruto yells. He takes the book from the desk and starts scanning it for answers. There is no way you're connected with those evil ancestors, there has to be a reason why it said that. He says. The three evil witches. I'm connected to them. Bloom utters, in a state of shock. Naruto drops the book and grabs onto Bloom's shoulders. Bloom, listen to me. There's no way in hell that you're connected to the three evil ancestral witches. I refuse to believe that. Naruto says, lightly shaking Bloom as he tries to reason with her. No, it can't be, Bloom utters, unresponsive to Naruto as her eyes were losing their light. Bloom, Naruto shouts to her, trying to break her from this. But Bloom was still not responding, until. Stay away from me Naruto, Bloom utters before she looks at him, stay away from me. I could hurt you, she yells, pushing him away as a flash covers her body, blinding Naruto as he was forced to close his eyes. Once the flash had dissipated, he opens his eyes and saw Bloom wasn't there anymore. Bloom, where'd you go? Bloom. Naruto calls out for Bloom but he got nothing. He looks around a bit more until a thought came into his mind. Oh no, he utters as his eyes widen. Don't tell me she unlocked a new ability. Naruto thought. He closes his eyes and focuses on his sensing powers to try and locate Bloom's magical presence. But he could due to the overwhelming presence of another magical source, damn it. Thanks to all this neg magic around me, I can't sense her. Plus, I think she's out of my range to sense her. He thought, opening his eyes as he tries and coming up with something to try and find Bloom. What is the meaning of this? Naruto hears someone shout. He turns to the door and sees the silhouette of Miss Griffin, the headmistress of Cloud Tower. Crap, Naruto yelps as he bolts through the room, running from Griffin who gave chase. He ducks and runs past many artifices while looking for a way out of the room but to his horror, he didn't see one and to add more to his troubles, he reaches a dead end. He turns around and sees Griffin was right on him. He was about to prepare and face punishment for this when. Hey, he hears someone near him. Naruto turns around and sees someone next to him, peeking through the wall as a door was there suddenly. Huh, Naruto utters, seeing this girl in the door. Come with me, now. The girl shouts. Who are you? Naruto asks, the girl just shakes her head. There's no time, come with me. The girl yells, she grabs him and pulls him into the door, and closes it with it disappearing as Griffin comes to the dead end, barely seeing. Naruto falls and lands headfirst on the floor. He groans while grabbing the spot of his head where he landed on. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. He hears the girl says, by the tone of her voice, it sounded like she felt bad for doing that. Are you okay? She asks, concern in her tone. Yeah, I'm good, Naruto says, rubbing the hurt spot on his head as he gets up and looks around where he was. He saw that he was in a dorm room within Cloud Tower due to the decor and layout. He then notices the girl who saved him was standing next to him, having a worried look on her face. He takes a closer look at her, feeling like he had seen her from somewhere and it didn't take that long for him to realize where he had seen her from where. Wait, I know you. We bumped into one another backstage at the Miss Magic's contest. He says, causing the girl to look at him and realize he was right. Oh yeah, it is you. I was wondering why you looked sort of familiar to me. The girl says, she sticks her hand out to Naruto. It's good to see you again. She says. Naruto takes her hand as she helps him up to his feet. Same, Naruto says. I'm Murda. What's your name? Murda introduces herself to Naruto. Naruto frowns after hearing her ask his name, knowing he couldn't reveal his identity to anyone outside of his inner circle. I can't tell you, Naruto says. Why? Murda asks, confused. It's a secret. Naruto just says, serious. Oh, okay. Murda says. Okay, so, where am I? Naruto asks, looking around the room. You're in my room. I couldn't really bring you anywhere else in the campus without Griffin finding you. Murda says, as Naruto slowly nods, understanding. I see. Naruto says. Well, thanks for the save but I really have to go now. My friend is missing, he says as he turns to the door and was about to leave when Murda grabs his arm, stopping him in place. Wait, I need your help, Murda says, making the blonde turn to him. With what? Naruto asks. Finding your friend, Bloom. I need to warn her about something. Murda yells. This causes Naruto to stop thinking and gain a serious expression. What it is? Naruto asks as Murda starts explaining. Time skip. Morning, the next day. Location. Winx's dorm, Alfie Magics. Time. 8 a.m. It was the next morning and we returned to the Winx's dorm. Stella was in her room, standing in front of her large mirror as she was humming a tune while tying about her hairband, getting ready for the day. Suddenly, a knock was heard at her door, altering her. Coming. Stella yells as she walks toward her door, still trying to tie the bow to her hairband. Another knock hit the door. I'm coming. Hold on, she yells, getting a bit annoyed by the knocking to the point that she stops trying to tie the bow. She makes it to the door and opens it to see Flora standing there with a worried look. Am I that late? Stella asks, thinking that she was late for class, again. Flora shakes her head. No, that's not why I'm here. Flora says as she enters the room. Then what is it? Stella asks, seeing Flora sit on her bed. Bloom never came back last night. Flora says, catching Stella off guard at the answer. Really? Stella asks, surprised, and sees Flora nod. The door opens again and they see Techna and Musa enter, also having the same expression as Flora. Same with Naruto. He never came back either. Musa says. We looked high and low for them. They're nowhere to be found. Techna says. We even went into Naruto's room and didn't find him there, even his bike is missing. Musa says as they sat on the floor. Do you think something happened to them when they went to Cloud Tower? Stella asks with the others shrugging, that was a possibility. I don't know but I'm worried. Musa says, she looks out the window with worry that her friends could be hurt or in trouble. We have to go look for them. She says, with the others nodding as they exit Stella's room to go start their search for their friends. Location. Lake Rockalus, Cloud Tower Magics. Time. 9:56 a.m. Do you think she's in this forest? Naruto asks. They were in the forest, surrounding Cloud Tower near Lake Rockalus as they were trying to track down Bloom. A little while ago, they escaped Cloud Tower with Naruto stashing Akira near the forest they were currently in. Murda nods, her eyes glowing as she leads him. Yeah, according to my emo location spell, she should be close. Murda says. Naruto walks behind her for a bit before he stops as he senses a magical presence nearby their location. It was Bloom's presence. Wait, I feel her. She's near us, Naruto says, making Murda stop walking and turn to him. But when she does, she accidentally steps onto a stick that was on the ground and breaks it, causing the snapping sound to echo through the area. Hey, who's there? A voice yells near the two. Naruto recognizes the voice. The two turn to the source and see Bloom coming out of a bush with some leaves in her hair. Bloom, Naruto yells as he rushes toward the red hair and scoops her up into a tight hug. Naruto, Bloom says, surprised in seeing him here. Oh, you had me worried. Don't ever do that again. You hear me? Naruto says. Naruto, stay away from me. I could hurt you. The three evil witches could use me to hurt you. Bloom yells, frantically trying to get away from the blonde, afraid that she'd hurt him. So that's his name, Naruto. Weird but interesting. Murda thought. She sees Bloom still trying to get away from Naruto and decides to intervene. Relax, you don't have anything to worry about. That's just a lie, Murda says. Bloom looks back and sees her. Who are you? Bloom asks, momentarily stopping to get away from Naruto. Oh hi, I'm Murda. Murda says. I'm Bloom. Bloom greets Murda, with caution. I know, Murda says, making Bloom look at her with confusion. You know? Bloom asks, confused on how this girl know her name when they've never met before. Yeah, she does. She's been helping me track you down since you were out of my sensing range. Naruto says, setting Bloom down to the floor. Yes, and I have something important to tell you. Something about what you saw in that book. What? What is it? Bloom asks. The tricks. They've been playing a trick on you, Naruto says, making Bloom look at him. What? Bloom asks. The book. They tempered with it when we were there and made those fake images appear in your mind. Murda says. Huh? Bloom asks. You might want to sit down for this. This is going to take a while. Murda says as she sits down on the ground with Bloom sitting down in front of her while Naruto just went to a tree near them and leans against it as Murda starts explaining to Bloom what really happened. 15 minutes later. So you see, it was all just a cruel trick in getting you to drop your guard and ambush you at the worst moment. Murda says, finishing her explanation as Bloom was utterly confused by it. I don't understand. Why would they do this? Bloom asks, she was generally confused about this whole thing. Why did the tricks do this to her when she really hasn't done anything bad to them? For your powers, Murda says, placing her hand onto Bloom's, they want your powers. She says. But, why? Bloom asks, wondering why, and sees Murda frown. That is something really don't know. Murda says, she too was wondering why did they want Bloom's powers. Naruto was thinking about that and was actually working up a theory, remembering something he took from the Trix's dorm on the night they sneaked in. Then, if those images I saw were fakes, who am I really? And why do I possess these powers? Bloom asks. The questions she thought were answered were proven to be false and now she really had no clue what to believe or think about who she was really. Naruto looks at her and was sad that he couldn't help her answer her questions now, but thought he could cheer her up. But just as he was about to, they just sorely interrupted. Oh, I'll help you in answering that. The three look up and see Icy, Darcy, and Stormy floating above them. Right after we rip your powers out of your body. Icy says. Naruto gets up and glares at the three. You bitches. Naruto sneered, profoundly glaring at the Trix as his pupils were dilating into slits. What did I tell you the last time we met on trying to hurt my friends? That if you do, I'd cut your throats. Well, just what? It's cutting time, he says, sticking his arm out and summons his katana, and taking his stance. Icy sees this and smirks. Ah, and I see that you've got company. The blonde pest who's been a pain in the ass ever since day one. And the little faker who can turn emotions into illusions. Talk about a rug tag team for losers. Icy says now seeing Murda with them. Murda flinches a bit at the mention of Faker as she realizes that Lucy might have told them about her bloodline and she felt betrayed and angry. You played me for a fool. You three are really assholes for doing that to me. Oh, my emotions are hurt. Icy says, why don't I return the favor by freezing your bodies? She yells, lifting her hands up as dark ice magic starts to gather around them. Murda sees this and acts fast, her eyes flashes purple momentarily. Just as Icy was about blast the three with her attack. Oh no, you won't. She got interrupted by a familiar voice. She and the rest turn and see the rest of the winx standing. The Trix were surprised in seeing them there so quickly since they didn't sense them. Oh yeah, well, about you deal with this. Stormy shouts, creating a tornado and sending it to the winx as they just jump away from it. Darcy notices something about them and grabs Stormy's arm, stopping her from sending another attack. Stop sister. Don't waste your energy. Darcy says as her eyes flash and stare at the winx. The winx glitched suddenly before disappearing entirely, indicating that they were just images. Murda drops to her knees and was panting. Darcy looks down at her and scoffs, trying to trick the Queen of Dark Illusions with something as pathetic as that. Huh, no wonder your friend dumped you, you're nothing more than deadweight. It's payback time little Murda. Icy says, she shoots out a blast of ice magic at the trio with Naruto intercepting it, katana in hand. Flame art, scorching slash. Naruto yells, swinging his blade and releasing a large flaming arc toward the ice attack. The two attacks meet and collide, canceling one another as the collision created steam. Once the steam cleared away, Naruto spins his katana a bit before pointing toward the three witches. You got to try better than that. He shouts. Oh yeah, well how about, Darcy was saying as she was about to send an attack at the trio when. Solar blast. A ball of light magic hits her and her sisters, sending them crashing into the ground hard. The three look up to the sky and see the real winx there, floating in the air. You leave them alone. Stella yells, hands stretched out. Girls. Bloom shouts, relieved in seeing her friends at their aid. The Trix get up and cooperate and see the newcomers and were enraged. You little insects. Oh, how I hate you. Icy says, clenching her fists. Naruto scoffs. The feeling's mutual. Stella says. You're not going to win this time, Trix, you're outnumbered and surrounded. Give up. Flora says. This enrages the Trix further, seeing that their plan has failed in the worst outcome. I don't think so. Stormy says. She flies up to the sky and faces the winx as she lifts her hands up with purple magic gathering around her. Storm dark magic, F5 mayhem. She yells, creating two large and vicious tornadoes in between the winx. Just as the fairies were about to fly away from the tornadoes, they get sucked into them and were unable to escape as they got spun around. Girls. Naruto yells, he growls, and turns to Stormy as the markings on the blade glow bluish-white, wind art, razor edge. He yells, swinging his blade and sending an arc of sharp wind towards Stormy, but Darcy suddenly appears in front of the attack with her hand stretched out. Sound dark magic, pulse. Darcy yells, blasting a large wave of dark sound waves to the wind-based art, disrupting it and hitting Naruto, sending the blonde flying backward and into a tree, but before he could slide off the tree, Darcy blasts him with another pulse wave, causing Naruto to scream in pain from his eardrums getting hurt. Naruto. Bloom shouts, she turns to the Trix and lets out a rough growl, her pupils silt into that of a dragon's. Magic winx. She yells and transforms into her fairy form. She flies up to Icy and Darcy and fires a barrage of fireballs at the two, but Icy just makes an ice shield and tanks most of the fireballs. Once the attacks had stopped, Icy bashes the shield against Bloom's head, sending the girl crashing back down to earth, and starts blasting her with ice, slowly encasing Bloom in ice. Murda watches on and knew that the winx were going to be defeated if something wasn't done. She knew she had a trick up her sleeve but didn't want to use it due to the bad memories she had of having that side in her. She hears the winx being spun around in the tornadoes, helpless, hearing Naruto scream in pain, ears beginning to bleed and seeing Bloom almost frozen in ice. She makes up her mind and pushes her doubts away as she stands up and holds her hands out. Light illusion, monstrous awaken. Murda yells as a bright flash goes off in the area as a large brown monster appears behind the Trix and lets out a massive roar, startling them to the point where they drop their magical attacks, allowing the winx to escape the tornadoes, allowing Naruto to slide off the tree and Bloom to start escaping from her ice prison. Crap, she made us lose focus. Stormy yells. Just as she and her sisters were about to attack the monster, it fades away, revealing it was just a powerful illusion. Naruto starts slowly getting up, dizzy from enduring the pulse attack as he looks at Murda. His vision was double but he sensed something with her, something unusual. Wait, was that light magic, the type of magic fairies uses? How did she use it? Naruto thought, shaking his head to clear away the dizziness and the ringing in his ears. Icy was fuming. I've had it with you. You little, annoying, problem-making, problem-marking pest. Icy shouts, gritting her teeth and angrily clenching her fist. Her sisters look around and see the other winx were surrounding them. Sister, let's go. We're surrounded. Darcy says, knowing that they couldn't win in a fight like this. Icy sees this as well and knew she was right. Fine, but not before we take one of them out. Icy says, as she starts to conjure a curse in her hands and looks to the ground, and picks her target. Naruto. She launches the curse at him, with him not noticing it due to his current condition, but someone did. Naruto. No. Murda yells. She bolts toward him just as the curse was about to reach him. She shoves him out of the way and gets hit by the curse. She gets covered by a flash as Naruto falls back first onto the ground. He slowly sits up and looks at where he was standing and sees the light. The light dissipates to reveal a pumpkin in place for Murda. His eyes and the rest of the winx widen in the realization of what happened. Murda. Naruto and Bloom yell. Icy just click her teeth. Damn it, she made me miss my target. Icy says, mad that she missed but that quickly changes after seeing her plan work slightly. Oh well, that's one less pest to worry about. She says, nonchalantly. This sets Bloom off as intense heat begins to emit off her, causing the lingering ice on her body and on the ground around to quickly melt away. You fucking witches. Bloom growls out slowly. Her irises now were changing into burnt sun orange as her fangs enlargen with claws forming at her nails. She turns to the Trix and profoundly glares at them, with death in her eyes. Let's see how you like getting burned. She roars as her magic spikes and changes into the form of a Chinese dragon. She points the dragon toward the tricks as it roars and shoots right at them at blinding speeds that they couldn't evade. The dragon hits them and sends them flying into the sky as a bright explosion erupts in the area, blinding everyone there. Soon the explosions dissipate and we see the winx were on the ground and back in their civilian forms. We're back to our normal selves. Musa says. What an incredible burst of power. Stella says, rubbing her head as she stands up. Techna gets up as well, rubbing her bruised arm as she looks around and notices someone was missing. Where's Bloom? Techna asks, making the others look around for their red-haired friend. Oh, over here. They hear Bloom close by and see a hand sticking up behind a bush. They rush over and see Bloom lying on the ground with a weak smile. Bloom, are you alright? Flora asks, checking over her. Yeah, just a bit lightheaded. That's all. Bloom says. They help her up from the bush as she notices one other person was missing. Where's Naruto? She asks. They look around for him and spot him by the tree he hid earlier, on his knees, and he was looking at the pumpkin Murda. The girls approach. Naruto. Bloom calls to him and he just starts to shake. Insert Ost. Bumblebee captured from Transformers 2007 Ost. Start at 0:23. She saved me, Naruto says slowly as he clenches his fist tightly to the point that blood begins to leak from his palms. She sacrificed herself, to save me. It should have been me, it should have been me. It should have been me. He says but shouts the last part as he starts to pound the ground, causing craters to form, but his hands were getting hurt from the blows he dealt to the floor to the point where blood was spilling from his busted knuckles. He was about to punch the ground again when a hand grabs his wrists. He looks back and sees Bloom, barely able to stand, holding him back. Naruto. Stop. She did it to save you. She wouldn't want you to do this. Bloom yells, tears forming in her eyes again, but this time, they were for Naruto. So please, stop hurting yourself. She whispers. There's nothing we can do for her now. The curse she got hit by was an S-class curse. An incredibly strong one, Flora says, looking over at Murda. Isn't that a way to break it? Musa asks, feeling bad for the girl if she were to stay like this forever. Flora shakes her head. I said strong. But strong doesn't mean unbreakable. If I look into books on curses, I should be able to create a counterspell and free Murda from this curse. But, it could take time though, Flora says as she gently picks Murda up. Anything to help Murda, we owe that to her. Naruto just says. Let's get you two back to Alfie. You've had a long night. Stella says, with the others agreeing as they help the two and walk out of the forest, heading back to Alfie. Location. Bloom's and Flora's room, Winx's dorm, Alfie, Magic's. Time. 6:06 p.m. Flora walks into her room, in her PJs, and sees Bloom in her bed, fast asleep. She understands, considering the day and night Bloom had. Rest easy, Bloom. With the night and day you've had. You deserve it, Flora says, rubbing Bloom's head, making the girl let out a sigh of calm relief. Flora stops and heads toward her desk, where she had placed Murda on top. Flora sits down on the chair by the desk and looks at Murda, and don't you worry, Murda. Until I figure out a way in changing you back to normal. I'll be taking care of you. I promise that I'll turn you back to normal. Winx's honor, she says, rubbing her hand onto the pumpkin as it sparkles. Perhaps Murda was trying to tell Flora that she was happy. Naruto was on the roof of one of the towers. His hands were wrapped in bandages after the damage he did to them as he was watching the setting sun. Deep in thought about the events today and last night, he sighs and only wishes that things would be easier from here. Back at Cloud Tower, in the archives. A book was on a bookshelf, it was glowing, and next to the book, was something else, but it wasn't a book of any kind, unlike all the others in the room. No, this was something special as it was, a scroll, and the scroll was also glowing and it was open as scribbles were being written in it. What could this scroll be and who does it belong to? Trick's dorm, Cloud Tower Magics. The scene plays out as we see that we were at Cloud Tower, in the Trix's dorm room. Their balcony door was open, letting in the moonlight into their room as a strange bird-like creature flies into the room and lands on their second-level railing. It looks at them as they were conjuring their magic together for some sort of ritual as it crows and flies out of the dorm through the open balcony into the night. The tricks continue conjuring their magic together, with some difficulty as they struggle a bit. How much longer do we need to do this? Stormy yells, gritting her teeth as she struggles in containing her overflowing pulse of magical flow. Icy wasn't doing well either as she looked like she was getting physically hurt by this. Focus, sister. We have to use everything we have in order to get Bloom's powers and transfer them to us. Then, we can do whatever we seek. Icy shouts, adding in more power to the ritual. The tricks add in more power to the ritual to the point where they summoned their vacuums for that added power. Once they had summoned them, a bright flash went off and an explosion went off in their dorm room, rocking the section of the tower. In the dorm room, dust starts to clear away as we see the tricks, lying on the floor as they were recuperating from the explosion. They look around to see their destroyed room, but they weren't worried about that. No, they were worried about something else entirely. Did it work? Darcy asks, looking around the room in search of something. Icy was too until she hears a growl behind them. They turn and see a small gray gremlin-like creature with glowing red eyes and mouth. They see it climb up on a pillar to the second floor as it phases through the floor, climb up on the railing of the second floor, and start crawling toward the open balcony as it reached said balcony before jumping out of it. I believe so, Icy says after seeing what had just left. Horrifying nightmares, specially designed to enter the dreams of the selected sleeper and deliver mind-shattering nightmares onto them. She yells with glee as she and her sisters start laughing. For they could imagine what horrors wait for their enemies. Time: 9 p.m., night. Location: underground tunnels under Alfie Magics. At Alfie, things were calm as they could be. The Winx Club were walking through the tunnels under the school after arriving back from the city from a day of hanging out and celebrating. The reason why they were in the city was to celebrate as the girls had gotten A's from Professor Wizgiz's class after he assigned them a secret test in which the students were given letters in what they thought contained answers to the test but in reality were nothing more but booby traps should you had opened one, and fortunately for the girls, they were the only ones who didn't and passed the class. They spent the day at the cafe and at the movies and they were exhausted from all the activities. The parent-teacher meetings are coming up really soon. Bloom says, discussing upcoming events the school participates in. Time sure has gone by, huh? She asks. Yeah, it'll be nice to see my parents again. Not fighting for once even. Stella says, smiling but could only hope that they wouldn't fight when they arrived like last year. Musa huffs at the mention of the day. Together or not, at least you get to see your parents. All these days just remind me that I don't have the fortune in seeing mine. Musa says, looking down as she knew that her father wasn't coming to the day due to an upcoming festival in another realm while she would see all the other students with their mothers, and that was a sight she was envious of. Naruto sees this and wraps his arm around Musa's shoulder and pulls her in for a one-arm hug as they walked. Hey, don't be sad about that, Musa. You've got us now, and we will be by your side always. Naruto says, smiling at her as Musa felt a lot better from the embrace and words of Naruto as she hugs back. Thanks, Naruto. Musa says. It's no problem, Naruto says as he looks up to the ceiling in thought. But it's kind of hard to believe that 5 months have passed since that ever night we all met. Who would have thought that we'd be this close during all that time? He says, reminiscing back to the night they all informally met. After all the things we've gone through. School, various attacks from nature, the tricks, and all the drama. How we won't grow close together after all that. Stella says, with the girls and Naruto agreeing to what she said. True. So true. Naruto says, nodding. Flora then senses something. Flora hums, frowning as she looks around, looking at the vines in the tunnel. Techna sees the expression Flora was making and gets curious. Is something wrong, Flora? Tenka asks, making everyone else turn and see Flora's expression. I feel something very wrong. It's Mother Nature, it's like something was upsetting her. Flora says, she could the distress of nature nearby. Really? Bloom asks and Flora nods. Yes, it's as if she's trying to warn me about something. Something sinister lurking around the forests. Flora says. Do you think it's the tricks? Stella asks. It was understandable as the tricks had snuck onto campus before and the last time they did, 2 of them nearly died that night. Naruto shakes his head. Nope, it can't be them. If it were them, I'd feel them immediately since I know what their magical presence feels like and I'm not sensing them at all. Naruto says, focusing his sensing ability and finding no traces of the tricks anywhere. Then, what could it be? Musa asks. Naruto frowns. I have no clue, Naruto says, frowning as he did sense something in the range around Alfie. It was small, so small that he could barely feel it, and it was moving around too much that he couldn't get a lock on whatever it was. What is that? Naruto thought, frowning. Eventually, the group makes it to Naruto's cave entrance, where he stops at the door. Well, this is my stop. I'll be seeing you girls later. Naruto says, stretching his arms and yawning as he felt his exhaustion kicking in. Night girls, he says, waving to them. Night Naruto, good night, the girls say, waving good night to him. He opens his door and processes into his cave to go and turn in for the night. The girls resume their walk through the tunnel to the ladder that led into their dorm, but as they walked, Tenka hears something behind her, causing her to stop and turn around to see what was, but to her surprise, she saw nothing. Hold on, did you hear that? Techna asks. The other girls stop and turn back to her with raised eyebrows. Hear what? Musa asks. That rattling noise. Techna says, but they didn't hear anything. No, I didn't hear anything. Maybe it was your imagination, Techna. Bloom says. She and the rest resume their walk down the tunnel while Techna just stood there, looking around with narrow eyes. Yeah, maybe, Techna says before she slowly walks, catching up to the others. Eventually, they make it to the ladder and process and climb up to the hatch of their dorm and enter the dorm. Bloom was the last one to enter through the hatch and closes it. Stella lets out a rather loud and long yawn while stretching her arms in the air. Man, am I exhausted. Stella says, after finishing yawning with an expression of exhaustion coming onto her face. I'm going to bed, she says, and Bloom agrees with her. Yeah, we should all head to bed. Bloom says as the others agree. She lets out a yawn and covers her hand over her mouth as it stops and looks at others. Night everyone, she says. Night, the others say before heading off to their respective bedrooms, to turn in for the night and rest for the new day. Time skip. A few hours later. Time, 2:45 a.m. Some hours pass and we see Stella in her large bed, fast asleep. She slept, but she suddenly starts to get a bit rowdy and restless in her sleep while starting to pant and sweat slightly. Unaware of her, something phases through the wall into her room and crawls on the walls before going to Stella's bed and hops onto it, looking at her. It was the same gray gremlin-like creature the Tricks had summoned back at their dorm at Cloud Tower. It stares at Stella's sleeping face as it lets out a nasty hiss before narrowing its eyes as they glow profoundly at Stella, causing her to get restless once now. Stella's dream. In the mind that was Stella's, we see her floating in the middle of an empty void, looking around for something in it when she spots something in the distance. She floats her way toward this object, and when she reaches it, she sees it was a large mirror. Not one to shy away the moment to see herself in a mirror, Stella looks at it and admires herself, striking a few poses here and there. But the mirror wraps and the reflection of Stella is replaced by a young girl with blonde hair. The same shade of blonde her hair was, but the girl's hair was slightly messy. She wore a jungle green vest top with a golden S on the left side of the vest, with a pale beige skirt and dark green rubber boots. She also had on a jungle green headband, keeping her hair in place, and wore light blue framed glasses. Stella gasps at seeing this girl in the mirror. She looks at the girl's face and sees the girl was crying and looks depressed as she realizes that the girl in the mirror was her when she was younger. Stella slowly reaches for the mirror, and when her fingertips touch the mirror, it shattered and implodes, sending the shards all over the place and forcing Stella to cover herself with her arms as she is sent back from the implosion. After stopping back in the middle of the void, Stella lowered her arms and winced as she felt the pain coming from them. She looks down and sees she was cut up on her forearms and had some shards stabbing into her. But before she could do anything about this, a large flash comes into the void over her as she covers her eyes from the bright light, but it dissipates a bit and Stella looks up to see what was responsible for the flash, and her eyes widen at seeing the sun and moon in the air above her. The sun and moon lower down and face her as they start to change into two different things. Stella narrows her eyes at the two changing stars, but they widen at seeing two people she never together again. In the place of the moon, was an older woman with dark blue eyes, and long pale blonde hair, pulled back into a ponytail with lighter blonde streaks in her hair. She wore makeup that didn't interrupt her natural beauty. She had on light blue eyeliner and pink lipstick. She wore a crescent-shaped tiara and wore a long blue dress with a dark blue cape. And in the place of the sun, was a fit man who had orange-colored hair and orange eyes. He had a short boxed beard and, like Stella, had a sight tan complexion. He wore a golden crown, and at the center of it, was a smaller pattern of the crown in a light orange color. He wore a golden short breastplate with shoulder plates. Atop the breastplate was a collar plate that extended upward and encircled his neck area. There was an orange star pattern, shaped like the Christmas star, and was located at the center of his breastplate. He wore a short, ivory kaftan where its sleeves were long and tight, and was red on the upper parts of his sleeves. An orange cloth was tied to his waist, and he wore red pants and ivory knee-length boots where the soles were outlined with a tan border. Stella gasps, not believing what she was seeing in front of her. These two people who appeared in front of her were her parents. They were staring at her as she was in shock. "Mother, father," Stella utters, not knowing that tears were building up in her eyes. She slowly reaches for them, wanting to hug them, but even before she could get to them, they turn back into the sun and moon they were previously, and both stars suddenly die, and the light in the void goes away, leaving Stella floating in it. She looks around for her parents, but she could only see the darkness around her as it starts to creep at her, wrapping around her body and altering her, and tries to fight it back, but nothing seemed to work as the darkness made its way up to her head and as it was about to fully wrap around her face. End Stella's dream. Stella gasps as she wakes up, jolting up from her bed and letting out a loud scream. "Ah!" Stella screams, altering the others from their rooms and rushing over to hers, missing something that was clawing on top of the ceiling and exiting the room. Everyone gathers around Stella's bed as they see her frantically panting, trying to catch her breath while sweating profundly and looking visibly shaken. Bloom steadily approaches her and places her hand on her shoulder. "Stella! Stella!" Bloom yells, calling out to the blonde, hoping to break her out of this state. "Stella, what happened? Why were you screaming?" she asks. And seemingly, it worked as Stella blinks and looks around, taking in her surroundings before turning to the others. I don't know. I was dreaming and I had a nightmare," Stella utters, still looking shaken up by whatever she dreamt, causing the others to look at her with concern. "Oh, Stella, you poor thing," Flora says, walking up to the bed before sitting on it and placing her hand on Stella's forehead, feeling the heat and sweat from it. She looks at Stella. "Do you remember what it was about?" she asks. Stella looks at her and looked lost. "No, I don't, but it felt more than just a nightmare. It felt like someone was watching me," Stella says. Techna looks at the others. "I've said it before. There's something wrong tonight," Techna says as the others look at her, remembering what she said earlier. Bloom feels something touch her hand and she looks down to see what it was and gasps in horror. "Stella, your arms," Bloom says, causing the others to look at what she was looking at, and saw Stella's arms were cut up with long lines on her forearms with blood seeping from the cuts and onto her bed cover. "They're cuts on them," she says. Stella looks at her arms in shock, horror, and confusion. "What happened?" Musa asks as Stella was lost. I don't know. I honestly don't know," Stella utters, looking at her arms. The others look at her with concern, wondering what had happened to her. Bloom places her hand on Stella's shoulder. "Come on, let's get you to the nurse's office and get you treated," Bloom says. Stella looks at her and nods. With the help of Bloom and Flora, they get Stella out of her bed and they were about to lead her out of the room when out of nowhere, Stella falls to the floor, startling the others. "Stella!" Bloom yells, crouching down to Stella who sits up. "Stella, what happened?" she asks. Stella looks up with a confused expression. I don't know, I feel tired all of a sudden. Like, my energy's been sucked from me," Stella says, looking as drained as she stated. "Come on, we need to get you to the nurse's office," Bloom says. She and Flora help Stella back up on her feet while holding her by her shoulders to stabilize her as they exit the room and out of the dorm and walk to the nurse's office. Back at Stella's room, Techna and Musa remained as Musa was looking at the blood-stained sheets. "Man, I hope Stella will be okay," Musa says, worried about her friend. Techna narrows her eyes. "Again, I'm saying that there's something really wrong here. First, Flora sensed something wrong, then me hearing rattling noises earlier. I can feel it, something's wrong," Techna says. Musa just shrugs her shoulders. "Whatever, we've got classes in the morning. I'm going back to sleep," Musa says as she stands up from the bed and walks out of the room. Techna stays in the room for a bit before getting up herself and walks out of the room and returns to her room and heads back into her bed. Outside their room, something crawls toward their door, passing the table in the lounge where the pumpkin Murda rested. As this thing bumps into one of the table's legs, shaking the table. The pumpkin suddenly opens her eyes and sees this thing, causing her to gain wide eyes as the thing phases through the wall and into the room. This thing crawls into the room, passing Techna as it sets its glowing eyes on Musa. It moves toward her bed and hops onto it, being on top of her, and stares at her as she moves unintentionally facing it. This creature was a wolf-shaped porcupine with glowing red eyes as it snarls at Musa, and its eyes glow profoundly, causing Musa to become a bit restless in her sleep as sweat being to form her head. Musa's dream. In Musa's dream, we see her jogging down a path inside the forest around Alfie, listening to music with the use of headphones. She jogs down the path before she turns a corner and she stops as she sees that she was suddenly back home, on Melody, but she sensed something wrong. She looks around and saw that the city was destroyed, buildings in ruins and heavily damaged, and the streets were filled with various litter. Musa looks around as she processes taking off her headphones, looking around in shock at seeing the state her homeworld was in. As she was walking around, she soon spots someone a bit further down the street she was on. She narrows her eyes in focus at who was this person and sees them sitting by a bus stop. She walks toward the bus stop to get a better look at this person, and once she reaches the stop, Musa freezes in shock at seeing who this person was. It was her mother, in rags, looking exhausted and injured as she had a wound on her chest. Musa tries to call out to her, but for some reason, no noise came out from her mouth. She tires and tires, but nothing came, not even the faintest of whispers. Seeing as she had no choice, Musa starts running toward her mother, but it seemed to her that she ran an eternity, as with each step she took, the further her mother seemed to be getting, all the while trying to call out to her, but again, nothing came out. But once Musa finally reached the bus stop, to her surprise and horror, her mother had vanished, only leaving a pool of blood on the bench and floor. Musa looks around for her, seeing where she could be as the buildings start to crumble as the world started to not only lose light, but all sound as well. Musa tries to call out, but once again, couldn't due to no noise coming from her mouth. She grabbed her neck as she looked like she was struggling to breathe. As the world continues to crumble around and the light begins to fade away, Musa tries to scream, but nothing came out of her mouth. "Mom, Dad, girls," Musa thought, desperately trying to call out to anyone for help. Nothing came, and as the darkness and crumbling were reaching her, she looks up and thinks of one last person for help. Naruto, Musa thought, as the darkness finally takes over her as she closes her eyes. End Musa's dream. Musa falls out of her bed and lays on the floor, motionless and looking pale as the creature that hovered over her hisses as it changes forms from the wolf-shaped porcupine it was into a monstrous version of a spider, but with one red glowing eye. It turns its attention from Musa and onto Techna, who was moving around in her bed. It crawls on the ceiling over to her bed as she turns once more, looking up as the creature lowers its head down at her and opens its mouth, emulating a red glow down at her face, which causes Techna to become restless as sweat begins to form. Techna's dream. In Techna's dream, several numbers and equations fall down onto the floor of a dark void as screams. The numbers and equations wrap around Techna, trapping her whole body as she tries to fight out of them, but with no effect as she screams and struggles to breathe even. The trap takes her somewhere before releasing her in the air as she falls from high in the air before crashing into the ground. Laying in a crater, Techna slowly emerges from it as she looks injured from the fall. She looks around and sees that she was in Magix, but it was much different from what we've seen. It looked like a computer-run simulation of Magix, but on low res, as the buildings and trees were all blocky and glitchy in some areas. She looks around the city a bit further and sees someone in front of her, standing in place and glitching. She stands up and was about to go to them when this person vanishes into pixel particles, leaving Techna there, standing on the road with a stunned and confused expression. But as she was about to look for them, she jolts as she felt a massive surge of sharp pain coming from her abdomen. She looks down and was in shock and horror as she sees a blade piercing through her chest, with a corruption forming around the stab wound. She looks behind to see what was stabbing through her and her eyes widen further as her shock intensifies at seeing who was the one holding the blade stabbing into her. It was Naruto, but this Naruto wasn't the one she had gotten to know these past few months. No, this Naruto looked corrupted, as his eyes were dark with irises dark blue, and his whisker marks were dark. He has a sinister smile to him which sends a chill down Techna as blood begins to leak from her mouth, black blood, as this Naruto twists the blade around, causing Techna to scream in agony before he takes the blade out from Techna's cheek, allowing the black blood to gush out from her wound and splatter onto the floor as she tries to hold the wound and stop the blood from leaking out. She looks back to Naruto, and sees him standing over her, sinisterly smiling as he holds his blade up in the air, blood dripping down the metal as it sparks into flames as he looks down at her, eyes glowing menacingly. Techna starts trying to beg this Naruto, trying to not do this, but there was a feeling of dread creeping into her, this feeling of uselessness as she couldn't do a thing in stopping this Naruto from killing her, and just as he sends the blade down to her. End Techna's dream. Techna's eyes shoot open as she jolts up from her bed and grabs her chest, panting heavily and sweating heavily. She looked visibly shaken from what had just happened. It felt too real, everything about, she felt it all. From the pain to the feeling of loneliness to the fear and to nothing, and that last part scared her terribly. That feeling was still lingering in her mind. She was so in her own world that she misses something large phase through the wall beside her. And only did it leave the room, she looks around and notices Musa on the floor, lying motionless. Musa, are you alright? Techna calls out to Musa, after calming herself down for a bit as she looks at Musa who wasn't responding to her. Sensing that something was wrong with Musa, she gets out of her bed and walks over to Musa, and knees down to her, shaking her gently. Musa. 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 Techna was speaking softly, but after a bit and still no response from Musa, Techna was getting worried and starts frantically shaking Musa's body as she takes notice that Musa looked very pale. Techna also takes notice of how Musa wasn't breathing. Techna placed 2 of her fingers onto Musa's neck and checks her pulse and was horrified in feeling it was low. She quickly jumps into action and puts Musa fully back into her bed and starts performing CRP on Musa, trying to resuscitate her. And after a few chest compressions and a bit of mouth-to-mouth, Musa finally opens her eyes. Gasp. Musa lets out a loud gasp before she starts to cough and take in deep breaths as Techna looks at her, with a concerned expression. After a while, Musa finally calms down and regains her breathing once more. Musa, are you okay? Techna asks, checking on Musa, thinking that there could be something wrong. Musa looks up at her and had the same look of confusion and loss that Stella had earlier. Why yeah, Musa says, but it sounded like she was unsure about that. What happened? She asks. I don't know. All I know is that I woke up and looked at you, you were out of your bed and I called out to you but you didn't respond. Feeling something was wrong, I went to you and saw that you looked pale and stopped breathing, so I started doing CPR on you while shaking you awake. Techna says. She could see Musa was shaken and had to ask. What were you dreaming? She asks. Musa looks down and tries to recollect what she dreamt, but I don't know, I don't remember, all I feel is empty. Musa says, and that had Techna worried. It was similar to what Stella had experienced. The door to their room opens and Bloom, Flora, and Stella walk in. Stella had bandages wrapped on her forearms. Techna, Musa, is everything alright? We heard a scream. Bloom asks, walking up to the 2 as Techna looks at her and shakes her head. No, I was woken up by Musa and saw something was wrong with her. She looked like she was struggling to breathe and was out of her bed and she passed out. I went to her and saw that she wasn't breathing and started to do CPR on her while shaking her awake. She did, but she looked lost and confused. I asked what happened and what she dreamt and she doesn't remember what it was. Techna says as the 3 eyes widen in shock at hearing Musa was close to death's door as the musical fairy. The same thing that happened to me, Stella utters, going over to Musa and patting her on her back. And the thing was, I had a nightmare just before I woke up from it and I don't remember a single thing from it, Techna says, looking down to the floor and curling herself up into a ball as she hugs her legs close. What is going on here? Flora asks, wondering what was happening. I don't know, but something's defiantly going on here and it's not good. Something's wrong, Bloom says. But what? Flora asks and Bloom just looks at her with an uncertain expression. That's what we all like to know, Bloom says as they all stand there in silence, trying to figure out what was happening to them. All the while in the lounge area, the pumpkin form of Murda just looks on with concern as she spots the creature leaving the dorm, going to wherever it was going to after hearing the screams, and had an idea of what was happening. Time skip. Several more hours later. Date: the 5th of December, Monday. Location: the balcony of the Winx's dorm Alfie, Magics. Time: 1:06 p.m., past noon. So, let me get this straight. Naruto says, through Bloom's phone. She was outside of her dorm, standing on the balcony. She was talking to Naruto who was at work in the city, and was talking about the events from the previous night. Stella, Musa, and Techna, all had nightmares that caused them to scream, get hurt, choke, and were shaken up, and they only were able to wake up after you all started to hear them scream, suffer or nearly die. He asks, recapping what he just listened to from Bloom. The Earth Fairy herself nods as she leans against the balcony. I know that it sounds crazy to hear, but that's the truth. Bloom says, she hears Naruto sigh from his end, only imagining the expression he could be having right now. Okay, that's weird. Naruto says, I know that some dreams feel so real that you think they were, but this is something else. He says, and Bloom couldn't help but agree with him. I know. Bloom says before sighing. This was something that was strange to them and it was hurting them deeply. If something wasn't done regarding this, they might not ever recover. Are you sure that they were just dreams, nightmares? Whatever they are, do you know if they remember them? Naruto asks. That's the issue here. Naruto, Stella, Musa, and Techna have no memories of the dreams they had. All they do remember were being waked up by us and feeling empty and exhausted. Bloom says, remembering how lost and shaken up the three girls were when they were discovered after having their nightmares. She could tell that they were suffering. But you think this is something involving magic? She says, hoping that Naruto has the answer, but to her disappointment, she hears a sigh from him. Sorry Bloom, but I can't help you here. I'm not an expert in dreams or dream-related magic. Hell, I don't think that there is such magic. Naruto says. This causes Bloom to sigh from frustration at not having any answers. As if he could sense what Bloom was feeling, Naruto spoke again. But, tell you what, I'll look at some of the books in the library and even ask Granny if she knows anything after work. See if there's anything that could be related to this. And if I do find anything, I'll come up and help you girls out with this problem. He says, causing Bloom's hopes to pick back up. Really? Bloom asks and hears Naruto just chuckles. Yup, you're my friends and if something happens to you guys, I'll do anything to stop it. That's the least I can do for you. Naruto says. Bloom couldn't help but smile at that, feeling grateful for his selflessness in helping her and the others in their time of need. And while she was happy, something inside her was disappointed by him saying that she was just his friend. Thanks, Naruto. Bloom says. No problem Bloomy Bloom, Naruto says. Just then, Bloom hears a commotion from Naruto's side, a loud voice calling his name in a panic. Oh, my boss is calling me, I've got to go. Hank, what's going on? He says and just before he drops the call, Bloom hears an explosion go off from the other line as the call finally drops with a continuous beep. She looks at her phone with wide eyes, wondering what happened on his side. Hope that wasn't near him, Bloom says after a while as she puts her phone into her pocket and walks back into the dorm and into the lounge area where she sees the others, sitting on their chairs and couch. All except Flora still look as lost, empty, shaken up, and anxious as they were just hours prior. The others didn't pay any attention at seeing Bloom re-entering the room but Flora did as she looks up from her book and sees the Earth Fairy enter. Bloom, did Naruto say anything? Flora asks, closing her book and placing it on the couch. He said that he doesn't know what this is, he's never heard of something like this or ever experienced anything like this before. He's as clueless as we are right now. Bloom says, causing the three to sigh in disappointment that. Really? Flora asks with Bloom nodding only. Yeah, he did. And he's going to do it when he's off his work, and I hope he's fine since I think he might have blown up, Bloom says. What she said causes the others to look at her with confusion at hearing Naruto blowing up. Do we want to know? Musa asks as Bloom just shakes her head. I don't think we should, Bloom says. Techna then sighs. I guess we should figure out just what's causing it. Techna says. Yeah, 'cause things have been feeling really weird since last night. Stella says, standing up from her seat and placing her hands onto her hips, arms still with their bandages. First, Flora senses something wrong with nature, then Techna hears noises we didn't hear in the tunnels, then Techna, Musa, and I have nightmares that have hurt and almost killed us. Why is this happening and why at us? She asks as the others just looked as clueless as she was about this. I don't know, but I want to, since this is getting out of hand. Musa says, clenching her fists in anger. She was furious about her nightmare and it felt like a bad taste in her mouth. Flora feels something and looks around. Wait a minute, Flora says. The others see her looking around with narrow eyes as if she was looking for something. Flora does this for a bit before stopping and looking at the table where Mitra was on. Murda, she says. Murda, what does she have to do with any of things? Techna asks. Out of nowhere, Kiko hops past them and climbs up onto the table with the use of the chair and is next to Pumpkin Murda and starts patting her. Kiko, what's wrong? Bloom asks. I think Kiko is sensing what I'm sensing. Flora says as she walks over to the table with the others following her to see what was wrong. They stop near the table. He's trying to tell us something. And it has to do with Murda. Right, Kiko? She asks, looking at the blue-furred bunny who nods and hops up and down. So, what is it? Bloom asks. Flora just looks at Mitra and seeing her eyes were looking at her as if she was telling her something. Only one way to find out. Flora says before lifting her hand up and aiming it at Murda. She closes her eyes and starts concentrating on drawing out some of her magic and tries establishing a link with the pumpkin. After a few failed turns, Flora manages to establish a connection with Murda and uses her magic to display a projection image of Murda from her hand. The others gasp in awe and shock at seeing Murda's projection. Murda, the girls yell as the young witch looks at them with a smile. Oh, thank goodness you were able to contact me, Flora. Murda says, smiling at Flora who looked relieved as she too smiles. It's so good to see you again, Murda. And well too. Flora says and Murda nods. Yeah, it's thanks to you taking care of me while you're looking for a way to break this curse on me. Murda says. It's no problem. I promise you that I will find a way to revert you back to your normal self. Flora says with Murda sincerely smiling at that. I know you will. Murda says. Just then, Stella lets out a cough. Murda, the situation we have. Don't you have anything regarding it? Stella says, causing the two to be sheepish as they forgot the task at hand. Oh right, Murda says as she rubs the back of her head. She then gains a serious expression and looks at the winx fairies. Listen up girls, something's been crawling around your dorm last night, going into our rooms and from what I've listened, giving you 3 night terrors. She says, causing the others to be confused. Night terrors? Techna asks. Yes, they're dreams that target the victim's worst trauma and fears and display them in their dreams, torturing them. And the worst part, it is a forbidden dark spell as it has killed people before. Murda says, causing the fairies to have wide eyes. Dark magic, Musa utters, feeling shaken at the mention of there have been people who've died from this spell and she was close to being a part of that last night. Yes, only those who possess dark magic reserves can do this, and have to be powerful since it's a difficult spell to perform. Murda says, as the fairies take in this information and couldn't help but think that this had to be related to Cloud Tower. What are this creature's weaknesses? Techna asks, wanting to know what were the weaknesses, but she sees Mitra look at her with a frown. Sorry girls, but I have no clue what its weaknesses are. There aren't any records for its weaknesses recorded. Murda says. This leaves the others disappointed. Great, Stella utters as she runs her hand down her face. Musa then took a moment to think about last night and realizes something. Wait, if it got me, Techna, and Stella already. Then the next ones are, Musa was saying as the others listen in on her and realize what she was saying and realize who was next to this creature. Me and Flora, Bloom utters. She and Flora look at one another with concern. Murda unfortunately nods. Yes, Murda says. You girls have to be careful with this thing. It grows after attacking and comes out bigger, scarier, and more powerful. It ain't going to be hard to beat. She says as the girls nod, with serious expressions. We will. Bloom says. Good. Murda says, but she then lets out a frustrated sigh. Man, I wish I could help you more than just this. She yells, feeling back that she couldn't help the winx out more, but the girls just look at her with smiles. You've done more than we could have asked for. Thank you, Murda. We really appreciate it. Flora says, feeling grateful for Murda's help. No problem. Murda says. She then looks down and rubs her arm. And she started to look a bit shy for some reason. Oh, and could you tell Naruto, the next time you see him, that I'm okay? I heard and saw what he did to himself after I got turned into this and I feel really terrible for making her upset. She says, causing the girls to smile at this, while some were thinking about her sudden shy behavior. We'll do. Plus, it might make him happy and relieved to hear that. Bloom says. Murda smiles and nods. Thank you, guys. Mitra says. She starts to fade away, signaling that the connection was ending. Good luck in beating this creature. She yells, waving the girls goodbye. We will. Thanks. The girls yell and see Murda disappear back into her pumpkin form as she looks at them and closes her eyes in a way to show that she was smiling before looking back down, but with her eyes still closes, the girls assume that she had fallen asleep. So, now we know what's causing the nightmares, night terrors we've had last night. What do we do? Stella asks, looking at the others as Bloom turns to them with a serious expression. We prepare and wait for it to show up. Bloom says with the others looking at her and nod. Location: Trix dorm, Cloud Tower Magics. Time: 7:20 p.m., night. We cut to Cloud Tower, in the Trix's dorm as we see them in their witch outfits, sitting cross-legged on the floor and were laughing mincingly while the now monstrous spider-like dream monster was in their dorm, sitting on the floor next to its masters as it waits for its next order. I can't wait for tonight, sisters. Icy says, darkly grinning at the others who grin darkly. Yes, once we've tried out the other fairies with those horrific night terrors, Stormy says. It'll be easy for us to take out Bloom and take her power of ourselves. Darcy says, finishing Stormy's sentence. And she'll be in quite a treat when it's her turn. Icy says, laughing again as she could only imagine how broken Bloom would be after the night terror she'd have once their dream monster got to her, and then, how she'd look after they drained her powers out of her. And speaking about draining powers, she turns to the others, plus, I have a surprise for someone. One that's been a thrown in our asses for some time now. She says, causing the others to look at her. Who? Stormy asks. She took the time to think and she remembers the one person who hangs out with them. Naruto. Oh, that blonde guy that hangs around those fairies. She says and Icy nods. He's the only one who threatened us and lived. While I'd normally freeze people who dare cross us the wrong way, let alone threaten us. I need him alive, the same as Bloom will be. Icy says. Oh, is this about that dark hidden power you sensed coming from him on that day in Magics where you sensed that Bloom has the dragon flame? Stormy asks, remembering what Ivy said that very day, and the ice there which nods. Yes, it is. Icy says as she reminisces back to that, something powerful, sinister, and menacing. Something that makes me all hot. All that power Tilda, she swoons, feeling all bothered by it as she grabs her arms and hugs herself. All that power, was something else when she barely felt it, it was addicting and toxic, and she wanted to feel it again. And she wasn't the only one. So, what do you think it is? Stormy asks. That's the issue here, sister, I have no clue what this power is. All I can feel is it's a large pool of dark, anger-filled energy and I want it. I want it for our plans. Icy yells, with a crazed expression on her face, wanting that power now. And we'll get it. Stormy yells, agreeing with her sister as the two speak more about Naruto's hidden power, unaware that Darcy looked furious about this. Damn, you icy. Damn, your icy soul. Darcy thought, with an enraged expression, gritting her teeth. She's going to take him for herself. Well, sister, I won't let that happen. I've already claimed him as my pet and I will see to it that he becomes it. And if you come in my way in claiming my pet, I won't hesitate in putting you down, she thought, darkly. Thinking about Naruto's hidden power and how it felt, she loved it and like icy, wanted more. No one, and I means, no one will be in the way of her pet, she'll make sure of it. Time, 11:20 p.m., night. Location, Winx dorm, Alfie Magics. It was the middle of the night and things were as tense as you could imagine for our young fairies. In their rooms, all were in their bed but not sleeping like the rest of the school were. They were awake and were waiting for this dream monster to return so they could end it and be done with this. In the lounge, Kiko and Pumpkin Murda were awake as well as they sensed a new presence entering the lounge. They look around and spot the spider-like dream monster phasing through the floor and crawling around the floor. The blue-furred bunny gets scared and hides behind Pumpkin Murda, whose eyes looked frightened at the sight as the monster hisses and goes into Bloom's and Flora's room for its next prey as Murda starts flashing brightly, pulsing her magic out for Flora to warn for the monster and hoping that she wasn't too late. Inside the room, the two girls were sleeping as the monster phases through the wall and crawled toward Flora's bed. It hovers over her and hisses as it was about to use its magic on her and enter her dream, but Flora senses the pulse coming from Murda, signaling her that it's here. She jolts up from her bed and sees it, hissing and eyes glowing. Bloom, here it is. Flora yells, waking up, but she quickly reacts and uses her magic on the bonsai tree next to her bed and makes its branches extend and wrap around the monster's body and mouth, but it quickly breaks the branches and escapes the room by phasing through the door. Flora and Bloom jump out of their beds and run to the door and open it to see the monster was at their hallways where the doors to their rooms were. They see the monster was large, barely touching the ceiling. The other girls woke up from the commotion and exit their rooms, only to stop and see what was in front of them. Whoa, that's a big monster, Musa yells, seeing what was causing her so much. It horrible to look at, Stella shudders at the sight. The girls look at one another and nod before looking back to the monster and Magic Winx yell as they transform into their fairy forms and ready for the fight. The monster lets out a piercing screech as it prepares for battle. Stella removes her ring and tosses it in the air. Solaria, Stella yells as the ring turns into its scepter form as she catches it and wields it. She then hits the monster with the top of the scepter by its leg, sending it back as it hits the wall by the entrance of the dorm. It shakes its head before looking at Stella and sending a blast from its mouth. Stella prepares a spell to block the attack when a sudden flash appears in front of her. It was a flash from her dream of her parents. Thanks to the distraction, Stella was unable to block or dodge the attack and gets hit by it in the chest, sending her flying back into the lounge area. Stella, the girls yell. Stella was on the floor and was moaning from the pain from the attack as the monster lets out another screech and phased through the wall leading outside of the dorm. Stella sits up and rubs her head. I'm fine, Stella says. The others sigh in relief at seeing Stella was alright as Bloom turns to the door and glares at it. Come on, let's tail that thing, Bloom says as she and the rest fly out of the dorm, giving chase to the monster. Flora stays behind and flies toward Murda and check and see if she was alright. Pumpkin Murda's eyes flash as the projection of Murda pops out. Go Flora, don't worry about me. Who knows where this is heading next? Projection Murda says, reassuring that she would be fine as Flora nods. Alright, Flora yells as she floats off the floor, I'll be back. She says before flying out of the room, to catch up with the others. She flies down the hallways and stares in search of the girls and the monster as she hears commotion just ahead of her. She flies toward the commotion and sees Musa and Techna on the floor, looking exhausted. Stella was on her knees, panting while Bloom was defending them with a magical shield as the monster was firing green blasts at them. Girls, what's wrong? She yells, landing behind them, and crouches down to the two downed girls to try and help them. I don't know, 1 minute, me and Techna were about to use our magic for a combined attack, and the next thing we know, we feel drained, Musa says, sweating a bit and heavily panting. Techna looked the same as she tries to pick herself up from the floor. I think that monster drained our magic reserves and we haven't recovered enough to fight it seriously, Techna says. Stella looks back at them and nods. Why yeah, Stella pants, still trying to catch her breath while starting to sweat a bit. Bloom continues to defend them against the monster as it continues to fire the green blasts at her shield, which started to cause Bloom to get strained from keeping it up, closing her eyes to focus. The monster continues firing as its eyes glow brightly at Bloom as she struggles to keep the shield up when all of a sudden, a flash appears in her mind. She sees her mother getting gunned down in her flower store by a couple of robbers robbing the place. She then sees her father getting trapped in a burning building in his firefighter suit as he was trying to escape. He tries to open the door when the building collapses onto him, crashing and killing him. The next thing she was or all her friends in the winx were slayed by the tricks who laugh and were sitting on thrones as all of Magix was in ruins by something as Icy held the decapitated head of Faragonda as she laughs sinisterly, and the final thing she sees was Naruto. All bruised and injured while missing an eye and arm as he lifts his remaining hand at her right before a sword stabs right through his chest and his hand falls down to the floor and he goes limp. She looks at who killed him and is shocked at the sight. It was her, but this version of her looked nothing like she was right now. This Bloom did look like her but was different in a lot of ways. She wore dark violet makeup, dark violet eyeshadow and lipstick, and her outfit was similar to her normal winx outfit, but it was in dark black navy blue instead of the usual cyan. Her tiara was silver instead of golden and pointed, and the brooch on her shirt was a diamond-shaped dark purple one. Her hair was thicker, messier, and a darker shade of red, while her wings were more pointed and sliver with gray tips. The more striking feature that made her different from the Bloom we knew was her eyes. Her irises were golden yellow in color from the usual blues she was known for, and her pupils were silted to those of a cat's, or dragon. This Bloom had a dark smirk as she looks at Bloom and launches at her with the sword she killed Naruto with, as Bloom's eyes shot open as she was back in reality. No! Bloom yells, waking up from the vision she witnessed as the monster fires another blast at her shield, shattering it and hitting her, sending her flying back and hitting the floor hard. Bloom! The girls yell at seeing her hit the ground. The monster hisses before phasing through the floor as Stella gets up and flies toward Bloom as the Earth Fairy was getting back up. Bloom, are you okay? Stella asks, helping Bloom step up as the red hair nods and rubs her bottom. I'm fine, Bloom says. She looks around and sees no sign of the monster. Where's the monster? Where did it go? She asks while Flora was helping Techna and Musa help to their feet. I think it went downstairs, Flora says, and Bloom nods. Okay, let's go and find it, Bloom says. Location: Naruto's room, tunnels under Alfie Magix. At the time when the monster escaped from the winx. Man, I am pooped, Naruto yawns as he stretches his arms out. He was at his desk, looking at the books he got from the library that related to dreams, as he did promise Bloom that he'd help her and the others out with their dream problem, and so far he found nothing that was related or spoke about the problem. He did find a spell that allowed the user to jump into other people's dreams. He took note of that and saved it for another day. He yawns again and looks at the time and sees it was getting pretty late. Guess I should turn for the night, Naruto says as he gets up from the floor and walks over to his bed. He changes into his PJs and prepares to sleep, turns off the light, and lies in bed. And he lies there, he thinks about the girls and how were they doing tonight. Hope the girls are okay, he asks himself, praying that they were alright as he falls fast asleep. If he stayed awake for just a bit longer, he would have sensed a dark presence enter his room. It was the spider-like night terror monster, lurking in the room and spotting Naruto. Felt his mind, feeling how unstable it was, and it was perfect. It crawls to his bed and hovers over him, staring at him as his face starts shifting into an expression of pain and fear. Its eye glows at him, causing Naruto's head to move around while his eyes start twitching, unaware to him and the monster. A pulse of red energy goes off from Naruto's body and into the monster, causing it to roar with its glowing eye intensifying. Naruto's dream. Oh, this one is going to be a hell of a ride for all of us. For those who don't want to see what you're about to see, skip it, trust me, it's not worth it. If you've either A, ignored my warning, or B, had the balls to read this part. Don't say I didn't warn you, just know this: I hated doing this. In Naruto's dream, things were fine at the start. He was with the girls, chilling at the lake near Alfie, feeling things were going his way for once, but that all changed when the sky turned red in a loud roar above them, catching their attention. Naruto looks up and sees something that shocked him. He was a large red-orange long rabbit-like-eared fox with 9 large tails. It stares at them with its ruby eyes with its teeth bearing out, snarling at them as it roars, sending a shockwave down at them and sending them flying back with Naruto losing consciousness after hitting a tree. After a while he slowly regains consciousness, hearing a loud ringing in his ears as he stands up from his spot, feeling his body all sore as he spotted injuries such as cuts and bruises with a large gush on his forehead with blood leaking out from the gush. He looks around for this monstrous fox, and his eyes widen at what he saw. The landscape had become a burning wasteland, all trees of the forest that were in magics were in flames, the lake dried up and all life that was in it was dead, including the turtle, and the mountains were all flattened and destroyed with large tranches in between some of the mountains. Naruto could hear screams of horror and agony coming nearby as he turns to where the screams were coming from and was shocked at the sight for seeing Alfie being destroyed by the fox, stomping onto it while roaring out flames from its bloody mouth. He takes a step back in shock, but he trips over something on the floor, causing him to fall down to the ground. He sits up and looks at his feet, wondering and looking at what he tripped over on, and what he saw horrified him. It was a severed arm. While it was burning and barely recognizable, he could see paths of skin, tanned skin, and the ring of solaria on one of the fingers of the hand. His face goes green as he recognizes that the burnt, severed arm was Stella's as he looks around, trying to see if he could find her and see if she was alright. He does, but what he sees was something out of a horror film or story. He sees the girls, or what was left of them. Each of the girls' remains was gruesome and spoke that they suffered before ultimately passing away. Flora's body was embedded into an uprooted and broken tree, stabbed through the chest by a piece of the tree. Techna, her body was lying on the floor but her head was twisted the other way, showing that her neck was broken and her eyes were open and were dull, as blood was seeping from her mouth. Musa's body was crushed by a rock, only her arm and leg were sticking from under it. Stella's body was unrecognizable as her body was burnt to a crisp. The only use he could see that it was her was the stomp that was her missing arm and Bloom. She had a massive hole in her chest with blood seeping out from the large fatal wound. She coughs out blood, showing that while she was alive but barely, causing him to gasp, which she somehow hears as she turns to him and sees that he was fine. NN Naruto, WWWY. Bloom could barely utter as she looks at him with fear and a betrayed expression before she lets out her last breath and goes cold. WWWY. Naruto only utters, confused about what she said before he hears another loud roar. He turns at the source and sees the fox staring at him with malice before it charges toward him. Naruto was defenseless as he just holds his arms up and prays that his death would be fast before the fox strikes him in the chest with its long nail, causing him to gasp, blood flying out of his wound and his mouth as he looks at this fox with it looking down at him, and it roars at him, causing his ears to ring again and knocking him out once more. Where am I? Naruto says as he slowly regains consciousness. He starts to hear filtered noise while opening his eyes with bright lights hitting him, and he hisses from this as the noise started to get clear. Once his eyes had adjusted to the brightness as he sees a massive crowd in front of him, shouting at him while glaring at him with hatred and disgust. Demon, monster, abomination, murderer, royal slayer, fairy killer. The crowd yells at him, with crude and inhuman words, and throws various things at him, hitting his wounds. Naruto utter, very confused by what was going on. He tries to get up but he couldn't. He looks down and sees that he was wrapped around with large amounts of chains and restraints. As he looks at the restraints, the crowd continues to shout furiously. You caused this. All of this. Someone in the crowd yells, all those people. All the lives of those fairies. The royalty. You killed them all. You monstrosity. This person shouts before tossing a bottle at Naruto's head, hitting him as the bottle shatters against his head, which cuts him up again. Naruto cries out in pain from this as he looks at the crowd with tears forming in his eyes. No, I didn't. I didn't kill anyone. Naruto yells, but this just angers the crowd further as they just continue to jab at them with angry words and snarls. He starts to cry, and one of the guards next to him sees this and is disgusted by the sight. Shut up you beast and face the families of those you killed. The guard yells before hitting the end of his spear onto the side of Naruto's side, which knocks him onto the floor and causes him to lose consciousness once more. Ah! Naruto screams as a brand was placed onto his skin. He and some guards were in a dungeon. Naruto was heavily restrained onto the wall of this dungeon while there were guards there, crudely laughing at him as he screams from the burning metal smoldering his skin. That's right, beast. Scream, scream your heart out, just like all the ones you killed, be like them and feel what they felt. One of the guards yells before taking out a whip and cracking the whip onto Naruto's body, causing him to scream even more. This goes on for a bit until the guard stops his whipping and leaves Naruto alone. The blonde was panting as his hair was shadowing his eyes while blood was lacking from the various wounds as Naruto speaks. Stop this, please, I'm begging you, leave me alone. Naruto begs with his voice weak and weeps, sounding broken and emotionless as the guard scoffs and whips him again. No, you don't deserve pity, forgiveness, or anything. You're a monster and one that needs to be put down. The guard says, whipping Naruto more as the blonde just took it but he wasn't reacting to any of it, he just sat there, taking it as his eyes were still shadowed by his bangs. Leave me alone, Naruto repeats, his voice still sounding broken but that was an undertone with it, something else. The guard stops for a moment, seeing that he wasn't reacting to the whippings, and gets angry. Never you fucking monster. The guard yells, cocking his hand back with the whip as he prepares to whip it across Naruto's face. The blonde just sits there when red energy starts seeping coming from his body as his wounds start to close and heal. I said, leave me, Naruto utters quietly and as the guard brings the whip down with it about to hit Naruto, the blonde lifts his head up and his eyes were glowing red, alone. He screams and then, a large explosion goes off, taking all those in the dungeon in it as a pillar of red energy shoots into the sky. In the crater was someone in the middle of the pillar, standing as the bodies and skeletons of the guards were around the pillar and crater. The person in the pillar roars and sends out a massive shockwave that rips through the surrounding area. End Naruto's dream. The monster roars as Naruto tussles around in his bed, showing clear signs of pain as the camera moves into his face and to his eyes before they open to reveal red eyes with silk pupils as he stares at the dream monster. With the girls, on the campus, courtyard. Where is it? Stella asks. She and the others were looking around the courtyard for this monster, wondering where it could be hiding. Don't know but keep looking for it. It should be somewhere here. Musa says, looking around. Just as they do, they feel a large surge of pressure hit the air, causing them to fall from the air and land on their knees. Just brace against it. Insert Ost. Bury the Light, Virgil's battle theme from Devil May Cry 5 Ost. What is that? Techna asks, arms shaking against the floor as she tries to fight the pressure. So much hatred, Flora whimpers, not liking this one bit. Musa and Bloom sense this pressure, feeling the anger and bloodlust with it. It feels like that night the party where Naruto went berserk with that, Bloom was saying before she stops as she and the others look at one another, having the same thought process as they came to one conclusion. Naruto was caught by the monster and went into berserk mode, just like that night months ago. Naruto. The girls shout. Did the monster get to him? Musa yells, now worried that Naruto was caught with this issue. I don't know. Stella shouts, just that, a loud explosion goes off nearby and the girls turn to it, seeing a large cloud of dust coming from the forest nearby the campus before hearing a roar in the distance. I think we got the answer to that, Bloom utters, now fearing for Naruto as she turns to the girls. Come on. Let's go, we need to calm Naruto down. She says, with the others agreeing. They push their bodies in standing up, straining them a bit as they stood up and fly toward where the explosion went off, not aware that they were being followed. In the forest surrounding Alfie, it was indescribable violence and mayhem. A gray blur goes by, crashing and running through multiple trees and boulders before crashing into a cliffside and getting deeply embedded into the side, leaving a large crate in the wake of the impact. The monster lets out a loud screech of agony before a long red bubbly arm grabs it and removes it from the cliffside before tossing it up in the air. Something shoots toward it and intercepts it midair before the monster gets smacked by something hard and hot as its side gets badly burned by whatever hit it before it is sent back down to the ground, and impacting into it, creating a large crater, shaking the earth while causing the cliffside to crumble a bit. The monster roars from pain as it was bleeding and missing an eye from whatever was attacking it, and the thing that attacked it lands next to the crater, staring at it while growling. It was Naruto, crouching on his hands and feet, but he looked a lot different. Just like that night, his hair looked wilder than before as the whisker marks on his cheeks were more rigid and darker, and his eyes were ruby red and silted to that of a cat's or something else, and his lips were black in color as fangs were sticking from his mouth. There was this strange red energy surrounding his body, looking like it was boiling due to the bubbles there were and the sound it was making, as there was a tail made of this red energy behind him and 2 ears on top of this energy. Naruto sees this monster and growls loudly before he stands up and throws a punch at it, creating a massive wind gush which makes a trance in its wake as the wind hits the monster from its position and sends it flying back into the cliffside, where it goes through it and emerging from the other side. Naruto chases away it on all 4 of his limbs. On the other side, the monster is still flying across the air as skids across the ground before crashing into it. It slowly stands up, but with difficulty, as its entire body was in pain from the assault it was put into. Before it hears something coming, it turns and sees Naruto running toward it, and in a panic, fires a barrage of green magical blasts at the blonde, but with quick react speed surpassing the blasts. Naruto effortlessly evades them all as he leaps into the air and takes in a deep breath. Once he was in front of the monster, Naruto exhales and releases a wide-scale burst of flames from his mouth, catching the monster with it and his surrounding trees as they were set ablaze. The monster hisses out with pain from the attack as it jumps out of the flames and far from Naruto, who stops his flame breath and turns to the monster and sees it was severely burnt and injured. The monster tries to retreat from him by creating wings and tries to escape from this beast, but Naruto intercepts it by grabbing it with a red hand made of red energy and is brought down to earth once more as it screams from the hand, aggregating the wounds and burns it sustained from this one-sided battle. Just as the hand releases it, the monster gets up and looks at Naruto, who is just staring as he was stalking toward it, with this evil and feral glare from him, as the monster just enraged by him in this battle, so much that it roars before charging toward the blonde with the intent of killing him, and as it reaches him and readies a blast, Naruto's claws shoot to it and into its chest. It screeched out loud from this as Naruto just looks at it with his red eyes. He growls and retracts his hand from the monster's chest, along with its heart, as the monster lets out one last roar before going silent and falls to the ground, laying there motionless. Naruto looks down at the hand that held the heart before tossing the organ down to the ground and roars himself, looking at the sky as the red energy spikes. Naruto. He hears a voice call to him as he turns to where it came from and sees the winx flying over to him. They land on the ground as they see the massive destruction that was done to the landscape before turning to Naruto, who was growling at them while crouching on all 4, ready to attack should they provoke him. In seeing this, Bloom holds out her hands to him. "Naruto, are you in there?" Bloom says, as calm as she could be, but she was utterly shaking and terrified at that moment due to what she was feeling coming from Naruto. "Naruto, it's us, your friends," she asks before doing the unthinkable. She starts walking toward the feral boy. "Bloom, where are you going?" Stella yells at her, seeing she was doing something crazy. "We don't want to hurt you," Bloom says, taking another step toward Naruto, but the boy just flashes his fangs at her. "Grr," Naruto growls out, as a warning to Bloom should she try anything funny. Bloom hears this and knew she was stepping into dangerous territory, but she presses on with each shaking step. "Naruto, you know us. You know who we are and we know who you are. We know that you'd never hurt us, even if you're not in a great place. But we know you, so please," Bloom says as she stands in front of Naruto and looks at him with concern and sadness. "Come back to us. We don't like seeing you like this. We want our lovable friend back," she says as she holds out her hand to him. Naruto looks at the hand before he sniffs it as he looks back at her, and his expression changes from guarded to soft as he looked like he was considering her words. Just as he was about to do something, a ball of purple magic shoots toward the two and hits Naruto square in the face, causing him to get sent back, skidding and bouncing off the ground before crashing through some trees. "Naruto!" The girls yell. Just then a laugh was heard as they look up to the air and saw who was the one that was laughing. "Oh, I don't know about that, Bloom. I like him as this." They see Icy there with Darcy and Stormy as she laughs into her hand. "Makes me all hot in seeing all this chaos and destruction. Icy says, smirking. The tricks. The winx yell. Hello, fairies. Happy to see us. Stormy asks. Why are you here? Techna yells, glaring at them, but she stops as a realization came to her. Wait, you're the ones who were behind that dream monster, haunting our dreams and causing all this to happen. She yells, causing the tricks to laugh. Surprise. And we hope you all loved our present. Darcy says. Why do this? Musa yells as Icy just shrugs. Oh, maybe because you're all weak and easy to manipulate for our amusement. Icy says, just before even one could say anything else, the earth started to shake. Roar. With an ear-shattering roar echoing throughout the forest as trees broke apart or were uprooted from the earth itself, this causes all the fairies and witches to brace from the shockwave that came from the roar as Naruto reemerged from where he crashed through from earlier as he crouches onto the floor, and glares at the tricks in the air. The three witches regained their balance in the air before looking down at Naruto and were shocked and impressed that he had not a scratch on him, let on was still standing. Whoa, that attack normally takes out its targets with one hit, but you managed to tank it and still stand. Not bad. But how would you like this? Vertigo. Darcy yells, conjuring a large ball of purple sound-based dark magic and firing it at Naruto. The feral blonde doesn't flinch or move when the winx were shouting at him to move away from the attack as he does something that no one expected him to do. He lifts his hand up and swats the attack away from him, sending it to the side as it hits a tree and explodes, taking the tree it hit along with others in the explosion. He looks up at them, not fazed by the explosion as he just rips out another powerful roar, creating the earth around him to implode as this shockwave sends the tricks back further than they were. The winx fortunately weren't that affected by the shockwave as it was aimed at the tricks mostly, but they still had to fight against it as the tricks were, but they were struggling against it. Eventually, Naruto stops his roar as the shockwave dissipates and the tricks were finally able to regain their control of flight. Whoa, okay, expect that. Stormy says, with a ring in her ears. She looks down at the blonde as purple lighting starts surging off her body. She looks at Naruto as she built the lighting up to her hands and lifts them, and aims right at the blonde. But let's see if you can handle this. She yells before firing two large bolts of lightning toward Naruto. Naruto doesn't move as the lighting reaches him and hits the spot he stood, causing a large explosion in its wake. Stormy stops her attack and looks at where Naruto stood, seeing a large cloud of smoke and dust filling the area and thinks that the attack connected. Ha! That should do it. Stormy yells, feeling that she got Naruto, but a swat from a red energy-made tail clears the cloud of dust and smoke and Naruto was okay, not affected by the attack as he just stood there, with the ground having a large black smudge on it. No way. How? She yells, in shock since that should have fired his nerves. Icy looks at this and while she was very impressed by this and was really getting interested in this power, she needed him to be unconscious for their plans. So she floats forward. Okay, I've had enough with this. Icy says as her eyes glow bright blue as she pulls out her vacuum which amplifies her magic reserves tenfold as she stares at Naruto as she smirks. It's time that you chill. Heavenly Ice Prism, she yells, raising her arms up in the air. The ground underneath Naruto starts to shake, causing him to look down to see what was going as he sees the ground turn to ice before a large prism of ice erupts from the ground and encases him in it. The prism reached to where the tricks and winx were in the air. As she sees the ice prism set and sees no immediate reaction from Naruto, Icy smirks and feels victorious over this win as she finally got her prize. She turns her attention to the winx and was about to start attacking them to get to bloom when the ice starts to shake a bit, causing it to crack in some areas as pieces began to break off from the large prism. The shaking continues but gains more violent with more ice cracking and breaking off until the entire prism shattered into thousands of pieces, some still big while most were small pieces. And in the middle of the now broken prism, there stood Naruto, unfazed by the ice as the tricks and winx were in awe and shocked by this. No, wait, Icy utters with a shocked expression, that was her best and most powerful spell. It was an instant win, but to see someone wasn't affected by it, was shocking. Naruto just looks at them and growls as something happens to him. Behind him, the energy shifts and forms another tail as he crouches down before running up on an ice piece with his four limbs and leaps off it at great speed as he soars through the air, straight toward the tricks. Seeing this, the winx panic. Naruto. Don't. The girls yell, but it falls on deaf ears as Naruto continues soaring through the air toward the witches as he lifts his clawed hand up and was about to underwent. Sleep. A voice spoke as a blast of light magic hits Naruto in his face. This causes him to gain a sleepy expression as the red energy dissipated from his features and return back to normal right as he feels asleep and starts falling down, but he is fortunately stopped before he could fall further by a bright glow surrounding his body. This confuses everyone there as they see Naruto was calm and sleeping and wondered what caused him to be calm. Girls. The voice yells, causing everyone to turn to the source and sees Mrs. Farragonda. The winx yell, with relief at seeing their headmistress flying toward them in her sleeping attire as she had her hand up with the palm glowing, showing that it was her who was holding Naruto in the air. She lowers her hand down and gently places him onto some grass before she turns to the tricks and glares at them. "And Ost. What do you three think you're doing?" Farragonda asks coldly as she pulses out her magic reserves, causing a massive pressure to fill the air. The winx felt it, but the tricks felt the full blunt of it. It was pushing them down to the earth. "You come to my school, cause mass destruction to our forests, and most of all terrorize my students and this innocent young man. You three have pushed my buttons for the last time." Farragonda yells, summoning her magic to her hands as she was readying a spell to use against the witches. Seeing this and knowing just how powerful Farragonda was, especially since they spent a lot of magic on the dream monster, on their vacuums and battling against Naruto, the tricks knew that they'd lose and had to escape. "See, come on, let's get out of here." Icy stutters as she summons some magic as she and the others glow purple. Farragonda fires her blast at them, but the trio barely evades it as they teleport away. Farragonda sees this and stops her attack, seeing there was no point in continuing it as she sighs heavily, angry at the trio. But she had to curse them later as she looks down and see the girls next to Naruto as they were checking up on him. She goes toward them. "Girls, are you all alright?" Farragonda asks, worried that they were hurt. "Why yes ma'am, tired and a bit drained magic-wise, but we're okay." "Naruto too," Bloom says, and this causes Farragonda to sigh in relief. "Oh, that is good to hear. I was worried when I sensed a surge in power and felt it was Naruto." Farragonda says, happy that they were alright. But that happiness quickly fades as she looks at the sleeping form of Naruto. "What happened, girls? What happened to cause Naruto to release that?" she asks, wanting to know what did the witches do to have Naruto get triggered. The winx look at one another before turning to. "We have an idea on what happened and caused him to go feral like that, the why part. We still don't know," Techna says. "We'll explain back at campus," she says as Farragonda nods. They grab Naruto and carry him back to Alfie, along the way, seeing the aftermath of his battle with the now dead dream monster, and were wondering one thing. Just how powerful is that side of Naruto? Location: unknown. Time: unknown. That presence, that anger, that chakra, is it? A figure thought as they were meditating in a field. They'd been sensing this strange chakra for a while now, but it was too far for them to sense what it actually was, and only now was it enough for them to actually sense the chakra and get a feel to it, and what they were feeling was shocking them as they never expected to sense a tailed beast in this universe, ever. "It is," this figure thought as they let out a sigh. They knew that sooner or later, higher forces were going to sense this too and go from this chakra presence. They continue sensing where was this chakra and was surprised in seeing it was at the place her old friend ran. "Fairy of Light, where did you find Kurama?" They thought before turning their head up toward the sky and opening their eyes, looking at the sun. As their irises were enlarged and pale blue and there were no distinguishable pupils. Bloom's and Flora's shared room, Winx's dorm. Alfie, Magic's. 2 days had passed since the night of Naruto's latest rampage due to the sinister antics of the tricks, and in the process of recovery since the night terrors had taken a toll on the girls' minds and bodies, and the same was said about Naruto as they hadn't heard from him in the past day or so. As usual, we find ourselves at Alfie, at our favorite heroine's dorm, where Bloom was sleeping in her bed and she was beginning to stir awake as her eyes twitch a bit before opening and quickly snapping them close due to the blinding sunlight shining in the room hitting her face. Bloom slowly reopens her eyes as they adjust to the light and yawns as she could hear the faintest sound of music playing somewhere. She sits up from her bed and stretches before looking around her room and find her roommate wasn't there, Only Kiko, who was sleeping in his bed, and Pumpkin Murda, who was on Flora's desk with her eyes closed, perhaps also sleeping. Bloom raises her eyebrow, wondering where was her roommate. Wonder where is Flora? Bloom thought. She yawns again and hops off her bed and puts on her slippers as she makes her way toward the bedroom bed, and while walking toward it, she pats her pet bunny's head, making him smile in his sleeping before also starting to wake up. Bloom exits her room and enters the dorm's lounge to find no one there as she had assumed, while the music she had heard was slightly clearer than before. Just wondering where everyone was and what was going on, she decides to go to where the music was playing. Following the sound, Bloom walks over to Tenka's and Musa's room, where she opens the door and looks inside to not find Musa as she was expecting to, but finds Techna inside, sitting by her desk while doing something on it, as she wore a gray tank top with a pair of overalls as pants and had on a pair of black heavy-duty gloves while wearing a black hairband to keep her hair back as she was working. Insert music. Opposites of Adults by Chitty Bang. If you want to know where the song is, it's at 2:30. This is one of my favorite songs from NFS. This song has a special place in my heart. Bloom walks over to the tech fairy and sees she was building something as she was laser focused on whatever she was building. She walks up to Techna and taps her on the shoulder, hoping she'd gain her attention, but it doesn't work as Techna was occupied by what she was doing. Techna. Bloom calls out to the tech fairy, trying to gain her attention but had no result. She then starts moving Techna more. Techna, she calls to the tech fairy, but again, there was no result. Feeling frustrated by this and by the loud music as it was still early in the morning, Bloom resorts to her final tactic. She bends down to Techna's ear level, takes in a deep breath, and Techna shouts into Techna, and this tactic seemed to work as Techna jolts at the volume of the shout as she falls off her seat and onto the floor as she turns to Bloom. Bloom, what is it? What do you want? Techna yells, rubbing her ear, the one Bloom shouted into. Turn the music down. Bloom yells, but Techna looked confused. What? Techna shouts and Bloom places her hands to her mouth and shouts. Turn the music down. She shouts and Techna was able to understand what she was saying. Oh, Techna says before she grabs a remote from her desk and turns the music down with it and turns back to Bloom. End music. Sorry, guess it was a bit too loud. He, she sheepishly laughs, as she rubs the back of her head. So, what's up? Is there something you need? I wanted to know, where is everyone? Bloom asks, looking around the room. Oh, I can answer that. Techna says. She gets up from the floor and straightens her work outfit before looking back to Bloom. Stella went to go into the city to go and do her weekly shopping spree, while Flora went to her garden to go and water her plants. She says. And Musa, where's she? Bloom asks, wondering where was the musical fairy of the friend group. Oh, she's out looking for a job. Techna says as she goes back to her desk and sits while processing back what she was working on. A job? Bloom asks, raising an eyebrow. Why is she looking for a job? Does she get her allowance from her dad? She asks and Techna shakes her head. No, that's not the realm reason. I asked her why and she said that she felt like she needed to get one, to be more independent and responsible. She said that Naruto inspired her to go out and look for one since he has one in the city. Techna says, surprising Bloom. Oh, I see. Bloom says, surprised at that, seeing Musa becoming more responsible. She looks back to Techna and sees what she was working on her desk. And you? What are you doing, since I can see you're tinkering with something? She says and Techna stops working on whatever she was tinkering with to turn to her. Oh, I'm just building an invention. Something that will help us. Techna says. What is it? Bloom asks. I'm making a device that can let one enter the mind of another, and look over their thoughts, memories and etc. I'm calling it Mindwalker 1.0. It'll help us with you and Naruto. Techna says as she shows Bloom what was on the desk. It was a device that had two metal bands with the main device open, and many parts of it were spread out all over the desk. Bloom raises an eyebrow. With us? Bloom asks. Yes, it will help us finally figure out who this mysterious woman you've been seeing in your dreams, and it'll help Naruto regain his memories. Techna says and Bloom's intrigue and interest were piqued. Really? Bloom yells and Techna nods. Is it finished? She asks, hoping that the Mindwalker 1.0 was ready so she finally learns who this mysterious woman from her dream really was, but Techna shook her head. No, it isn't yet. I still have to calibrate some systems here and there while making sure that the circuits won't fry if they're put under stress, and then it's simply running the power source so it won't blow up upon using it, and then there's more testing. Techna says, unknowingly dashing away Bloom's hope. Oh, okay, Bloom says, looking down a bit, dejected after hearing that there'd be still many things that were left to do before the device would be ready. Techna sees this and felt bad for making Bloom feel this way as she goes over to the red-haired and gives her a hug. Relax, Bloom, once I've got it up and running, we'll use it and finally get to the bottom of this once and for all. Techna says. Bloom smiles at her friend's words as she wraps her arms around Techna and returns the hug. Thanks, Techna, Bloom says. No problem, Techna says. The two stay in the hug for a bit before breaking it up as Techna sits back down on her seat and resumes working on the device. So, speaking of our resident blonde, you know where he is? Bloom asks. He's in his room. I went to go and borrow some of his tools earlier while he was in there working out. Techna says. And, Bloom asks as she sees Techna momentarily freeze as a big blush appears on her face. Number comment. Techna mutters under her breath and resumes working on the device as Bloom wonders what she saw that made her blush. I see, Bloom says. Well, guess I should go and take a shower and get something to eat. I'll be back, she says, and Techna nods. Okay then, Techna says, and Bloom processes leaving her room to go to the dorm's bathroom to go and have her shower. Back in Techna's room, she continues working on her device while thinking about the possibilities this could have in the field of psychology and in the medical field, and her thoughts go back to Naruto, as another big blush appears on her face as a rather recent memory flashes in her mind, causing the blush on her face to appear. I hope I can get this done soon. I really want to see if I can jumpstart Naruto's brain and have his memories return. Techna thought as she shakes her head and focuses on the Mindwalker to get it ready. Time skip. A few hours later. Location. Lounge area, Winx's dorm. Time. 12:20 p.m. A few hours passed and Stella and Flora returned to the dorm after completing their activities. Bloom was with them in the lounge as they spoke while Techna was walking into the area, with a bathrobe that had a striking resemblance to her fairy form. It was a long-sleeved lavender-colored robe that fell to her thighs, and it had powder blue lining around the hood, waist, and sleeve, and the legs with a green pattern around the wrists and the legs. She had taken a shower to get all the oil stains, sweat, and grime off her hands, arms, and face. She was drinking some energy drink as Musa enters the dorm with a happy expression, one that the others noticed. "Ha, I did it," Musa yells, walking into the lounge and flops onto the couch, and sits next to Flora. "What's up, Musa? What's got you all happy?" Stella asks as Musa looks at her with a bright smile. "Me? Well, I'm happy because this gal's got a job," Musa proclaims as she points at herself. "You did?" Bloom asks with Musa nodding. "What is it?" she asks, interested in what job Musa got. "I got a job down at the library," Musa says. "Really?" Flora asks. "Yup, I'm going to help Miss Barbadia sort out books that were hidden in an old basement at the library after some concreters messed up and broke down a wall there which revealed the hidden basement. I offered to help and she agreed to let me help her with pay and even letting take some of the books that could contain melodies I wanna decipher." "Well, congratulations, Musa. I'm happy for you on you getting a job." Flora. "Thanks, you guys," Musa says. "Yeah, me too, congrats," Bloom says, smiling at the musician as well. She soon adopts a thoughtful expression, thinking about Musa and her new job and what it could do for her. "Maybe I should go and look for a job as well. If you want, I could help you make a list of the potential jobs in the city that fit your experiences and preferred work ethics." Techna suggests, but Bloom just shakes her head. "Thanks, Techna, but you're already doing so much for me and I don't want to bother you too much," Bloom says before standing up from her seat. "Instead, I'll go and look for one the old-fashioned way, by looking around and seeing if there's any help-wanted signs in town," she says, with determination in her tone and that fire in her eyes. "Are you sure, Bloom? There was a report that it's going to rain in a bit," Flora says. True to her words, the weather outside was changing to be an oncoming storm. I'll be fine, but if it does rain while I'm out, I'll bring a raincoat and an umbrella with me. Bloom says. She exits the lounge and walks to her room to grab her things and rain gear to prepare for her job hunting trip in the city. But by the time she was out of her dorm and by the gate, waiting for the bus to the city, it started pouring down and it looked like it wasn't going to stop anytime soon. It might not be the best day to be walking around, but I can't wait anymore. I've got to find a job as sooner as I can, and I've already marked down the places I think would work best on this map. Bloom thought, holding an umbrella in her hands, with a backpack strapped to her back while wearing a yellow raincoat. She soon sees the bus arriving and she boards it and takes her seat in front of an older man. Bloom takes off her backpack and pulls out a map from it and opens said map to reveal it had marks on it with various locations on the image of the city, and she looks over them. I'll start with the flower shop in downtown, and try my luck there since I have experience in working at a flower shop thanks to working for Mom at her flower shop. I'll get a job, I'll get a job. She chants in her mind, determined to get the job, while nearly getting sneezed on by the older man behind her. The bus takes off and goes to the city where Bloom would begin her job hunting and maybe get a job on this trip. However, when she eventually arrived at the flower shop, luck wasn't on her side. Sorry, we're not hiring at the moment, the store owner says, completely denying Bloom's resume. What? Bloom says, in a brief moment of shock as she quickly got over it. Why? She asks, wanting to know why they were saying no. We don't need any salespeople. We're doing very well by ourselves, the store owner says, crossing her arms. I'm sure, but maybe on the weekends when there are a lot of people. Bloom tries to plead with the store owner on to let her work there, but the store owner wasn't letting up. There are never a lot of people here. We have a very select clientele, so again, we aren't hiring anyone now, the store owner says, causing Bloom to be dejected and nods as she looks down. Okay, thank you for your time, Bloom could only say as she walks out of the store, but once she exits the door did her mood change from sad to annoyed. We have a very select clientele blah blah blah, she angrily mutters under her breath. Her eyes briefly shifted from her blue to orange as she sees someone walk past her and was about to enter the store. I won't go in there, miss. They select the people, she says as she walks away, leaving the woman who was about to enter the store utterly confused. Huh, the woman utterly. With Bloom, she had calmed down enough to stop at a bus stop so she could pull out the map again and cross out the first flower store off it and look at the next flower store in the city. The other store is on the other side of town. Let's just hope I'm luckier there, Bloom says as she put the map back into her backpack and starts running to her next location, hoping this one would be the one. However, I'm sorry, but I don't need a sales girl, my dear. There's even not much work for me, the store owner of this one says. Really? Bloom asks, shocked again that she was rejected from a job for the second time in a row. Nope, sorry my dear, the store owner says, actually looking sorry for the girl this time, unlike last time. You know, why don't you try the supermarket across the street? Maybe they'll hire you if you go and ask, he says, and Bloom was filled with hope once again. Oh, okay, thank you. Bloom thanks the man before taking off from the store into the supermarket to Az. But even at the supermarket, for a few hours a day? No way, we work hard all day, every day. Sorry, try the pastry store at the corner, the manager at the supermarket yells, rejecting Bloom. And at the pastry store on the corner to the left. If you can't come in the morning to help prepare things at the store, then I'm afraid that I simply cannot hire you. Sorry dearie. However, if you like, you can have a cupcake, on the house, the owner of the pastry store says, leaving Bloom dejected once more as she moves over to the last location on her map that she could try. Magic's Cosmetics, the best cosmetic store in the city. But you're too young dear, we sell perfumes, not toys, the store manager yells, and Bloom had enough as she stomps out of the store and toward the nearest bus stop, calling it there since she's had enough disappointment for one day. Thanks a lot, Bloom grumbles out, while eating the cupcake she took from the pastry store as her eyes were glowing orange and were slit while she waits for the bus to take her back home. Date: the 8th of December, Wednesday. Location: Professor Wizgiz's class Alfie, Magics. Time, 10:30 a.m., morning. The next day. Achoo. Bloom sneezes into a handkerchief as she was in the middle of Professor Wizgiz's class with the leprechaun teaching a lesson. Let's see now how various substances can influence the transformation capacity. Wizgiz says, standing on his desk while holding a vial of potion in his hands. We can divide them into three main categories. The sweet ones, the bitter and achoo. Bloom sneezes again, cutting Wizgiz off from his explanation as he hops off his desk and onto her desk and looks her in the eyes. Miss Bloom, if you continue with those, sounds, we will never get anything done today. You are distracting the whole class, and most of all, me. Wizgiz yells, making Bloom flinch while she wipes her nose. Sniff. I'm sorry sir, it's just, yesterday with the rain and I got wet from it, and I think I caught my cold from the man who was sitting behind me and, Bloom was saying, but she stops as she looked like she was about sneeze again, and Wizgiz could see it coming since he was literally in front of her. Wait, don't, Wizgiz yells, trying to stop Bloom from sneezing, but it was too late. Chew. Bloom sneezes and her sneeze was powerful enough to send Wizgiz flying off her desk and into his desk, where he crashes into and spills over the potions that were on it and some spilling onto him. Wizgiz sits up from the floor and notices what was on the floor next to him and on him as his eyes widen in shock and horror. Oh no! The red cabbage apple infusion potion. I'm allergic to cabbage apple. Wizgiz yells, shooting up to his feet as the class looks at him in shock, wondering what was going to happen to him. It always turns me into a ton of disgust things. Wizgiz yells right as he disappears in a purple cloud of smoke that appeared from his body, and once the cloud had dissipated, there was a large green toad in his place, but it wore his hat. There. It's happening already. The toad yells as it sounded like Wizgiz as it was him transformed. Oh, the class utters. The toad form of Wizgiz turns to Bloom. I hope you have a very strong stomach, my girl. Because now you will have to kiss me. Toad Wizgiz yells, making Bloom's eyes widen in shock as she shoots up from her seat. What? Bloom yells in shock. Toad Wizgiz hops off the floor and onto her desk as he looks up at her. That is the only way to cancel the effect of the infusion potion. Toad Wizgiz says before letting out a croak. Bloom looks at him and gulps loudly. Oh, man, Bloom mutters, not liking that she was in this situation, especially since it involved kissing and she hasn't kissed anyone. Come on now, let us get this over with. Toad Wizgiz says as he turns his head to the side and lifts his cheek up to Bloom, who again gulps and steers her nerves. Fine, Bloom says, knowing this was her fault and she had to fix it. So, she inhales deeply and peckers her lips to Wizgiz to kiss him, but just before her lips could even touch him, her nose twitches and, achoo. She sneezes again with her sneeze hitting Wizgiz, and another cloud of purple smoke appears around her and the desk. Once the smoke had dissipated, she and the rest of the class see Wizgiz had transformed again, but this time, he was a rather handsome rock star, once that made the rest of the class's eyes widen upon seeing him. What did I tell ya? From a big toad to a prince of rock. See, kissing works always. Rocker Wizgiz yells, hitting a riff from the guitar that had appeared with him when he transformed. Do we get to kiss you next? If so, I can do it. One of the girls in the class yells as she shoots up from her as hearts were in her eyes as Rocker Wizgiz nervously laughs while rubbing the back of his head. I'm telling that this really happened in the comic. Funny enough, this was said by the same girl who I made the one who give her number to Naruto in an earlier chapter. Haha, no thanks. That is not necessary. I feel that the infusion's effect is wearing off and I should turn back to normal right about now. Rocker Wizgiz says before he puffs into another cloud of purple smoke, and as it dissipates, he returns back to normal. Oh, man, so close to kissing a hunk. The girl says, looking dejected at the missed opportunity as she sits back down in her seat. Wizgiz then turns to Bloom and gives her a disappointed expression. Next time, you should cover yourself better, Miss Bloom, or the better option, don't come to class when you're ill. Colds are bad for any and all type of magic Wizgiz was saying, but looked like he was about to sneeze. Achoo. Which happens as he flies back to his desk. The class looks at him and could see that he was looking to be getting ill. And Stella knew what he was about to say before he sneezed. Ah. And it's very contagious, is what you were about to say, right, Professor? Stella asks with Whizgiz sneezing again before nodding. Yes, Whizgiz utters as he sniffs his nose. Class is dismissed for the day, you can all go, I have to go and get some soup, he says to the class before he eventually poofs out of the room. Seeing that the class was over, the students exit the room and process down the halls of Alfie to go and do whatever their hearts desire. Bloom and the others were walking as she sneezes again into her handkerchief. Man, you really ran yourself into the ground yesterday. Did you at least find what you were looking for? Musa asks and Bloom just sighs and shakes her head. No, I didn't. It seems like no one in Magix needs help. Bloom gloomy says. Ah, that's not possible. Stella says, making the Earth Fairy look at her. Huh, what do you mean? No one I went to wanted help in their stores. Bloom says, confused about what Stella was on about. There's like hundreds of boys and girls from the 3 schools with a part-time job in the city who work to support their studies in case they can't afford some things from their school. If they can get a job, then there's got to be one for you too. Stella says, with the girls walking toward a bulletin board, which Flora spots something on it before ripping it off from the board as they continue to walk. Or maybe I'm the one who doesn't make a good first impression. Bloom says, looking down at the ground. No way. Maybe you haven't been aggressive enough, showing you were willing to fight for that job. Sometimes to get what you want, you've got to push in. What are you talking about, Stella? Bloom's a fairy, she can't act like a witch. Musa says, cutting Stella off. I know, but I'm trying to help her be able to get a job. She just needs to be more aggressive. Stella says. Or, all she needs is the right opportunity to come to her. Which so happens to be now. Flora says as the others turn to her. Look at what I found on the school's notice board. She says as she hands Bloom the thing she ripped from the bulletin board. Bloom takes the item and looks at it. An advertisement of a waitress offer. Bloom says, reading what was on the ad as she frowns, the white horse. What's that? She asks and Stella's eyes sparkle. Oh, I've heard about it. It's a place just outside the city by the lake, not too far from school. It's really popular with most of the citizens and the students of the 3 schools. Interdimensional travelers and tourists go there, and it even has a beach of sorts. Stella says. Okay, then it's a job as a waitress. How hard can that be? Bloom says while folding the ad into a small size and placing it in her pocket. Yeah, and maybe you'll meet a lot of cute boys there too. Stella says, nudging Bloom's arm with her shoulder while Musa just snorts. Stella, don't put ideas into her head. Bloom doesn't have time to be looking for a boyfriend, she's looking for a job. Musa says and Bloom nods. Yeah, I'm not really looking for boys there anyway, Bloom says, turning as a blush was forming on her cheeks, thinking about a certain someone. Speaking for which, Flora, how did you get that ad? Stella asks as Flora just nervously laughs as she rubs her arm. Well, I know we aren't supposed to, but I took it so that no one else here at school would go and take the job away from Bloom. Flora says, and this surprises the others. Wow, talking about acting like a witch. Didn't think you had it in you to do such a naughty thing, Flora. Stella says, smirking as Flora just blushes, embarrassed. Thank you so much, Flora. Bloom happily yells and hugs the nature lover who just smiles and returns the hug. Hee, no problem, Flora says. Well, looks like Bloom got an opportunity for a job. Which remains me, I've got to get going to mine. Musa says. Really? Bloom asks. Yeah, got to start the cleanup of the hidden basement. Miss Barbadia really wants those books to be organized soon. Musa says. Oh, I see, Stella says. She then looks around and finally notices something or someone was missing. Where's Techna? She wasn't in class today. She asks as the rest look around, and sure enough, they notice that their tech-savvy friend wasn't with them. Oh, she's in our room back at the dorm. She turned in her monthly sick day so that she could work on her device in peace. Musa explains, making the rest think about Techna and how she was doing. Oh, well, I hope she's okay. Flora says, worried for Techna. Yeah, I hope so too, she was up all night. Musa says as she had heard some commotion from Techna during the night and all. Well, I have to go and see if I can get the job. Bloom says as she starts running toward the gate, to go and catch the next bus to the city, to go and get some medication for her flu, and to go to the White Horse. I'll see you guys later. She yells. Bye Bloom and good luck. The trio of girls yell to Bloom, wishing her the best of luck. Location: Techna's and Musa's shared room, Winx's dorm Alfie, Magic's. Time: 12:30 a.m., noon. In Techna's and Musa's shared room, she was by her desk, which was filled with various dirty tools and some cans of energy drink, and bits of leftover, looking at a laptop that was hooked by to the now completed prototype of the Mind Walker as it was running diagnostics, making sure that everything was working perfectly. Nearly there, Techna utters under her breath as her red eyes were watching the diagnostics runs. There were bags under her eyes as she was up all night working on the device, hoping that it'd work. And to her surprise and relief, the diagnostics had been completed and showed that the Mind Walker was fully running and stable. Yes. Finally, I'm finally finished with the Mind Walker. She cheers, standing up from her seat and throwing her arms in the air, finally done with it and could get the show on the road. But there were still a few things left to do with the device. Now all is to test run it, but, Techna says as she realizes that she really didn't have anything or no one to test run it on. She had no idea where the others were out of class since she wasn't there in the first place, plus she really didn't want to test it on Kiko since she really had no idea if it could work on animals, and the same thing could be said with Murda. She starts to think of a solution to this issue. What could she do? Maybe, I should skip the test run and do a real run with Naruto, Techna says as she places her hand on her chin and starts thinking about that. I mean, it is a good idea to do it, but I have no idea if it'd even work on him as well, since one, he isn't a fairy or a magical person if I have to be honest, since we really don't know what he is. And there's that possibility that it'd even work and not fry our brains, or merge them, she thought as she weights the pros and cons of doing this. She looks at the device on her desk and sighs, knowing that there was only one thing to do in this. Guess there's only one true way to find out, she says as she walks over to the device and grabs it to go down the ladder in the secret entrance to the underground tunnels and to Naruto's room to see if he was there. Location: Naruto's cave, Alfie, Magic's. Time: 12:35 p.m., noon. Insert music: Battle Hub main menu theme from Street Fighter 6 Ost. Naruto was in his room, by his work desk as he had his hand above it and was shaking while sweat dripped down from his head. The reason why he was like this: he was working on a new rune seal and was attempting to add the finishing touches on a highly unstable part of the rune, as he felt that should he mess up or miscalculate the part in the wrong way to it, it'll blow up and 3 weeks for work would be down the drain. Steady, steady, Naruto mutters, as he slowly and steadily his hand holding the magic inked brush to the paper with the nearly completed seal went. Tilde knock, 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 tilde. Naruto, are you in there? He hears a voice call out from his door, and it sounded like Techna as he turns to the door with a confused expression. Huh, Naruto utters, and doesn't see that he actually swipes the brush across the seal, ruining it as it starts to profoundly glow, which catches his attention as he looks down and sees the seal glow and begins to flash rapidly. His eyes widen as he realizes what he just did. Oh no, he utters right before the seal lets out a bright flash that consumes the entire room. Outside of his room, Techna stood by his door, knocking on the metal door, hoping that he was in the room when tilde boom, tilde. End Ost at 0 minutes 42 seconds and 6 milliseconds. A violent explosion went off inside the room, shaking the walls of the tunnel as she takes a step back. Naruto, what happened? Are you okay? Techna calls out, hoping that Naruto was okay and not hurt. Naruto didn't respond and Techna starts getting worried. Naruto. Techna calls to him again. And again, there was no response. Naruto, Techna says, concern really appearing on her exhausted face as she hoped that the explosion didn't kill the blonde. There was no response again from the room, and just as she was about to call out to him, the door suddenly opens and her eyes widen as Naruto appears, covered head to toe in various bright paint as he looked defeated. Techna, Naruto mutters, seeing the girl in front of him as he looks at her with a deadpan expression. Naruto. Techna says, concerned about seeing him in this state. Is there something you needed? Naruto asks as Techna flinches. Did I interrupt something important? Techna quietly asks. Yes, you did, Naruto says, causing Techna to flinch again. I'm so sorry, Techna says as she looks down. Naruto looks at her for a bit before sighing, knowing that it wasn't really her fault for this, since how was she supposed to know that he was working on something fragile and slightly unstable? It's fine, that was a chance I was going to mess anyway, Naruto utters as he turns around and looks back to his room, at his desk where there was a large splat of paint on it and on the floor while black smoke was coursing off from the middle of the desk. He sighs and turns back to Techna. So, what's up? He asks, wiping the paint off his face. Oh, is it okay if I could come in and talk to you about something? Techna asks as Naruto looks at her for a bit. Sure, you can take a seat by my lounge area while I go and get cleaned. Naruto says before opening the door wider and stepping aside to let her in. Thank you. Tenka thanks Naruto as she walks into his room and he closes the door soon after. It's no biggie, Naruto says. With Bloom. Location: Stop 32, just outside of Magix's city next to an IDWG interdimensional rap gate. Time: 12:58 p.m. Here, this is it. Stop 32. A bus comes up to a stop just outside the city as Bloom and another woman exit it. The white horse is right down this street. You can't miss it, the woman says, pointing down the road as Bloom smiles at her. Thank you. You've been big help, Bloom says with the woman smiling back at her. No problem. Good luck with your job hunting, the woman says as she leaves. Bloom had asked her for directions to the white horse and why she was going there to the woman while they were on the bus. Thank you, Bloom says as she waves to the woman. She soon starts walking down the road while looking for a building that matched the image on the flyer. Okay, so she said that it'd be down this street, she says. She walks down the road a bit further until she sees something up ahead. After taking a few more steps, Bloom realizes what was up ahead. And there it is. She yells as she starts running toward what she was seeing and stops in front of it. She stood in front of a large round building, with terraces in height, accessible via stairs. The restaurant's colors were similar to Alfay's, light pink and blue, with an almost purple pink and yellow. Its logo was a white horse on a blue hexagon, almost in the shape of a diamond on top of the building and on the side of it. Whoa, it's a lot bigger than I thought it'd be, Bloom says as she admires the building's design and size. Soon, she felt nervous creeping in as her mind flashes back to the previous day's failures. She thought that the same would happen here, but she steers her nerves. But if this is where I can finally get a job, so be it, she yells as she smacks her cheeks, in an attempt to hype herself while taking in a deep breath, and walks into the restaurant where she sees an older woman by the register, filing her nails. The woman has black wavy hair with white streaks, particularly the hairs near the temple and her bangs. She had a pale complexion and gray eyes. Bloom walks up to the register as the woman takes notice as she looks at Bloom with a smile. Good afternoon, welcome to the White Horse, home to the white chocolate milk tart. Are you here for dining or takeout? The woman greets. Good afternoon. And sorry, I'm not here to eat. My name is Bloom and I came here in response to the ad. You have a job opening here? Bloom asks. The woman blinks for a bit before her eyes widen slightly as she remembers. Oh, dearie, yes. Bloom was it. The woman asks as Bloom nods, confirming that was her name. Well, the flyer is ours and we do have a job opening for waiters for the weekends. It tends to get busy here during the weekends and holidays and we're currently understaffed. The woman says as Bloom looked surprised in hearing that and smiles brightly. Only on the weekends. That's fantastic. Bloom happily cheers as the woman raises an eyebrow. What? Afraid that you'd be working too much? The woman asks as Bloom blinks and frantically waves her hands at the woman. Oh no. It's just that I have to study on other days, but if it's only on the weekends, I can do it with no problem. Bloom explains. Studying, huh? The woman asks as she takes a closer look at Bloom with narrow eyes and realizes something about her. You're a student at Alfie, right? She asks as Bloom blinks and nods slowly. Yes, I am. I'm in my first year. Bloom says, hoping that this fact wouldn't jeopardize her chance at the job. She was expecting something but she wasn't expecting the woman to laugh. "Ah, Alfie. Boy does that take me back," the woman says as she laughs a bit more before turning back to Bloom. "Why, I was a fairy too, you know. Back in my youth, but that was a long time ago and I don't remember anything from that time," she says, and Bloom's curiosity was piquing at hearing that. "Really?" Bloom yells as the woman smiles and nods. "But why are you working here now?" she asks, curious about why she was here instead of being in her home world like most fairies would be, as the woman drops her smile. "Because I didn't find anything better to do, little girl. And I didn't have time to be wasting all that silly magic which you are so proud of," the woman says. "Oh," Bloom utters, surprised in hearing that. She hears a chuckle not too far from her as she turns and sees a man with blonde hair, wearing a suit with a pair of shade with orange lenses. Actually, the owner is highly allergic to magic. She can't be near it. "Why do you think we're out here instead of in the city? Remember that. Don't use too much magic near her or she'll break out," the man says, causing the woman's eyes to widen as she turns to him. "What are you talking about? Don't go around and spread lies," the woman yells, as the man laughs and walks away into the kitchen as the woman just sighs and turns back to Bloom. "Ignore him, he's a bit of an idiot," she says as Bloom nods. "I'm sorry if I made you angry, I didn't mean to be rude," Bloom says, looking apologetic. The woman looks at her for a bit before she sighs. Well, you seem genuinely sorry for that, I can tell." "Well, I guess I can forever you," the woman says. "Thank you so much, miss," Bloom says, but the woman holds her hand up. "My name is Greta Deary. Being called miss makes me feel older than I am already," the woman says, now known to be Greta. "Oh, okay," Bloom nods. "I see that you want the job, right?" Greta asks, and Bloom nods again. "Unfortunately, everyone wants something and there's two more here, also here trying to get the job opening," she says, causing Bloom to be confused. "Huh," Bloom says as Miss Greta points to her left, and Bloom turns around and sees two other girls sitting by a table. She looks at the girls and instantly recognizes they were from Cloud Tower, meaning they were witches. The two witches look at Bloom and smirked at her, making a message to her that they were going to challenge her for the opening. "Oh," she utters, now seeing that she had to fight for her chance at the job. Back with Naruto and Techna. Time: 1:15 p.m. "So, let me get this straight." Naruto says he was clean and in a new outfit as he sits on a beanbag, in front of Techna, who sat on a recliner as they were in his lounge. "You build a device that can link two minds together while one is able to walk through this link and look into the mind and memories of that person?" he asks, and Techna nods. "Yes, that's right," Techna says. "And it's untested?" Naruto asks, pointing to the device in question on his table, and Techna nods again. "Yes," Techna says. "And you want to use it on me, in hopes that you can go into my mind and see if you can figure out how to jump-start my memories and have them return?" Naruto asks, and Techna nods. "Yes," Techna says as Naruto sighs and slouches back into the beanbag. "Do you think that it's a good idea?" Naruto says, crossing his arms. "I mean, a lot could go wrong here. Like we could lose all our memories, or personalities. Or it could fry our minds or switch us around. There's a lot riding on this, Techna. And we can lose a lot if this fails. I know this, I thought about it and weighed all the potential risks and the success this could have, but I have no other option, Naruto. I can't really do the testing as no one would be willing to go through with this, and I can't test this on animals, that would be too cruel to do that to them," Techna says, looking down as she was starting to feel bad. Naruto looks at her and understood why she resorted to this. Most people would reject the offer once they learned about the device's purpose and its current status, and using it on an animal was just an inhuman act. Apart from being a nature lover, he too was understood animals to a degree. Seeing the woodland animals in the forest and by his secret garden spot filled him with happiness. He starts thinking about the pros and cons should he do this, thinking about the risks he mentioned, but felt a glimmer of hope that this could bring back his memories and also finally stop the night terrors he has been having as of late. He sighs as he comes to his decision and turns to Techna. "Is it safe?" Naruto asks, and Techna looks up at him. "Huh," Techna utters. "I'm asking if it's safe for us to use it," Naruto asks. "Why, yes. About 75% sure," Techna stutters as Naruto looks at her. 75% sure. Then what about the other 25%? Naruto asks and Techna started to look sheepish. It could kill us, Techna says and Naruto sighs once more. He thinks about it further, weighing the pros and cons should they do this and the results from this. Sigh. Well, you only live once. Naruto mutters to himself before looking at Techna and nods. Alright, let's do it. He says, taking Techna by surprise at how quickly he accepted this. Are you sure? Techna asks as Naruto nods again. Yeah, why not? I mean, you made the machine, which means you took your time to create and you're one of my closest friends, which means I can trust you with my life. So, why not? Naruto says, shrugging his shoulder as he smiles. Techna looks at him with wide eyes as her cheeks start to red in color as she looks down and starts playing with her fingers. Thank you. Techna stutters while Naruto blinks at the sudden change of mood before he chuckles a little, and yes, he is dense. It's no problem Techna, Naruto says. He then looks at the device on his table. So, how does this really work? What do I have to do? He asks as Techna composes herself. Oh, right. Techna says before clearing her throat and picking up the device and holding it in front of the blonde. This is the main component that is responsible for the link between the users. The drifter as I call it, its main purpose aside from powering the whole device is to maintain a consent link between the two minds and these. She says as she places the drifter back onto the table and holds out two metallic headsets, or what allows the two minds to drift together. They're sort of receivers for the drifter. You simply wear it and it'll do the rest. She says and Naruto nods, listening to her explanation. Okay, I see. Naruto says, taking in what was said. So, what should we do? He asks. We need to be comfortable and place the receivers over our heads. Tenka says. And then, Naruto asks. Then, we have to clear our minds, not let anything come into our thoughts and not let anything else distract us. Techna says and Naruto nods. Oh, okay, Naruto says. The two then start getting comfortable in their seats before they put on the headsets. Ready? Techna asks as Naruto slouches into his beanbag and nods. Yeah, ready. Naruto says and Techna lets out a long exhale as her finger hovers over the activation button to the Mind Walker. Okay, here we go in 3, 2, 1, Techna says before she presses the button and the Mind Walker turns on and the two a sudden rush of pain as various flashes of memories flash within their minds as the majority of the memories were from Techna while the rest, the little that was the rest were from Naruto. The pair endured the pain in their heads as the drift continue and blood begins to drip from their noses in the real world as Techna opens her eyes and takes in deep breaths. She looks around and sees that she was in the middle of a slightly dark hallway where various pipes of different sizes were attached to the walls. Where am I? Techna asks with her voice echoing. She hears the echoing as she looks down at herself and sees that she wasn't in the inventing outfit she was wearing previously, but had on a white full-body suit with green and purple trimmings around it. She looks around the hallway some more as a realization comes to her, the bodysuit is like her fairy form, minus the wings and helmet. I'm inside of Naruto's mind, Techna utters, eyes open wide as a bright smile begins to appear on her face. It worked. Ha 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 ha. Eat your heart out there. She yells while continuing to laugh out loud before eventually calming down as she looks around the hallway, and sees the various pipes. Okay, so if this is Naruto's mind, then I should follow the pipes and sees if they'll lead me to at least his memories. She says before looking forward and walking down the hallway, with water submerging her feet and splashing with each step she takes. With Bloom. Location: the White Horse, outside of Magic's. Time: 2:09 p.m. Hey, but you guys picked the best area. That doesn't count. Bloom yells, frustrated at how the two witched from earlier were smirking at her. The reason why she was frustrated and why the witches were smug was that Miss Greta had told the three that in order to get the job, they'd have to sever the most customers from an area for the restaurant and had to have a positive response from said customers in order for them to get the job. And the two witches had picked the porch and sunroom, only leaving Bloom with the back and bar. There are a lot more people on the porch and sunroom and the rooms inside are almost empty. Bloom says as the two witches just scoff. You should have thought of that before we took it, dear little fairy. Which number 1 says? Yeah, you heard what Madame Greta said. Which number 2 says? Whoever is able to serve the most drinks during the afternoon will get the job. Which number 1 repeats the terms of the contest? It's not our fault if you picked the area with the least people in it. She says. That means you'll most likely lose the consent and we'll get the job. Haha, bye-bye. Which number 2 says as she and her friend laugh while they walk away from Bloom, who glares at their retreating backs. Grr, witches talk too much and too quickly. They already know the pace while this is my first time being here. Bloom thought as she clenches her fist angrily before she starts to calm herself down with deep breaths. You know what, it's fine. They can have the more popular rooms, all I have to do is outperform them and I'll get the job. She thought, clenching her fist as she gains a new burst of determination. She walks around her areas, hoping to see if any of the customers sitting there would want something, and sure enough, one did. May I please have a glass of root beer? One man asks as Bloom brightens up at the opportunity and rushes over to him. Right away, sir. Oh, and do you want anything else, sir? We have Wonder sandwiches, or perhaps you'd like an after-dinner drink, or... Bloom was listing off the menu until the customer raises his hand, cutting her off mid-sentence. No. Just the root beer please, the customer says as Bloom blinks before she smiles and nods. Okay. But it'll be the best root beer you'll ever drink. Bloom eagerly says as she walks away to go and get the drink ready, leaving the customer confused by what just happened. She walks over to the bar and to the bartender. 1 glass of root beer please. She says as the bartender looks at her and nods. You got it, the man says as he starts making the order. Bloom smiles at that before noticing Greta was looking a bit annoyed by something. Oh, my rheumatism isn't giving me any peace. First with the rain from yesterday and today's near unbearable humidity. It's just no end to it. Greta says, feeling her skin ache from the changes in weather as Bloom walks up to her and heard what she said. Maybe you should adjust the air conditioner more. You would feel a lot better with better air. Bloom says and Greta looks at her with a raised eyebrow. Do you think so, little girl? Greta asks and Bloom nods. Well, I can't make any sense of these strange machines. And Joseph isn't here. He's the only one who knows how to even work the damn thing. She says with irritation at this. Bloom thinks this over and comes up with a solution. You know, I could go and adjust it. At my mother's flower shop, I always adjusted the conditioner there. Maybe I can go and adjust it here for you. Bloom suggests and Greta actually thought about it. Oh really? Well, Greta was saying, but she gets cut off. Hey, the root beer is ready. The bartender yells and Bloom looks at him and nods before turning back to Greta. I'll take care of the customer and then I'll go and adjust the air conditioner and you'll feel better. You'll see. Bloom yells as she walks toward the bar and grabs the order and takes it over to the customer. Here you go, 1 tall glass of root beer. She says with a smile as she places the order on the table in front of the customer, who nods and smiles. Thank you. The customer says as Bloom nods again and leaves to go and see where were the controls to the air conditioner. While she walks, Greta smiles and places her finger on her chin in thought. What a quick little girl. I was just like that when I was her age. Let's see what else she'll do. Greta thought, seeing Bloom and thinking about something else. Back with Naruto and Techna. Time, unknown. Techna continues walking down the hallway, not knowing exactly where she was going and having no clear idea of how long she had been walking for. Okay, where am I really? I've been walking around for who knows how long and I've got no idea, expect walking down this very long hall with water by my feet. Techna says as she walks. She looks down at her feet and sees them semi-submerged in the ankle-high water and frowns in thought. Now that I think about it, why is there water in Naruto's mind? What's the reasoning behind it? She says. She continues to walk for a bit more down the hallway when... What's he doing? A voice echoes through the hallway, causing Techna to stop and look around to see where it came from. Huh, Techna utters as she sees the hallway starts fading away and she sees a new area begin to appear. It was an area that was a grassy area where several buildings which were erected over time. The main building had a giant sign with a strange symbol she had never seen before, Huo. And in front of the large building were people, adults, and children, all looking happy, with most of the children wearing a strange headband, either on their foreheads or arms, using it as a belt or had it tied to their upper arms. Didn't you hear? He failed the Genin exam and apparently, it was his third time. Meaning he can't retake it again. Techna hears someone whisper as she turns to the source and sees two women whispering to one another. Oh, good. Maybe now it'll learn that it can't be a ninja for this village. One of the two women whispers as she glares at something in the distance. Techna follows the woman's line of sight to where she was glaring and sees a familiar sun-yellow blonde, wild spiky-haired boy, sitting on a swing under a tree while looking at the crown in front of him with a dull and depressed expression. Is that Naruto? Tenka asks, surprised in seeing Naruto just sitting there with an expression like the one he had on. She's never seen him like this and she felt that it didn't suit much at him. Shish. Be quiet, you don't want to get into trouble, it's the law by Lord Third. Tenka heard one of the women whisper as she turns and sees one had a finger to her mouth, a gesture that told her other friend to be quiet. Right, sorry, the other woman says. But you're right, if anything, it should finally teach him to just give up and leave the village. We don't need demons here in our village. The first woman says as the second woman solemnly nods. True, true. The second woman says as the screen fades away, leaving Tenka standing in the middle of darkness as her feet were semi-submerged into the water again. She frowns. Lord Third, demon, what were those women talking about and why did Naruto look so sad and lonely? Was that one of his lost memories? Techna asks, wondering what was all that about and what happened to Naruto. What happened in his life before coming to magics? And just what do we have here? Techna stiffens upon hearing a dark and sinister voice speak, a voice that had such anger and power to it that it made her entire body freeze. She slowly turns to the voice which sounded like it was behind her as she comes face to face with a large red cell that had a piece of paper onto it with strange writing onto the paper. She looks at the cell as red bubbles begin to form from the cell and start to take form into something that she had never seen before. The bubbles were taking the form of a head from a red-orange colored fox-like being that had black lines around its red eyes that stretch up to its ears. The fox-like being looks at the frozen and frightened Techna with its red eyes as it narrows them. A human here, in my prison. Huh, and it's one of the brat's little fairy friends. What are the odds for one to come to my domain? This being growled out, as its red eyes glow and stare at Techna. What is this? Why can't I feel or move my body? What is this thing that makes me feel frightened and, like I'm about to die? Techna mutters under her breath. The fox-like being forms a paw-like humanoid hand as it moves it to her and takes her chin, lifting her head up to its eye level. Listen here little fairy, run along to your friends, tell them about me, and tell them, that I will escape from the brat, the mind you're in, and I will devour your world, the fox being growls out, causing Techna's eyes to widen in shock. Wah. Techna says but before she could say or do anything else, the fox being lifts its paw high in the air above Techna, causing her eyes to widen further as it sends its paw down at her and Techna wakes up and yelps as she falls out of her seat as Naruto wakes up not that sooner after she did as he grabs his chest. Holy crap. Naruto shouts, trying to catch his breath, wondering why was he feeling like he felt dread and death. He turns to Techna and sees something was wrong with her. Techna, are you okay? He asks. Except he didn't get a response from her, as she just looked petrified and non-responsive, which causes Naruto to grab her by her shoulders and shakes her. Techna, Naruto yells, hoping that he could get her to respond and it seems to work as Techna blinks. Huh. Techna utters, blinking as she snaps out of the catatonic state she was in. Techna, are you okay? She hears Naruto speaks and turns to him and sees the concerned expression on his face. Why yeah, I'm fine, Techna mutters, still looking lost. Are you sure? You look pale and you're cold. What happened? Naruto asks. Why yeah, Tenka utters, still in her dazed state. Just then, the two hear some commotion behind them as they turn and see the Mind Walker sparking and in flames. Oh, crap, your device. Naruto yells and acts fast. He rushes over to his garage station and grabs a fire extinguisher, uses it on the device, extinguishing the flames. After a while doing this, Naruto stops using the extinguisher and the two see the device was destroyed beyond repair, there was nothing that could be salvageable. Oh, man, Techna, I'm so sorry your device is destroyed, he utters, feeling extremely bad for Techna and feeling that it was his fault it had been destroyed. Techna just looks at the device she spent her time on the table, burnt and damaged. She stands up and walks over to it and picks it up and holds it to her face and looks at it with deep thought. It's fine, I guess I hadn't anticipated the main power won't be able to handle it. My mistake, Techna whispers, still in her dazed state. Techna, are you really okay? You seem off, Naruto asks. He sees she was off, and wonders what happened in his mind for her to be like this as she just blinks and turns to him. I'm okay Naruto, really, Techna says as she looks back to the device in her hands and lifts her head up. I have to go now. I'll see you later, she just says as she turns around and processes to leave the room. Okay, bye, Naruto says, seeing her leave as he stands there, extinguisher in hand and in thought about what happened to his friend. In the tunnel, Techna continues to walk for a bit as her legs start to shake before finally giving away as she falls to her knees and she holds onto the wall of the tunnel as she holding her other hand to her chest and hyperventilate as she tries to calm herself down again. I need to tell the others about what I saw. I have to. This is something they need to know, and need to keep to themselves, and never tell Naruto what I saw in his mind. Because whatever I saw, I could that it was telling the truth that it'll destroy us all if it got out, Techna thought, as she remains there in the tunnel, trying and failing in calming herself as she knew, something deeper was at play here and felt that the fate of Magix was at risk sooner or later. And at that time, she had no idea how right she was, for the fate of Magix and the surrounding dimensions would be at risk in the future. Lounge. Winx's dorm Alfie, Magix. Okay Techna, you called us here to talk about something. What is it that was so urgent? Stella asks, looking at Techna who was still in her dazed phase as the others were getting worried, they had never seen her like this ever. Techna, are you okay? The princess of the group asks the tech-savvy fairy who is still non-responsive and looks a bit out of it. Techna. She calls out to Techna once more and it looks like it worked as Techna blinks a bit, perhaps adjusting to her surroundings as she speaks. Girls, I think I learned something about Naruto's past, Techna says, catching the girls' attention. Really? Musa asks, surprised by this as she and the others see Techna nod slightly. How did you find out? She asks, wanting to know just how she was able to make this discovery, and so were the others as they wait for Techna to say how. I made a device that could allow two people to establish a mental link and enter a mind for their choice. Techna says. This makes the girls look at her with surprised looks when they hear she finished her device. Oh, the device you were working on, the Mindwalker, right? You finished it and it works. Bloom asks as Techna nods. Yes, it did. I was able to complete it and I went to Naruto so we could use the device and look into his subconscious. Once we had established a link, I started looking around his subconscious, looking for anything that was a lost memory and using it to maybe jumpstart his mind and restore his memories. But, Techna stops talking and goes silent as the girls look at her in confusion. But what? Musa asks. I found a memory, one that looked lost. It was for some rural village and a building of people and children outside. I think it was a school of some sort since the children there were mostly young to teenagers while the people there were adults, the children's parents. I saw then Naruto, sitting on a swing hanging under a tree branch, looking at the children and parents with a look of depression. And, Tenka pauses for a moment before continuing to explain. I could hear whispers from the adults saying things like saying that he didn't pass some exam and that we're glad he failed since they didn't want him as a ninja. She says, with the other girls raising their eyebrows at the last thing she said. Ninja. Naruto wanted to be a ninja. Stella asks as Techna just shrugs her shoulders. Yes, they did say ninja. Which confused me. But they said that he should have left the village since they did want demons in the village, which again confused me. But the memory faded away and before I could even go look for another one or think about what I saw, something happened, Techna says but stops and the others look at her. What happened? Bloom asks as Techna just holds herself and starts to shiver. This catches the others' attention. There was something in Naruto's memories. Something that felt unnatural, Techna just utters, as her shivering just intensifies as the girls look at her in mild surprise, since Techna hardly shows any emotional expressions. What was it? Flora asks and Techna just turns to them and they see her expression change. It was some creature, a red-orange colored fox-like being that had black lines around its red eyes that stretched up to its ears. It was there, looking at me with its red eyes, and it made me freeze in fear from it. It felt so sinister and rageful. It was like I was being choked from its glare alone, but I felt like I felt the rage it had before. I just can't figure out where I've felt it. Techna says as she remembers the feeling she had when she came face to face with that thing she saw inside Naruto's mind. This causes Bloom to start thinking about something that she feels like she known. Wait, Techna, you said that this creature you saw had red eyes, correct? Bloom asks as she sees Techna nod, and these red eyes were the pupils slit. She asks and sees Techna nod again, which confirms her theory. I think I know where you've felt that before. We all have, the red-haired says as everyone turns to her. Where? Stella asks as Bloom looks at them. That weird red energy Naruto used back at the night of the party and attack from the tricks. And just recently with that dream monster and the tricks again. It's that red thing he goes into whenever he's really angry. Bloom says and everyone thinks about what she said and realizes she was right. You're right. That would make sense since it did have that same rageful feeling Naruto had when he went into the red energy mode. Techna says, snapping her fingers in realization while berating herself on how stupid she was for not realizing this sooner. Okay, let's make and compare notes on the things we know about Naruto, just so we can make some sense of this mystery since this is getting too much for me to process. Stella says and everyone can't help but agree. So, the girls stood up from their seats and went to their rooms to get notebooks, pencils, and pens. They returned to the lounge and took their seats with their notebooks and pencils in hand as they started listing off the information they had about the blonde. Insert OST, self-analysis from Boku no Hero Academia. Okay, so, first off, we all know that he has amnesia and the only memories he has are for his name, that's it. That's all he remembers, Bloom says. And we know that he's from some unknown dimension that speaks an ancient language that only a handful of the people in my home dimension understand. Since I can sort of hear him whenever he says something from that language. Musa says as the other wrote that down. There's also that time he was standing on water back at the lake. Techna says. He looked like he did subconsciously and he instantly fell into the water when we pointed that out like his feet realized that he wasn't on solid ground. She says. And there's the fact he's a lot stronger than the average red fountain specialist. Flora says with everyone turning to her. Back in the forest, after Murda got cursed, he reacted badly and punched craters into the ground, with only 6 strikes before his knuckles started to bleed from the hits. She says as everyone remembered she was right since he came to their dorm the day after that incident with his hands completely healed. They took note of that. Also, he heals quickly. Back at the attack from the whip the tricks created, he was rag-tossed all over the place before he was tossed to the side. And moments later, he's back on his feet, with that red energy around him, and had little to no injuries on him from the whip. Bloom says as Musa flinches and winces. Don't remind me of that night. It's too soon to talk about it. Musa says as she holds her chest from the phantom pains and memories of that night. The others notice this and are reminded of what else happened that night. Sorry. Bloom says, feeling bad for bringing that up as Musa just smiles at her, a way to tell her that it was okay. But you were right about he can heal faster than anyone I've seen. And from what we know, Miss Farragonda did say that he has this large reserve of energy in him but can't use it due to his amnesia. Stella says. 2. Don't forget she said he has 2 in him. One is his own and the other one is something else and bigger than his own. Flora remains them for the second large pool of energy Naruto has, and this makes them think. Maybe, it'd make some sense since for one, there's been about 2 times he's used that red energy, and that thing I saw, could be a manifestation of it or, the red energy comes from that thing. Techna says as she ponders on this for a bit. Like whatever that thing was that Techna saw, could have been sealed in him. Stella asks. Maybe, Musa says, shrugging her shoulders as she is uncertain about that, while Bloom is confused by what was said. Sealed in him, is that a thing here? Bloom asks and the others turn to her and nod. Yeah, it's a thing. It's ancient magic though and not a lot of people know how to do that anymore. It's where you take something powerful, say a magical artifact, and place a magical chant onto yourself and on the item in question and seal it within your body. At most times, this is done as a last resort to hide something from others. Flora explains while Bloom nods, understanding things clearer now. Stella then lets out a long sigh. Man, just when we think we have some understanding of Naruto, something comes up and throws a wrench and changes everything we know about him. I wish things could be easier to find out just who he is. Stella says, feeling like the universe was laughing at them every time they got some understanding for their wayward blonde companion. Bloom suddenly gains an idea and turns to Techna. Techna, you said that your device is finished, right? Bloom asks, as Techna looks at her and nods, can't we just use it again to look for the answers? She asks and the others look at them, hoping that this will help, but Techna shakes her head. We can't. The Mind Walker short-circuited just after we disconnected. The motherboard's fired and the power unit is shot. We can't use it until I get the right parts that can withstand another overload that could occur. Techna says as she slouches back onto the couch, now feeling that she'd spent some long nights on the device, again. Stella sighs again and too slouches back into her seat. Great, just great. What are we doing to do now? Stella asks as Flora looks at her. We do what we've been doing this whole time. Flora says as Stella turns to her. Which is? Stella asks, with a raised eyebrow. We wait and see what happens and go from there. Flora says. So, it's the long game then. Stella says and she sees Flora nod as she sighs again and looks up at the ceiling before she nods. Okay, I can deal with that, she says. At least we have some clues to go with from here. In the beginning, we had nothing. Bloom says as she shows the others her notebook which had a drawing of Naruto on it, with multiple links around him with facts and clues they had about or on him. Yep, and we've got some understanding on some things now. Musa says. And the other agreed with that statement. For now, I think we should think up ways to at least try and jumpstart Naruto's memories. She says as the others nod and begin discussing other ways to help Naruto regain his memories. While they were discussing these ways, they completely forgot that someone else was in the lounge with them, on the table, and was awake to hear all they were saying and had discussed. What are they talking about? Naruto has amnesia, Murda thought, as her pumpkin form had a curious expression, looking at the winx as they talked. End Ost. Fox Among Fairies. Chapter 18. Chaos at the Red Fountain Exhibition. Location. Lounge, Winx's dorm Alfie, Magix. Date. The 17th of December, Friday. Time. 9:05 a.m., morning. A week passed and things were back to normal for the most part at Alfie. We see the girls at their dorm, by their lounge during various tasks. Are you sure that this stuff works? Bloom asks Stella while holding a brush in her hand, with the brush having some green concoction. She was Stella with her hair. Yeah, it's a hair conditioner that Flora concocted. And I fully trust our fairy flower child. Right, Flora? Stella says, turning to Flora who was by the table, looking at Pumpkin Murda while she was wearing her glasses. She was more comfortable wearing them with the others around. She was busy with Murda, trying to lift the curse set on her as she turned to Stella when she called to her and nods. Yeah, it will rejuvenate and add color to your hair in no time. Flora says with a smile before she turns back to Murda. Stella then looks at Bloom with a smile. See, there's nothing to worry about. Stella says as Bloom just shrugs her shoulders. Okay then, Bloom says before she starts applying the conditioner to the princess's hair. Musa was busy practicing her guitar skills by just strumming a calm melody while Techna was by the couch, typing on her laptop as she was busy programming some software she was developing. Knock, knock. Just then, the girls hear a knock coming from their tunnel door and the door opens with Naruto popping out of it. Morning ladies. Naruto chirpy greets the girls as he climbs into the room. Naruto. Hi. The girls greeted back as they were surprised to see him arrive in their dorm. Naruto, I thought you were at work today. Bloom says as Naruto looks at her. I would be at work if it wasn't that I got a day off today from my boss. He closed up shop since he said he had to go for something important today happening over at Red Fountain. Naruto says as he walks over to the sleeping Kiko and rubs the bunny's head, with the bunny smiling at the feeling. Really? The girls ask and see Naruto nod. What's going over there? Flora asks. He said he was going to watch the Red Fountain exhibition. Naruto says as Stella looks at him in shock. Wait, there's happening today. Stella asks as Naruto grins and nods. Yep, Naruto says as the girls look intrigued by this while Bloom is confused. Excuse me for asking, but what is the Red Fountain exhibition? Bloom asks. It's a showcase over at Red Fountain. It's to show the attendees and parents the future of their knights and wizards. It's pretty much to show what the school has to offer, and it's something you really can't miss if you're in magics. Naruto says. Wow, that sounds interesting to watch. Bloom says, now intrigued by the exhibition. Yep, which is why I'm going. Naruto says as the girls look at him. Huh, Techna utters, with a raised eyebrow. Do you have an invitation to it? She asks and sees Naruto shake his head. Nope, Naruto proudly declares as the girls were confused by this. Then just how are you going to go to watch? Flora asks. Oh, that's easy. I'm sneaking into Red Fountain and going to watch the exhibition. Naruto says. This causes the girls to drop everything as they look at him with their jaws dropped. The girls yell, looking at the blonde as if he was insane as he looks at them with a raised eyebrow. What? Naruto asks, confused about their reaction. Are you insane? You want to sneak into practically one of the most guarded schools in magics, on the day that royal families and diplomats are coming to said school. You don't think that the guards for said royal families won't be there? Girls, calm down, you're forgetting you're talking to someone who's successfully broken into all 3 schools on several occasions. I'm practically an expert on this. Naruto says as the girls look at him, uncertain about this. Okay, Mr. Expert, tell us, just how are you going to get into Red Fountain, without being seen by any of the guards there? Musa asks, crossing her arms. That's easy. I'll just use the ancient escape tunnels from here to Red Fountain. It will lead me just outside, on the side of the school, and from there, I'll climb a tall tree and jump from it and land on a balcony, climb over it and sneak around the campus until I reach the stands and lay low there. Naruto says, while putting his arms behind his head and grins. The girls looked at him and felt uncertain about his plan. Naruto, I don't think, Bloom was saying, but Naruto cut her off. Before any of you say anything or say, this is a bad idea. Let me remind you that I've snuck into Red Fountains before, snuck into it to do various pranks there, and got away with it. I've got this since I know what I'm doing. Naruto says, ensuring to the girls that this is fine. The girls look at him before looking at one another and stare at each other as if they were having a mental conversation before they nod and turn back to him. Fine, we'll believe, but we want you to do one thing for us. Bloom says with Naruto shrugging his shoulders and looks at them. Sure, what is it? Naruto asks. We want to come along. Musa says, and this makes Naruto do a double take as he looks at them. What? Naruto asks, surprised by this request as he looks at the girls. Why? He asks, wanting to know why did they want to come. Oh come on, you said it yourself, it's something you can't miss if you're in magics. So, we're coming along to watch it with you. Techna explains with the other girls agreeing to that by nodding along. Naruto stops for a moment and thinks it over, with his hand on his chin and eyes closed while squinting them. I don't know, Naruto says as he thinks about their request. It wasn't the first time that he and the girls snuck into another school for something, but the last time they did, they were caught and punished for it. So, it was more of a 50-50 risk for him to take should he let the girls along. He thinks about it a bit more before he shrugs his shoulders. Ah, what the heck, it'll be more fun if we're together instead of going alone. Let's do it, he shouts, with the girls smiling at this. Yes, the girls shout, ecstatic about going to see the exhibition. Naruto calms down and looks at the girls with a serious look. Let's go and get ready and meet me at the tunnels in 30 minutes so we can go to Red Fountain. It's going to take us an hour to get there if we're fast. Naruto says with the girls nodding, understanding him. He nods back before he walks over to the tunnel door and opens it. Alright, I'll see you in a bit. He says before he hops down into through the door as it closes behind him. See you. The girls as he leaves. Boom then turns to the others. Alright girls, you heard the man, let's go and get ready. she says as she and the others get up and go to their rooms to get ready for the exhibition. Location: Arena, Red Fountain, Magics. Time: 10:03 a.m., morning. Over at Red Fountain, people were beginning to arrive, watching the young men of the school showcase their skills to their parents and representatives for their home dimensions as the arena was beginning to fill with said spectators. And over at the VIP sections of the arena, we see Faragonda sitting, as she waits for the opening of the exhibition to start. She feels a familiar magical presence appearing on her as she turns and sees Cloud Tower's headmistress, Griffin, arriving at the VIP section and walking toward her. Morning, Griffin. Faragonda greets the Elder Witch, with a sense of respect as Griffin nods to her as she takes a seat next to the Elder Fairy. Morning, Faragonda. Griffin greets Faragonda, with Faragonda returning a nod to her. The two sat in silence for a bit before Faragonda decided to speak something that was on her mind. I understand you've expelled those 3 young witches who've caused trouble at my school. Faragonda says. She was thinking about the tricks and how they've been terrorizing her students and grandson for the past months, and their last attack on the winx had pushed her to the edge to contact Griffin and discuss a suitable punishment for the 3. Expulsion. Yes, I have. A severe but necessary punishment. Griffin says. I see. Faragonda says, feeling a bit better that the 3 witches were punished, but she felt it wasn't enough. No one messes with her students and gets away with it. Although, while I am saddened in losing such talented students, I feel it was a need, for I sense a disturbing aura around them every time I'm close to them. Griffin says, and this makes Faragonda turn to her. You've felt that as well? Faragonda asks as Griffin nods. Yes, I have. Their magical presences are darker than mine as or could ever be. Suffocating, as if their presences drain the light for all around them. Griffin says, and this makes Faragonda frown, in concern. This is most disturbing, for being so young, they're already mastering the dark arts. That makes them dangerous. Faragonda says, concerned for the safety of the people of Magix and the students for their school. Agreed. Griffin says, nodding along. Someone should keep a close eye on them. Faragonda says, and Griffin just sighs. That would be difficult, since the night I expelled them, they've disappeared. There's been no sight of them for some time now. The last sighting for them was in Magix, but that trail has gone cold. I see. In that case, we must keep tabs around Magix, should they appear in the city again. We can't let them roam away for much longer than they have already. Who knows what they could be planning right now? Faragonda says as Griffin agrees with her. Letting those 3 plot would be a terrible thing for them. Indeed. Griffin says as they turn back to the field, waiting for the opening of the exhibition to begin as more people arrive at the VIP section and the normal sections of the arena. Time skip. 20 minutes later. Time. 10:27 a.m. On the other side of the campus, by a bush, a pair of blue eyes appear inside of the bush before they start scanning the area around them, for anyone. And seeing that there was no one near them, gave the owner of the eyes a sense of safety. Okay. Looks like the coast is clear, we can come out now. The person in the bush says before 5 more pairs of eyes appear in the bush with them as Naruto and the winx climb out for the bush and dust themselves off the leaves and dirt from the bush. Next time, let's not climb out of a bush when we sneak into another place. Stella says, patting her hair for anything that could be in it as Naruto just chuckles while rubbing the head of his head. Sorry Stella, but that's the only way that we could take without altering the alarms inside the building. Naruto says, as Stella just huffs. At least we're here, and it looks like the exhibition hasn't started yet. Means we've got time to sneak in. Yeah, so what's next, Mr. Expert? Techna asks Naruto, who looks around the area they were in. Let's look for a way in. A door, or a balcony with a tree near it. Naruto says. Following that logic, the winx start walking around the area, trying to find a way into the school and from there, to the arena so they could watch the exhibition. While they walked, Musa spotted a door to their left. Hey, there's a door over there. Musa says as she points to the door and the others follow where she was pointing. You think it could get us in? She asks, looking at Naruto, who just shrugs. Maybe. Never really tried any door here before. I always used the balcony. Naruto says. He goes over to the door and grabs it to open it, but it wasn't moving. Nope, It's locked, he says as he lets go of the door. Maybe we'll find one that's open if we keep looking. Flora says. The others thought about that and thought it could work if they did do that. So they were going to go around and look for a door to go through, but before they could. Hey! The group stops when they hear someone shout at them. They turn around and see a red fountain student standing behind them with crossed arms. Just what are you doing here? This area is restricted. The student yells at them, which causes the teens to panic and be sheepish as they nervously chuckle. Ha ha ha, well, Bloom was going to explain when Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder, which stopped her from speaking. Please Bloom, allow me to handle this like a gentleman, Naruto says as he steps forward and looks at the student in the face. Hey dude, listen, we were just hanging out, looking around, and we just got lost and run. He shouts as he turns and starts running, with the girls quickly follows suit and runs away with Naruto as the red fountain student looked momentarily shocked by this action. Hey! Get back here! The red fountain student yells before he gives chase to the winx. Really? That was your plan? Running away? Musa shouts at Naruto as he looks over his shoulder and at her. Hey! I'd like to see you think of something else we could do to get away from this guy. Naruto shouts at her as the others weren't having it now for all time. Let's not do this now while we're running away from that guy. Techna yells, making the two bickering teens shut up and continue running. Stella looks behind them and sees the student still chasing after them. What are we going to do? He's still on us. Stella yells as Naruto starts thinking about a way for them to escape. And one such way comes to mind. Split up. We go separate ways and confuse him, he won't know who to follow. Naruto yells. The girls hear him and think it was a good idea, but there was just an issue they saw with the idea. But how will we find each other should we get away? Flora asks. Hide and wait for me in one of the halls. I'll track you guys down by sensing you. Trust me on this. I will find you guys. Naruto yells. The girls think about it for a bit before turning to Naruto and nod. Okay. We trust you. Good luck Naruto. The girls yell as Naruto nods back to them. Thanks. You too. Naruto yells. The group reach a bush and the girls jump into it and hide while Naruto continues to run with the student still chasing him. Hey! Get back here! The student yells as he runs past the bush and chases Naruto. Once the student was out of sight, the girls emerged from the bush and saw that the coast was clear. Okay. Come on, let's find a way into the building. Bloom says with the others nodding as they run in the opposite direction, in search of a way inside. Naruto continues to run away from the student, with his speed being much greater than the student chasing him. As he reaches the other side of the campus, he spots a tree near him and sees it was close to an open balcony, so he rushes for it and with the speed he was going on, jumps up and grabs onto one of the branches and using the momentum from the leap and swings off the branch and lands onto the balcony where he hides as the student who was chasing him finally. What? Where did he go? The student yells as he looks around for Naruto before running off, in a direction he thinks Naruto ran. Once he hears the student running off, Naruto peeks over the ledge and sees the student was gone. And he lets out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was too close for my comfort. Naruto says, happy that he was safe. He gets up and dusts himself as he looks around at just where he was. Now, where am I? He asks himself, seeing he is in an unfamiliar place of Red Fountain. Knowing he was on a time limit before the exhibition would start, Naruto started walking in a direction he felt was the right one. Once he started walking down a hallway, he started noticing what was around him as he walks down the hallway. Insert OST, piston cups from Pixar's Cars original score. Whoa, way. Look at this place. These weapons and armor. Naruto says, in awe at all the different weapons and armor that were around him, on display and in glass cases. He looks around the area and spots something. Wait, this is the king's axe from the Battle of Solaria. Yeah, I know this axe, I read about it. He says as he spots something else in the room, and this is one of the shields that were used in the War of Golden Kingdom. He says before realization strikes him as he realizes what type of room he is currently in. This place, this is an archive of the weapons and armor for all the kingdoms in the magic dimension. Wow, Hank would freak out if he learned about this place. he says as he runs his hand through his hair, in awe at the sight of all the weapons around him. He looks around a bit before he spots a small case, something that catches his attention. He heads over to the case to get a closer look at what was inside it, and once he reaches it, he sees an old rusted black dagger with a handle wrapped in old, worn-out bandages with a ring-like pommel at the bottom of the handle. He inspects the blade of the dagger and sees it had dents in it, a clear indication of the battles it had been in, but the thing that had his curiosity with there was an engraving on the blade. The engraving was a moon in its waning crescent stage with a sun-like circle next to it. And it was in white while the crescent was in black. Naruto narrows his eyes, as he looks at the dagger. "What is this?" Naruto asks, as he frowns, unaware to himself. His eyes shifted to red, yellow and orange, and his pupils slit momentarily before they shifted back to his blue as he looks at the dagger for a bit before. "Hey, you, over there, do not move." A loud, deep voice shouts behind him, causing Naruto to jump and freeze. "Stay right there, young man. And don't think about running," the voice says as Naruto curses himself. "End ost. Shit, I got spotted. Guess it was a mistake on just standing here and admiring the place." Naruto curses himself as he raises his hands and turns around to see who caught him. He sees a burly, gruff man with dark brown hair, slicked back to reveal his bushy eyebrows and widow's peak. He had a goatee that was attached to his sideburns along his jawline. He wore a dusty, gray shirt that was zipped up the front and had no sleeves, a darker blue belt, khaki-colored pants, blue boots, and silver gauntlets. He was also very muscular. "You didn't think I'd find you hiding here, now did you?" The man asks as Naruto sighs, knowing that he had no way out, and decided to speak. "Look, sir, I can explain," Naruto was saying, but the man cut him off. "Why are you here when you should be getting ready for the exhibition?" the man says as he crosses his arms. This throws Naruto completely in a loop as he looks at the man with a shocked expression. Huh, Naruto thought. "The exhibition is about to start and you're not in your uniform," the man says before he points toward a hallway behind him. "Go and get changed in the locker room, get your phantom weapons, and report to the arena in 10 minutes. We'll discuss your punishment for attempting to ditch the exhibition," the man says with a strict tone while looking at Naruto with a stern look, one he's only from Auntie and Granny, which made him gulp down a lump in his throat. "Why yes sir," Naruto says as he runs past the man and toward the hallway before he stops in realization at something. He turns to the man and asks in a nervous tone. "Question sir, where's the locker room?" he asks, causing the man to sigh. "Sigh, head down the hall, then take your first right, go down that hall, and then turn left when you reach a section of the hall, walk down that hallway for a bit until you've reached 2 large doors. If you pass a picture of a dragon, you've gone too far, walk back," the man says and Naruto nods. Thank you, sir," Naruto yells before he starts running down the hall following the directions the man gave him, all while thinking about the situation he was now in. "Well, this was something I wasn't expecting. But, I can work with this," he thought as he continued to run down the hall. End ost. Timeskip. 10 minutes later. Location: Arena, Red Fountain, Magics. The arena was now packed with spectators and guests across the magic dimension, ready to see the young men who would one day become their home dimension's Knights Wizards. Over at the VIP section of the arena, more nobles, elites, and royalty of the magic dimension had arrived to watch the exhibition and cheer for their son. One of the people in the VIP section stood up from their seat and walked over to the edge of the balcony as he looked down to the audience in attendance. This person was a short, round, elderly man with thick gray eyebrows and waist-length gray hair. He was clean-shaven as he wore a simple dull tunic robe while carrying a golden cane that had a dragon head at the top with a purple orb in the mouth. This elderly man clears his throat, with it echoing throughout the arena as the attendants quiet. "Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen, I am Saladin, Grand Master of Red Fountain, and I welcome you all to the Red Fountain exhibition. I feel that this year's exhibition will be one of the ages. And one you all will enjoy," the man, now known as Saladin, says with the spectators cheering at that. "So, without further ado, let's welcome the fine young men of Red Fountain by bringing them onto the field with them competing in Wind Rider jousting." Saladin yells as the spectators cheer. The gates open and the students of Red Fountain shoot out onto the field, on their Wind Riders as they gave the spectators a show of their skills. One particular rider wasn't on his Wind Rider, instead, he walked onto the field while pushing it onto it as he looked at the arena in awe. He was wearing the standard Red Fountain uniform with orange on. Whoa, this rider utters, awestruck at this. He looks around under his helmet. He looks at the field, seeing the other Red Fountain students displaying their skills on the. Feeling challenged by this, he hops on his rider, and turns it on, revving it as he smirks under his helmet. Well, it's one thing to watch the exhibition, but to be a part of it is something else entirely. He thought as he rode onto the field, joining the others to get this jousting going. With the winx. Where is he? I'm getting tired of waiting here. Stella says. She and the others were in a hallway, waiting for Naruto to arrive and Stella was losing patience. I don't know Stella, we can't sense him like he can with us. For all we know, he could be coming over to us and if we move from here and he follows while we're moving, it'll irate him. She's right Stella, that'd be rude for us to do to him. Flora says before she frowns as a thought appears in her mind. Okay, I get it. But it's so boring just standing here and wait. Stella says. Just then, the sounds of cheers and fireworks going off were heard not too far from where the girls were, telling them the exhibition was starting. Sounds like the exhibition is starting. Musa says. Well, I can't just wait here any longer since the exhibition is happening outside. I wanna watch it. Stella whines, as she turns and was about to walk in the direction of where the cheers were coming from when she was stopped by Bloom. The red hair placed her hand on the blonde's shoulder. Stella, you can't just go off and watch the exhibition. We still need to wait for Naruto. Bloom says as Stella looks at her for a bit before she sighs and stands still. It was then that Flora voiced her thoughts. You guys don't think he was caught and is being held somewhere? Flora asks while looking at the girls with a concerned look. This made the others turn to her and see the concerned expression. You're thinking about that too? Musa asks as Flora nods. This causes the girls to get concerned about their wayward friend and his safety. Guys, we've got nothing to worry about. This is Naruto we're talking about. Someone who says that's broken into two of the most prestigious schools in the entire magic dimension. That's no way he got caught. Stella says, trying to be optimistic about things and ensure to the others that he was okay. Yeah, but there's a possibility that he was caught. No one can avoid getting spotted forever, Techna says, showing facts here that you can't dodge things forever. The girls fall silent for a bit before Stella snaps her fingers, altering the others as they see her smile and turn to Bloom. Wait, Bloom, can't you find him with your soul reading thing? Stella asks, and this makes Bloom raise an eyebrow. Huh, Bloom utters, confused, but fortunately, someone was getting what Stella was asking. She means that why don't you use your aura reading ability you unlocked during vacation time and use it to locate where Naruto is. Techna says. Bloom looked conflicted about it, since the ability did remind her of what she learned back home and there was another reason. I've never seen his before. I've seen all of yours and know what yours look like but not his. I don't even know if I can see his. Bloom says, rubbing her arm nervously since she didn't even know if it'll work. But it's worth a shot, right? Musa asks. Bloom thinks about it and thinks it's their best option at the moment. So, with a sigh, she nods. Yeah, okay. Let's try it out. Bloom says before she turns around and takes in a deep breath as her eyes begin to glow slightly and she looks around the area, seeing the various souls' auras of the attendants and guests, but the thing that made her frown, since something caught her sight. I got nothing, but I can see anything that looks like Naruto. Nothing. I can see everyone else, a part of a few but that's it. I can't find him anywhere. She says, the others sigh hearing that. Well, that helps us with nothing. Stella says, but Bloom is still using her ability as she sees something rather concerning. But I did see something else. Bloom says, her eyes were narrow as she looks at what she was seeing. What? Flora asks. Two flame-like things in the field, with the other Red Fountain students. One of the flames is deep blue while the other flame is blue, slowly turning into the blue one. Maybe that's Naruto. Bloom says, with the others raising their eyebrows at that until Techna snaps her fingers in realization. That would make some sense since we know that he has an energy that's different from everyone else. Techna says, remembering Naruto's unique situation as the others did so well. Oh yeah, you're right. But the question is, how did he get into the field? Flora asks the question of the hour. Yeah, when you ask that, how did he? Musa asks. Bloom continues looking at the field, seeing Naruto and what looked to be Sky and his friends taking out the others with skill and in quick fashion. Maybe something happened and, oh no, Bloom utters as her eyes widen, seeing something as the others turn to her. What's wrong, Bloom? Did something happen to Naruto? Stella asks. They see Bloom's eyes stop glowing as she turns to the others. We need to go to the field, now. Bloom yells before taking off as the others follow after, with confused expressions. Why Bloom? What's going on? Flora asks as Bloom turns to them with a frightful expression. Someone's on the field and they're there to kill Sky. Bloom yells. Location: the arena. The jousting event was going well as most of the students were taken out but Sky and his friends, Naruto and another student. Leaving them and 3 others on the field. Naruto was speeding across the field, heading straight toward another student as he was using a phantom blade, which was orange, and a phantom shield. The two met in the middle and Naruto dodged under the student's blade while hitting the student in the torso with the flat side of his blade, knocking him off his Wind Rider and onto the ground, eliminating him from the joust as it was now him, Sky's group and 2 more students. Naruto rides his rider for a bit, looking at the cheering crowd, and couldn't help but smile under his helmet. This is actually a lot of fun. Why didn't I think for this last year? Naruto thought as he came to a halt and watched the others duke it out. He saw one student brutally take out another one with a slash to the face but was relieved to see that the victim of the attack was saved by his now destroyed helmet. He turns and sees one rider cut in between 2 more riders, which sends one of the 2 rides off his bike and rolls across the ground before stopping. He whines since that had to be painful. Oh, that had to hurt, he thought as he took off his helmet, revealing his blonde hair, but he had on a black mask covering the lower part of his face to his nose while his eyes were the only part that remained uncovered. Sky stops his rider and runs over to the fallen student who gets up from the floor with a bit of pain as he takes off his helmet and reveals himself to be Brandon. Hey, you okay? Sky asks, helping Brandon up to his feet who just nods. Why yeah, I'm good. Just a few bruises and scratches. But nothing too serious, Brandon says. The 2 hear a Wind Rider pull up not too far from them as they look and see the guy who knocked into them, and he takes off his helmet to reveal he was Riven, who smirks at them, and this makes them angry. It's payback time, Riven, Sky says, and Brandon agrees as they walk toward the proplet to have a piece of their minds with him before they were stopped by Timmy. Guys, now's not the time to go into this. We've still got the exhibition to do, Timmy says, pulling up in front of them. The 2 glare at Timmy, who flinches at their glare, but he drives his nerves down and stands his ground as they realize that he was right as they turn to Riven, who just smirks at them. *TCH** whatever. Riven says before he rides off from them. The 3 watch him leave. What an ass, Sky says. Tell me about. Brandon says before he turns to Timmy. Timmy, I'm sorry for glaring at you when you were trying to stop us, he says as Sky nods. Yeah man, sorry, Sky says, and Timmy just smiles at them and waves. It's cool guys, you were in the heat of the moment, no harm done, Timmy says as he hops off his rider with it riding off to the garage. He looks around and sees the other 2 remaining students besides Riven. Hey, do you guys know who's that? He asks. Who? Brandon asks as Timmy points at someone. The guy in the orange, Timmy says, pointing at Naruto. I've never seen anyone in red fountain dressed in the color orange or with a mask on, he says. No, never. But then again, he is wearing a mask, covering his face so we can't get a real look at who they are, Sky says. Maybe he's a 3rd year, Brandon says. Maybe, Timmy says, putting his hand on his chin in thought. And since we're talking about unknowns, what about that guy? Brandon says as he points at the other mystery student. I've never seen him around campus, he says as the others look at this mysterious student and think of Brandon's words. Same, never seen him before, Sky says, with the others thinking about it. Before any one of them could further think about it, their attention was drawn by Saladin, who was standing by the edge of the ledge. Alright, we now move on to the dragon show. Saladin yells with the audience cheering for the show. Come on guys, let's get the show rolling. Brandon says as the others nod and go to get their dragons ready. Naruto, on the other hand, was frozen in shock and fear at what he just heard. Are you kidding me? Dragons. How the fuck am I going to deal with this? Naruto thought as he started sweat, while he was trying to figure out what to do now. The other student was looking at Brandon with a glint in his eyes, one that held something sinister. Soon, son of Arendor, soon your father and kingdom will suffer from your death and the throne shall be in the hands of its rightful ruler. This student thought as he looked down to his right hand and saw what he had hidden under his sleeve before turning to his pocket and feels what was in it, his backup plan should he fail. As the specialists and others were getting ready for the dragon show, the winx finally arrived at the stands as they pant and look around the battlefield. Where is he? Where's Naruto? Stella asks as Bloom looks at the field again and sees blonde spiky hair on the field who is standing still in the middle of the field. There he is. With the guys. Bloom says, pointing to Naruto. You sure that someone's here to kill Prince Sky? Techna asks and Bloom nods. Positive. Bloom says. Then who is it? Musa asks. Bloom uses her aura reading as her eyes glow and looks at the field as she spots the aura she saw in the hallway with the killer's intent. There. That guy over there. Bloom shouts, pointing to the guy as the others see him slowly move to Sky and his buddies. He's moving to Sky. We have to warn him. Flora yells. With no hesitation, the girls run down the stands and to the ledge of the stand, right above the field. Sky. The girls yell, gaining the attention of those on the field, everyone in the stands, and those in the VIP section. That guy over there isn't a student. He's someone who wants to kill you. They yell, shocking everyone. What? Sky asks, confused by that claim. What? Naruto utters, he had snapped out of his problem when he heard the girls. What? A few people in the VIP section and the people in the stands yell in shock. Be that. What are the girls doing here? Farragonda thought, shocked to see the girls when she knew no one from Elfie had an invitation to the exhibition beside her. Suddenly the mysterious student on the field roars, causing everyone to turn to him. Prince Sky, the throne and kingdom don't belong to your family. Your father shouldn't be king. The student yells before he charges toward Brandon. For some reason, he pulls out a purple dagger from under his sleeve, and just under he was about to reach Brandon to stab him with the dagger, a black blade clashes with the dagger, stopping him from his charge. Confused by what happened, the student looks at the blade and sees who wielded said blade. Whoa there dude, you can't go around running with a knife. You'll hurt someone with it. Naruto says as the student glares at him. Move, this has nothing to do with you. This student hisses at Naruto who frowns. Sorry but no, not when you're yelling out you killing Sky, that's something I'm not letting you do. Naruto says as the student dangerously narrows his eyes at Naruto. I command you to move. Now. The student growls out as he moves his dagger from Naruto and tries to slash at Naruto with his blade, but the blonde just ducks and evades the slashes, barely of course, as he notices most of the slash attempts were aimed at his vital organs and head. This guy's trying to kill me just so he can get to Sky. Naruto thought before ducking under another slash with a bit of his hair getting cut off from the slash. Seeing as this student had his guard unchecked, Naruto quickly reacted to create some space between them. He grabs his sword with both hands as one of the engravings on the blade glows. Wind art. Great gush. He yells out before slashing at the student who sees the attack coming and takes a step back from getting cut, but that's what Naruto wanted, as a large gush of wind arches from his blade and hits the student head on and sends him flying back across the field until he hit the ground and rolls a bit before coming to a stop. Naruto's attack was a surprise from the audience and those in the VIP section, as they thought that the move Naruto used was new teaching from Red Fountain, but two who were there were wide-eyed upon seeing what had happened. Kid Naruto. Two certain people thought. They were in shock upon realizing who was it down there. The student gets up from the ground with some difficulty as he turns and glares at Naruto. This has nothing to do with you. Move or else you'll suffer the consequences for your in. The student roars at Naruto, who frowns. Like hell I am. Why are you driven to kill Sky anyway? Naruto asks. It is never of your business. Whatever business I have with Prince Sky is strictly mine and mine alone. Besides, he's had this coming to him for so long. The student hisses out, pointing his dagger at Brandon for some reason. What the hell are you on about? Naruto asks, confused by why was this guy pointing at Brandon. I mean, look at him, he's a pretty chill dude. Plus, why are you pointing at Brandon? He asks. Not the brunette, you fool. The blonde next to him. The student yells as Sky and Brandon flinch. He is the true prince. He yells. Naruto was confused by this revilement. Wait, what? Naruto says, turning to the two behind him. You're not Sky. He asks and Sky lets out a sigh. And no, I'm not. I'm Brandon. Sky, well, more like Brandon says before pointing toward now Sky. He is Sky, the real prince. He says as Sky nods. Why yeah, Sky says before he realizes something. Wait, how do you know who we are? Because I know who you guys are. I'll tell you another time. Right now, let's focus on what's at hand here. Naruto says, turning back to the student who was watching Sky with a cold, hardened stare. Once again, I command you to step out of the way from performing my duties. The student says but Naruto shakes his head. Sorry man, but I can't let you go and kill someone, it isn't right. Naruto says and the student sighs. Fine, have it your way, the student says, he moves his hand toward his back. But I should not fail my duty to my boss. For Lord Yoshinoya, he yells, pulling out another dagger before he charges toward Sky, to kill him but once again, before he could even get remotely close to the blonde, Naruto intercepts him and blocks the daggers with his sword. The student snarls at this as he starts fighting Naruto with Naruto retaliating, blocking and evading most of the student's attacks while trying to land some of his own onto the student but the attacker was evading his attacks with ease, something Naruto took notice of. This goes on for a bit before the attacker lands a slash on Naruto's face, causing the blonde to jump back. Fortunately, the slash only cut through his mask and didn't injure him, but unfortunately, his face was now exposed. Great, there goes the mask, Naruto thought, eye twitching in annoyance. He looks up and sees the attacker rushing toward him with his daggers in hand, thinking that he was going in for the killing blow. Reacting fast, Naruto grabbed his sword's handle and started spinning the blade in the air while it caught fire. Due to the magical engraving on it, the spinning flaming sword started creating a ring of fire around him while the embers were floating in the air. Naruto waited just as the attacker to come near him for him to command the ring of fire around him with the embers in the air and makes them form a twister. Flame art, Ember Twister. He yells, sending the flaming tornado at the attacker as it hits the attacker and sends him up in the air. Seeing this, Naruto lifts his sword while the engraving on the blade starts glowing blue as the winds start to pick up. Wind art, Wind Razor Edge. He yells, slashing downward, as an arch of wind is sent from the slash and at the flaming twister, disrupting it while sending the attacker flying through the air and colliding onto the wall where he slides off and lands onto the ground, covered in burns and cuts from the two attacks Naruto launched. Said blonde walks over to the downed attacker, cautiously with his blade still equipped, and saw he was trying to get back. Dude, stay down. With those burns and cuts you got, you're not getting back up anytime soon. So, just give up. Naruto says. But the attacker doesn't listen to him and continues to try and get back up, only to fall back onto the floor. No, never. The attacker grunts out, from the pain he was experiencing and from the strain he was putting himself through. He grits his teeth as he drops one of his daggers and reaches for something in his uniform. I shall not fail my duties to my lord, not when things are close to coming true, I will not fail, I shall not fail. The attacker shouts, pulling out a small bottle of purple sustains inside of the bottle. Naruto sees this and was confused by it and before he could question what was the bottle, he sees the attacker cock open the cork and process downing its contains before him. After finishing the bottle's contains, the attacker drops the bottle with it shattering. Naruto watches on and sees the attacker begin to change in front of him and everyone else. The attacker starts inflating with his skin stretching beyond a normal point as it tears apart to reveal a dark hide underneath. His eyes become red windows and his jaw widens with the bridge of his nose stretched to the edge of his brow. What the? Naruto says, before his senses kick up into hyperdrive, alerting him to get back. He sees the attacker, or whatever was left of him, get back up on its feet and turn to him as it growls, its mouth beginning to glow purple energy, and that was when Naruto senses a big magic surge from it. He turns back to the others on the field with him. Get back, he yells before jumping back as the creature that was the attacker roars and fires a beam of purple magic at the boys on the field. They fortunately duck under the beam in time, but the beam soars to the stands where the spectators were, forcing them to flee as the beam hits the stands and create a large explosion. The creature stops firing the beam and turns to the specialists and Naruto and charges toward them and raises its arms to smash the boys to the ground. The specialists hop back from the creature while Naruto just sidesteps out of the way as the creature smashes onto the earth, creating a large crater onto the earth. The creature then roars and starts swinging wild rapid strikes at Naruto, who is forced to dodge all the strikes it sent at him, all while not giving him a chance to retaliate. Whoa, take it easy there. Are you trying to take my head off? Naruto yells before he is forced to duck from a wild slash the creature sent at his head. He gets back up and hops back, creating some distance from the creature. Guess you are. He deadpans while the creature gives chase. All while this was happening, the citizens in the stands were evacuating. The same was happening over at the VIP section, and in their hidden spot, the girls were seeing Naruto having some issues with the creature as it was chasing and trying to smash him. Oh no, Naruto's in trouble. Flora says, concerned and worried about Naruto as they see he is getting pushed back to a wall. We've got to go and help him. Bloom says as she prepares to go out and help while the others look at her in shock and surprise. But Bloom, we can't. Not while Farragonda is around. We'll get into serious trouble if we're seen. Stella says, knowing what could happen to them once they were exposed out there. Bloom turns back to them. Screw the rules and the fact we could get into trouble. Naruto and the others need our help, girls. So, let's go and give them that. Bloom says. The others looked at one another, thinking about doing this, and felt that Bloom was right. Since Naruto had helped them out a handful of times, it was time they pay back the favor. So, they nod to one another before turning back to Bloom and nod at her with serious expressions. Good. Let's do this. Magic winx. The girls yell before a flash went off in their hiding spot. Back in the field, Naruto was punched by the creature and sent flying back and slams into a wall, next to the large door. He slides off the wall and shakes his head before spitting out some blood from his mouth as some of it was trailing down from the right corner of his mouth. He slowly got back to his feet and looks up, only to once again duck and roll away from a punch the creature sent toward him as the attack connected to the spot where Naruto was and made a large hole in it. The blonde rolls a bit more before flipping back to his feet and looking at the creature as it snarls at him. Hey, can we talk about this? Naruto asks, holding his hands up as he looks at the creature. Has anyone told you you've got some nice teeth? He cracks a joke, but the creature seemed to not understand him, or it did and wasn't amused by his joke. It roars before charging at Naruto, who sighs and spins his katana to a reverse grip, ready for whatever the creature going to throw at him. Just when the creature reaches him and is about to raise its hands to attack Naruto. Dragon shot. A large ball of fire magic soars through the air and collides with the creature, sending it flying and crashing through a wall. Surprised, Naruto looks at the creature before his senses pick up very familiar magical presences and smiles as he turns and sees the girls in their fairy forms. Girls. Man, am I glad to see you. Naruto says, relieved to see them there with him. Naruto, are you okay? Flora asks as she and the girls land next to him while he rolls his shoulder, causing some cracks to be heard. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit sore is all. Naruto says before he turns to the creature and sees its mouth beginning to glow and realizes what is about to happen. Jump. He yells as the creature lets out a blast out of his mouth, toward them. The winx jumped, flew off the ground and evaded the blast as it hit the wall behind them, and exploded from the blast connecting onto it while also taking out the door as the dragons from the other side started flying out in a panic, and this prompts the specialists to go and calm the dragons down. The winx lands a bit further from the creature while its attack stops. Naruto lifts his katana in the air and its engraving on the blade starts glowing brown with the blade starting to shake and vibrate at a high speed. Earth art. Spike game. Naruto yells as he swings his blade down and hits the ground with its tip. The earth shakes before tearing apart as ridged spikes shoot out of the earth and barrel toward the creature. The creature sees this and roars as it slams its fists down to the earth, and the shockwave from this collide with Naruto's attack, and the two attack nullify with one another. Great, that didn't work, Stella says, frowning from seeing the creature was still standing. Then maybe this will. Musa yells, lifting her hands and aiming at the creature as magic starts to conjure from them. Sonic blast. She yells, firing soundwave magic blasts at the creature. The attack connects to the creature, causing it to roar out from the blast as it falls to its knees and holds its ears. There. It's down, do something to keep it down. She yells while keeping her spell up. On it. Flora yells. She, Stella, and Techna fly to the creature and surround it while aiming their open hands at it. Nature's binds. She yells, and roots emerge from underneath the creature and start wrapping around its arms and legs, restraining it in place as Stella and Techna begin doing their spells. Firewall dome. Techna shouts as she conjures up a dome of magic around the creature, trapping it. Luna's light. Stella yells as her magic surrounds Techna's dome and enhances it as the creature inside is tossing around, hitting the dome. You guys might wanna do something, we really can't hold this for too long. She yells, her tone strained as she and the others struggle to keep their spells up and contain the creature. Naruto and Bloom land in front of the dome. Bloom, let's do a combo. Naruto yells, positioning his katana as the blade sparks to flames while Bloom nods. Right, Bloom says as her aura begins to form around her. Dragon, fire began to form around Bloom's hands while the flames burning from Naruto's sword began to heat up. Flame art. Dragon's fang. The flames start forming a shape as Naruto and Bloom aim for the dome. Shot, pierce. The two yell as they fire their attacks at the dome. The two attacks soar through the air, and before they reach the creature, twist and combine into one large attack, changing into the form of a flaming eastern dragon. The dragon roars as it soars toward the dome and collides into the dome, imploding and taking the creature in a large fiery explosion, screaming from the force while the winx are blown back from the shockwave and skid on the ground. They groan and sit up to see what had happened to the creature and are shocked to see a large, molten crater where the dome previously was, with the attacker now back to normal, lying in said crater, unconscious and covered in second and third degree burns in various parts of his body while having tatters for pants. Whoa, Musa mutters, shocked at seeing the results of that attack. D didn't expect that, Bloom says, also shocked by that attack. Why yeah, Naruto says as he and the others get up from the floor. Sky. The winx heard someone yell and turned to where the yelling was coming from. They see a girl their age who had wavy pale blonde hair, citron orange amber eyes, and medium to tan skin. They saw she was a fairy like the girls. She wore a dress out of an ivory bodice with a collar connected to it and a red skirt, and had on maroon boots, and a red bracelet and hair piece. Her wings were maroon with red tips. She also wore a headband that was decorated with jewels and feathers. This fairy flew past them and rushed toward Sky, who finally got the dragons to calm down. He hears someone yell toward him and turns to see who was it, but instead, gets tackled down to the floor by whoever tackled him. He looks down and sees this unknown fairy hugging him tightly. He instantly recognized who this fairy was. Diaspro. Sky yells, with the fairy, now known to be Diaspro, as she just hugs him close to her. Sky. Oh, I'm relieved that you're safe. I was worried about you when that person tried to kill you. Diaspro cries out, putting her head into Sky's chest, and cries while hugging him ever so tightly, afraid that if she was to let go of him, he'd disappear. Huh. Stella utters, watching this scene play out in front of them. What's going on here? She asks. Naruto turns to them and realizes that they probably weren't around to hear the revealment earlier in the fight. Oh yeah, he isn't Brandon. He's actually Prince Sky, Naruto explains, with the girls turning to him, taking that they misheard him, but he nods in confirmation to his words. Sky looks at Naruto and finally sees his face. Naruto. Is that you? Sky asks and Naruto turns to him. Sup dude. Long time no see. Naruto greets, smiling while placing his sword on his shoulder. Diaspro finally moves her head from Sky's now wet chest and looks at the winx. Sky, dear, do you know who these delinquents are? Diaspro asks, causing the winx to frown at what she called them while Sky sighs. They're my friends. We've run into each other during the year and had helped one another out. Sky explains. Diaspro critically stares at the winx, especially the girls, looking at them as if they were threats while turning her head to Naruto and thinking nothing of him until she nods. I see, Diaspro says, clinging to him. Yeah, Sky mutters, knowing it'll take a while to get Diaspro to let go of him. He looks at Naruto and finally asks the question that was on his mind. Say Naruto, why are you in that uniform? He asks and Naruto and the girls momentarily flinch but calm themselves down. It's a long story, Naruto says, rubbing the back of his head. Over at the VIP section, the headmasters of all three schools were looking down at the field. Are those your fairies, Farragonda? Saladin asks, seeing the girls in their fairy forms. He hears Farragonda wasn't responding to his question and he turns to her and sees she was looking down, staring at the teens, specifically one of them. Farragonda. He calls out to her and she snaps out of her thoughts. Oh, sorry, I was distracted by something, Saladin, but yes, they are. Farragonda sighs out, feeling a headache coming. I see, Saladin says before he taps his staff onto the ground. They've ruined my exhibition, he yells, angry by this as Griffin smirks. It would appear my students aren't the only ones who are excessive. Griffin says, making Farragonda sigh. Saladin looks down and sees Naruto. And just who is that boy in my academy's uniform? I've never seen him before. Saladin says, pointing down at Farragonda, and Griffin see where he was pointing toward and sees Naruto. Farragonda freezes in fear while Griffin narrows her eyes at him. Wait, that child. I've seen him before, Griffin says. You have? Saladin asks and Griffin nods. Yes, he and those girls snuck into my school months prior and caused damage to one of my archives. Griffin says. I see. Well, he isn't one of my students. So who is he and how did he get a hold of one of my uniforms? Saladin asks. I can explain that. The three turn and see Hank entering the VIP section. The guards stationed there all stand in attention and bow as he passes them while he nods at them until he reaches the three headmasters. Oh, Sir Warlock, I wasn't expecting you to be here. It's a pleasure to see you again after all these years. Saladin says, smiling at Hank while bowing with Hank smiling at him. The pleasure is all mine, old friend. Hank says, returning the bow. You said you could explain just who that ruffian is. Griffin says, pointing down at Naruto as Hank stands back up and looks at her. Ah yes, that child is my employee at my shop and he's also my apprentice. Hank says, and this surprises Saladin and Griffin while Farragonda lets out a sigh of relief. Really? Saladin and Griffin say and Hank nods. Yes, Hank says. Griffin crosses her arms. I didn't expect someone like you to take on an apprentice, Sir Warlock. Especially after all this time since the Great War. Griffin says while giving the old man a look of no convinced. Hank shakes his head while chuckling. Well, time changes a person, you should know this all too well, Griffin. I know I'm not long for this world and need to pass on my teachings to another. Plus, the boy had impressed me with his drive and willingness to learn the arts of swordsmanship. Hank says. And that strange technique he used in the battle. What was that for? I've never seen anything like that before in my lifetime. Saladin asks. It's a style of his creation while under my tender. He developed the style while experimenting with runes. He calls this style, elemental art. Hank says as Saladin hums in thought. Interesting, Saladin says while rubbing his chin. And do you think he could teach this style to others? He asks, looking at Hank who just shrugs his shoulders. That is something I do not know, old friend. You must ask him to get that answer. Hank says as Saladin nods and looks down to the field and stares at Naruto with intrigue. I see, Saladin says. So, what must we do with the little event crashers? Griffin asks. Let me deal with my wayward apprentice while Farragonda deals with her fairies. In the meantime, you might want to investigate this, Saladin. Hank says and Saladin nods. Indeed, this is an incident that needs to be investigated. This is something we need to look into. Saladin says. Hank discreetly turns to Farragonda and smiles at her while sending her a wink, something she knows as she nods at him. Thank you, Hank. I own you dearly. Farragonda thought, relieved that he kept Naruto's true status hidden. Hank walks over to the balcony and looks down at the field. Boy! Hank yells, causing Naruto to freeze in place while slowly turning his head toward the balcony and sees Hank, looking down at him. You are in a lot of trouble for this stunt. Be prepared for hell when I get my hands on you. He yells. Naruto lets out a shiver, now realizing he was screwed since Hank only calls him boy when he messed up big time. Oh, man, Naruto utters, dreading what was to come from Hank. Girls! Farragonda yells and the girls all stiffen as they too turn to face her. We'll have a chat in my office when we get back to school. She says with a stern expression on her face, one that was telling the girls that she wasn't playing around. Yes ma'am, the girls say, knowing that they couldn't talk out of this. Guess you guys have to leave. Sky says, now standing up while Discipro was still holding on to him, and the winx sigh. Yeah, we do, Naruto says. Okay, guess I'll see you all later, and, good luck, Sky says, pitying them since he knew that they were in deep. Thanks, the winx say before they start leaving the field, knowing that they are in a lot of trouble for this stunt and can only dread what's to come.